We live!
Hello!
Ooh, that was the best one I've done so far. That was
Yeah,
good.
you
That
did
was
pretty good. What the fuck is this rewards enabled on channel? I did not. How dare
I
you?
don't know. Sometimes Twitch just, does things.
Hi.
Hello, everybody!
Hi.
Welcome to...
Welcome.
Okay,
in.
so... I don't know if you all are aware of this, but there's actually no such thing as November.
Go lives ready.
Oh, well, you just do that while I got a dumb gag to do, so you can do that real quick. Here's my theory. There's no such thing as November. It's been replaced legally by October 2, which is why it's fine that we had October replaced with Saturnalia.
Wow.
Salmon, it's just
Yeah.
Salmon Max. Salmon Max happened, so listen. We'll
Right.
get to horror games! I promise we'll play horror games next month, I promise!
Life got in the way. I'm sorry.
See, I love our show because I love being able to deliver stuff like we're Team Rocket begging for their fucking life.
Yeah, it's good, it's good, it's good.
You don't understand, sir! We work hard every day, sir!
We'll be good, sir. We'll just eat rice.
Hey, Squeaks, what's good?
Oh shit, Squeaks, hi.
And hi, hi, Cosby, hi, Handwixard, hi,
Squeaks, I promise we're working on the Jungle Cruise stream. I promise.
No, what we have to do is we have to, drag Puzz out of the labyrinth. Puzz is in
we haven't forgotten.
We haven't forgotten. No. Hi, Holly. Thank you for subscribing, Holly. No, that's what I was gonna say. If we say somehow we're the problem with Jungle Cruise, Puzz is gonna launch into one of our rooms somehow to go, no, it's me! And then we go, stop writing about Jungle Cruise! Puzz is still finding stuff, Bugs! Puzz is still finding stuff! Yes!
Oh, God.
I don't know what.
That's scary.
I don't know what. I'm actively harder for you guys by making high 09, so I can't complain at all. Lol.
Scary.
Squeaks, Puzz is finding stuff you didn't put in the game!
What?
That's the joke, but I think it's
true.
I say things too, confidently. Every copy of Shipwreck 64 is personalized Waka Waka. Anyways.
Yes.
Hello, folks.
I mentioned last stream Romeo was coughing. It turns out that, like me, he is asthmatic. He got a shot in the butt and he's
yes.
fine.
The asthma medication does work.
But he's fine
unrelated
now.
to us now doing an info doodle stream. Unrelated.
Yes,
However.
Truly.
Actually, we're doing an info doodle. So we do these streams basically because, I'm on fire.
Yeah.
Something happens, and I'm over here, and I just start writing notes, and Bugs goes yeah, I can draw to that. Oh no, I have to draw while my friend talks, and I go, yeah,
but...
it's
and awful. Oh, I have to listen to my friend talk, and I draw, and it's like a free podcast, but for me...
It's true, it's a podcast where you can actually talk back to the screen.
Yeah, it's good, it's good, it's good.
You can actually correct me live.
Or something. It's fun.
Yes. Speaking
of,
let me crack
about
my...
how bad the magic circle is, and I go, come on.
Why is my Discord haunted? This isn't happening to you. Why am I getting the wails of the dead when I mute and unmute? I don't...
Hi,
Hi, Niasura.
Oh, I saw Stevo Citrus in Breach Chat. Thank you for asking Holly to play Skyrim last stream. That was really fun.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a treat for us after we were done watching, I don't know who this sicko is who keeps taking over Holly's streams called The Creep, but they're pretty fun, so...
They are pretty fun.
They put Halloween mode sounds on? Okay, so it's not just me, it's just Bugs doesn't have it for some reason.
It's so cool for me.
Well, you see, sometimes in a video game, Holly has a shotgun put in her hands, and some kind of, I'm gonna say a transformation occurs of some kind. I think there's a radiation I don't know the nature of this curse. If it's the moon, Jekyll and Hyde kind of situation, the Hulk kind of situation. Maybe it's just the emotion of the creep does this. But it's pretty baller every time. So if y'all ain't seen Holly play, is it Buckshot Brigade?
It's Buckshot Roulette? No, fuck. Sorry, hang on.
Please watch Holly play shotguns.
Please watch Holly play shotgun.
Please watch Holly play shotguns. Shotguns. Hot guns?
Hot gun!
Hot guns coming to you live.
Oh,
Call
Nutsack
now.
Roulette. Okay, that's it.
Yay! It's gonna be a fun energy. I pups it today, which requires me to go downstairs and sleep with a dog on me, and then get up and come back upstairs and finish sleeping. But for whatever reason, I still felt good for it, so look forward to that.
It's good to do this.
Also, I feel like... Okay, we should discuss this early on, probably. Chocolate incident.
Oh, how about you say what you did, and I'll tell them what happened.
So, a couple of weeks ago, actually what this starts with is it's really goofy, is Bugs sent me early in the month a little care package of just stickers from the Daiso, which I love using for my planner because I love their weird non-branded stickers that you can get specifically at the Daiso that'll just be like, a bear and a girl eat food, or like vegetables, or little ghosts with hats.
There's like 6 different stickers in that series with that bear and that girl.
I love them. It's great. It's baffling, but like they're really hard to get your hands on if you don't have access to a Daiso, and Bugs does. So Bugs like very sweetly. I kept going like, hey, I'll give you money for you to buy these for me, and then Bugs just sends me a bunch in the mail, which honored bound I can't try to give money back for because it's a gift.
Exactly.
But what I can do is send a gift back because it was very touching to me because, I probably mentioned this before, I love October. I love Halloween. I have seasonal PTSD for harvest season. It's an interesting blend. But it really raised my spirits. So I think, okay, I'm gonna get Bugs a gift back. And I think a fun gift would be, I really like Tony's Chocolonely chocolate bars. I get like one every 2 weeks, and I get through them very slowly. They're really nice chocolate. I'm gonna get Bugs. They got a site. I find this while I'm prepping the Halloween bowl for a future stream of Halloween trick-or-treating and Minecraft, which we'll be doing probably next time we stream, ? That's the plan anyways. And it's good, and it's really nice because it's chocolate that's made with a lot of care taken to not have slavery anywhere in its production life, which you might think to yourself, uh-oh, that implies a lot of things. Don't worry about it right now, anyways. So I get Bugs a couple. I think, okay, they got this fun bundle of like 6 chocolate bars. That's like an acceptable amount of chocolate to get someone so that Bugs can have a treat and not like ration it out. Like, Bugs could just eat a chocolate bar if they wanted to. Hey, Chic. Now Bugs is part of the story.
So, I have been dealing with some pretty intense pain for about a week, and I'm in bed with a heat pack. I'm just sitting there like, I want to sleep. It hurts so bad. I want to sleep. What the fuck? And my pops goes, kid, you just got a really heavy package. And I go, heavy? I didn't order anything. And I remember Frankie had been surreptitiously asking me about chocolate like 2 weeks ago. And I go like, oh, Frankie.
Unrelated. I just have good memory.
But I thought, because he was talking about like salt and chocolate, he sent me a bag of like chocolate potato chips, you know?
Sure.
So
that would make sense.
I go to my chair, and there's this big package on it.
Jeez.
Very big. And I look at it and I go, oh, Frankie must have gotten me like a thing of Pocari Sweat. That's nice. So I pick it up, and the damn thing is 30 pounds. I take it over to the chair, and I open it, and it's a box inside a box, and the box inside the box is so heavy I physically cannot pull it out of the box. We have to tip it upside down. And and this heavy box falls out. And an ice pack strapped to the bottom falls out, and then a single Tony's chocolate bar, liar, comes out. And I think in the back of my head, that can't be right. So I open the package. Which is
also what I thought later on.
And I send Frankie a message in all caps, and it goes, "You maniac, thank you very much. How much did this cost you?" And Frankie goes, like, what? Yeah. And I tell him, Frankie, there's 48 chocolate bars in this.
No, what happened is you said in Paint Chat, Frankie sent me 48 bars of chocolate. Yeah. And I wake up later than Bugs has gone to sleep and say, no, it was 6 bars of chocolate. Honest. Yeah. For real. And then I stop and think, and I go to my email to check the fucking invoice, to double check, real quick, and I can verify that invoice and my bank account both say I bought 1 number 3 variety box of milk chocolate, which includes 2 each pretzel plain and caramel sea salt Chocolonely's chocolate bars.
So I wake up and I see this and I go, no, I'm pretty sure it's 48 chocolate bars. And I send Frankie a picture. You could see a picture of me as a toddler, like the cask of Amontillado there in the upper corner, buried under bricks of chocolate.
Which, if I can include a secondary punchline of this is, of course, the explosion in the group chat at this discovery. Pretty good overall. I laughed for about an hour solid.
I'm going to make a loud noise. I'm going to grab one of the bricks now. And I'm just going to drop this brick on my desk.
Brace.
So, they are about the size and weight of a standard brick.
So, side note, I of course immediately have to tell my fucking parents because holy shit, this is like a gift not just to Bugs, but like, what the fuck? This is a Halloween miracle. Like, because 2 things important to know. I got myself my normal, about every 2 weeks I get like 1 of these bars, and I like sweets, but I eat them very slowly. And I got a second one in my grocery order, like, that I didn't pay for. So that's 2 different. Like, I got like a warning shot of this effect. And second of all, I text my mom. I tell them what happened. And here's vertebrim the exact message I get back. This is 1 line on its own. Normal. Second line. You inherited a lot from me. And I feel like this tells you by suggestion a lot about the very strange life that my parent, my creator, has gone through.
Bugs, you're set for life. Yeah, people keep saying, "Oh, you're gonna be the best house at
Kids
Halloween
don't know.
this year."
Kids don't know.
The hell I am.
No, you don't give. I told my mom that, and they just said, "No, you don't give kids the good chocolate for the same reason you don't give them the good whiskey." Which, first of all, tells you that my mom was an adolescent in the 60s and 70s. But second of all, yes, correct, true, no chance.
If you ever needed a good door barricade for whatever reason, you're set for that. That's true. That's true. Nah, kids, I got some free mints from the bank over here. You're gonna love it.
You just gotta open the door if the chocolate's like visible behind you.
Yes, exactly. Nah, we ain't got nothing here. Sorry.
Have a fruit Tootsie Roll.
Look, it's vanilla flavor. Your favorite type of Tootsie Roll.
Imagine hysterics. How did you even do that? I don't know.
Would you like some chalk cigarettes?
It's not even a number that makes sense to have happen on accident. It's 8 boxes. 8 boxes.
Romeo is the type of cat who likes boxes, but the problem is that his spot that he has chosen for this month is curling up so small and a little ball in the cat tree, and something that was sized for Mitt, our previous very tiny cat. So he curls up in it, and he's so big that his tail and his paws still stick out. It's very cute.
Romeo's such a good fucking cat, man.
He's a good boy. Oh man, I was not in his good graces because I had to give him medicine and eye drops for a while, and he was not having it. Oh my goodness.
No, cats can't put the not a lot of pets can put together the math on like being manhandled against my will and symptoms clearing up, regrettably.
Yes. Oh, I was getting the riot act read to me, man, I tell you.
No. I have to clean my elderly hamster's eyes a little bit, because he's an old man. They get a little bit crusty. I gotta, like, grab a Q-tip. And every time, let me tell you, just, unhand me, good sir! How dare you!
For eating a succulent...
Murderer! Like, every time.
What is my crime? Eating some succulent Cheerios?
In my heart, my hamster is voiced by Brian Blessed. Like... Demon! Like, full on. And then I give him a Cheerio and go like, no, sir, I can't imagine who would have done this to you, sir. No, I did see the fellow escape. The Scarlet Pimpernel, I think he called himself. Handsome fellow, really, but I'm so sorry, sir. Yeah, the Snail Dragon back says, you think, oh yeah, accidentally bordered 6 boxes instead of 6 bars, but no, it's 8 boxes. Literally, yes, that was part of, like, the group chat laughter meltdown that occurred.
It's a mystery, so but I'm happy to win from it, you know?
Yeah, like, I keep being, like, I guess, like, whatever accident happened, this looks like what Unreal developers do when they need to fill a ruined and abandoned building.
Yeah, that's
right. See, we just need to prop up a skeleton in front of these, and we got storytelling, baby. That a good environmental storytelling.
You just have, like, written blood on the floor, the wait is over, it's chock-a-clock.
Oh my god. We couldn't stop him. It came too fast. Tony, that son of a bitch. It's so good. Like, I mean, it's nice too, because, like, again, I sent out this gift of, like, with love for my friend in my heart, thinking, like, you know, again, so much of my intention is, like, I really want Bugs to have, like, a... I want my friend Bugs to be able to, like, just eat a bar of chocolate without worrying about having chocolate for later. Fucking wish granted, I guess!
A long time ago, a viewer named Too Many Rubber Ducks sent me this little plush of the bug, and I have it on my desk holding a little Siamese cat toy. I do keep thinking about seeing how well it would stack up under the bricks. I think... Oh my god, I'm a little too worried about damaging it, though, but I was thinking about it.
I mean, you do gotta get that good shot through the bricks, I think, of that plush just once at some point.
For the love of God, Tony.
Yeah, side note, really funny coincidence built up with the most recent Welcome Home Halloween update.
Oh, yeah!
I don't know why people are upset. It's for her own protection, so that she doesn't hear the scary things, and then the play happens and it's nice. I don't see any trouble.
I don't know.
You need to check that out. I'm a fake fan. No, you're not. Check it out on your own.
We got a tip? And the alert didn't go, because
I
don't want to mix it up on. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, it's fine. We
were busy with the wonders of chocolate. It was literally covered by the bricks.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
From Raven Bonifoy, had a thought in the car today that Frankie would sing a really good Oogie Boogie song, have some $20, thank you. And from Frankie J, $5 just in case you need to buy another Tony's Chocolonely. Thanks, Jay. I think I'm good for now.
How much is that total?
25.
One of these. And where's the Jay? There she is. Thank you all very much. Which, don't forget, it's also an Infodoodle night, too. So, if you donate more than 10, we'll get into it. Once we roll over, but...
Yeah, Raven Bonifoy, if you want something, go ahead and just tell us in chat.
Yeah, please, by all means.
It's okay.
You're good for it. Salmon Max centric, which. Yeah, it's just so good. Like, literally, I kept, like, looking at it again and then laughing, and, like, what could be better than this?
What could be better than this? Oh,
I'm running a
that's
social
scary.
experiment among my dev team. Most of my dev team hates me at this point, but I think that's okay. I mean, what's a dev team for? I think? I don't actually know a lot about
Dev teams is
video
like
games.
little mice in a cage, I think.
I think it's like hamsters, yeah.
Yeah.
Salmon Max smooch, please. Oh, wow.
Well,
Twist our
okay.
arms, why don't you? Okay, what else do we have to talk about? The chocolate, like, that just blew anything else we could have been talking about out of the water. Like, we're deep in the Salmon Max, like, swamp. I'm swimming in the mangroves of Salmon Max. We're both actually for real on Blue Sky now because all of the gay Japanese fan artists moved to Blue Sky, so with the yaoi, so do we go, basically.
We got
and it
some pretty good
news
on something that we might be able to do.
Yes, which we have to talk about in the vaguest of terms because it's like we have a chance to swing at maybe doing something.
Yes.
If I were to buy a mansion one day and let you live there rent-free on the conditions you never look me in the eye, say my name, and every day I have to turn the wheel in the basement for at least 4 hours, would you do it? Yeah?
Well,
easy. What's wrong with them?
I have a shoulder
Maybe not.
art.
Can I get a disability? Can I get a disability for? Can I get a treadmill instead of turning it Conan
could I
style?
turn the wheel with a foot pedal?
Yeah, because if we could just get foot pedal, yeah. Otherwise, I'm autistic. You're getting some dumb nicknames. You're now sport. You're now champ. You're actually no. You're Il Commander. You're the Commandant. Is this good? Is this what you want? Does this help?
Oh, from Chic. Sam Andor Maxipa knew it. New England Cryptic, the Plymouth Rock. $20.
Thank you, Chic. Let me get you good noises, Chic.
Why are you doing this to me? I'm Frankie's friend. I'm your friend's friend. Why are you doing this to me?
People are sending in requests, but you can hold off until we've started show. No risk, no, but also, yeah, I guess so. We're just gonna have like a zine eventually that will title like Plymouth Rock drawings Bugs was forced to do against their will.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Oh,
we could.
One other thing, I've been learning CG.
Oh yeah,
Blender. It's been fun.
Bugs has been making some donuts from a tutorial by a guy you shouldn't support, but the tutorial for donuts is pretty standard.
I figured that out like 45 minutes in.
Yeah. But they are nice donuts. They've been coming out really nice.
Thank you. Let me pull up this image from Blender Study Group on Paintbox. Oh,
yeah.
I make the donuts.
You should.
Oh, I learn about.
They're good donuts. Look at that. You got the fry line in there. You got some really nice like drips and curves. Bugs has been showing me like figuring out how to do the little like sprinkles and everything.
It's fun.
They're nice, right?
It's what did the donut guy do? Oh, he's
NFT bigotry bad.
You can look it up on your own.
Yep. You can look at his other videos apparently. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Not here anyway. Worry about it elsewhere.
And otherwise, I've just been playing Binding of Isaac all week and listening to podcasts.
Yeah, we've been like watching streams and reading Salmon Max comic books and rewatching all of season 3 on a silent playthrough, which I requested because I'm an insane person and luckily Bugs is the same type of autistic I am, which is really why these things happen. Yeah, the Aquatos! Sorry.
I had to find all my pieces for the index to test something, so very exciting.
Yes.
It's finally cool enough to get out the VR set again.
I think the way I respond to the Aquatos from Psychonauts is like the closest I'll ever get to like feeling patriotism. I really need there to be like a second good piece of media with Romani characters really badly. I could use a second one.
Listen. I need to rewatch y'all's Psychonauts 2 playthrough in art. Someday we'll
play
Psychonauts 1 as well, I think.
Yeah, we do. I think that could be fun to do one day, you know? We can get into VR games. My PC barely supports it. Yeah, that's one of the many problems with VR, but, oh, hey, speaking of, I started playing a game called Signalis. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to say it. It's like a 2-year-old game, so maybe people have already heard of it, maybe it's kind of old news, but I just literally remembered it as, like, a really pretty looking game that I was interested enough in that I only watched like a little bit of like SGF starting to play it before I turned it off. And a thing about me, I like to window shop in general.
Yeah.
Activity of the poor child with internet access. Or who'd got like, did you ever have like the FAQ Schwartz catalog?
Oh, yeah.
Where you just pour over it with no thoughts of ever having anything in your brain, just to stare at the big giraffe.
Before it closed once.
Yo,
it was full of like like-sized plushes. It was crazy.
The American Girl catalog, excellent choice, excellent choice. We love to oogle the American Girl catalogs. Those would show up at the thrift stores. But I like to do that with the Switch game store, and I went, oh, there's a Halloween sale. Yeah, I'll check that out. And I go, Signalis was released for the Switch? Well, fuck it. I'm about to finish playing Zelda, Adventure of Zelda, which, by the way, really fun, cute game. Yeah. If you're an adult who's played video games before, you should turn on the higher difficulty setting as soon as you start playing, or else the end game is going to feel a little bit on the easy side for the amount of abilities you have. But, like, that's its worst crime. Otherwise, it's a really fun, really cute little game that plays very different than other Zelda games. I'm conspiring to get it into my niece's hands somehow at some point. Because I think it would be really fun for her, and it really did satisfy the part of me that's been pissed about Tetra since I was 10, I have to say. Like, nah, I got this, don't worry about it, buddy. The squad! And by the squad, I mean dropping spiky men directly on top of enemies' heads will fix a lot of problems.
There is a Plymouth Rock chicken breed. Every time I have to look it up to draw your damn commissions, I see that chicken and I have to specify.
And honestly, Sheik, throwing those out was probably smart. I was a resolute child who just played with the JPEGs and made collages. But so I picked up Signalis, and it is gorgeous. It has this like pixel texture, simple, like low polygon style animated cutscenes thing going for it that is just absolutely worth checking out, if nothing else. And this is where I sit, and it's really funny Squeaks is here, because as you may know, I have often reported that if I was the one playing the video games, I would not be doing any better than Bugs playing horror games, because I'm actually a giant coward about playing horror games, and I have never actually played through a survival horror game on my own. I just decided I wanted to play Signalis, and I love watching other people play Resident Evil games, so I know, like, how they work and everything. And this is a Resident Evil ass in terms of mechanics. Like, literally, this is a game where I will go, like, okay, shit. I need to just slowly ferry this stuff back to the save room the most boring way possible. And I have spent hours of this game literally lifting my gun as soon as I enter a room. This game, maybe, I don't know if other people would be as terrified as I would. Oh no, I don't scream. No, Sweet Seal Dreams, I don't scream. I very silently achieve a resting heart rate of 200. That is how that's why y'all don't, if you have heard me make any audible noise of terror on screen, that is the equivalent of, like, the noise Wayne made at the end of playing Devotion from me.
Man.
That's like a bottom of the chest howl. What I do is I just silently play and get really stressed out and stay silent the whole time. And have a great time. Which is what I've been doing with Signalis. It's really compelling! It's got a lot of collectibles of, like, learning about the world building and learning about, like, oh, there's replicants and gestalts, and replicas are some kind of robot cyborg person, which I seem to be. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Why am I reading a file that's talking about how to control them as worker forces?
That's probably fine.
Yeah, and it's also fun because literally a lot of, like, the way the game works, it's like, here's what you know going into this game. You are a replica. You are looking for a girl. You have a photograph of this girl. And you are just going deeper and deeper and deeper into this mining facility on a frozen wasteland, looking for her, because this is where she's supposed to be, and something has gone so fucking wrong, because as soon as you walk in, you go, why are there corpses of Eula models just lying around? And I did not trust these corpses. And then the game did the worst thing possible, which was to hand me a gun. There are two items that you know things are about to go bad if a game hands you them for the first time. 1, gun. 2, flashlight.
Yep.
Cruel and fucked up. And it's so fun. It's really fun as far as these things go. There is a sizzling tension, because this really does pull the horrible thing of, here's the thing, whatever went wrong happened to these artificial, if anybody in chat has read Murderbot series, replicas literally work the same way as sec units, where they are like designed and created as cyborgs from, like, the creation, like, from the jump. Except there's a lot of stuff in there about how each individual model is based off of an original brain copy of a specific person who was once alive, so that's a nightmare. I saw a lot of people say they didn't like the inventory limits in Signalis, but the friction of it sounds super compelling to me. Here's the thing, it's a problem, but I kinda love it, and it's a setting that you can turn down and up. In the menus, the standard is 6. You have 6 slots of inventory, and you can either turn that up or you can turn that down. There's literally settings to make it more of a survival horror pervert game, which I admire. And they have, I really like this, the recommended settings are always highlighted in blue, which I think is a nice touch.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I like that. Helps keep you not so much in trouble. I like the inventory limits, and the friction is really fun, because the friction means this. How much gun, ammunition, and healing do you want to keep on you to have space to pick up shit you're gonna need? And how much do you want to very slowly be... You can be quote-unquote safe and ferry stuff back and forth to your box, to your item box. Here's the thing, though. Any enemy you put down might get back up again.
Yep.
I walk by every downed enemy, and there's an item you can get that'll take one out for good, which again, this is an old Resident Evil standby. On the first level I ever got these items, I got 3 of them. I had 3 shots at making sure enemies would never get back up again, which meant I had the really fun experience of going, okay, I am going in and out of this hallway constantly. If I keep having to put this enemy down, I'm gonna lose health, I'm gonna lose ammo, I'm gonna spend this resource. And then I found out later that if I'd saved those, I could have made something else a lot easier, but that's okay.
That's okay.
I like it! I like it a lot, actually! I'm learning I like this a lot.
Speaking of horror games, I know we should get up and do the drawings soon, so I'll keep this brief. Due to SGF, we found out about 2 really interesting horror games.
Oh, man!
1, did you know Silent Hill Shattered Memories is good?
Okay, I should qualify this quickly. Silent Hill Shattered Memories is a really good game in the Silent Hill series that probably shouldn't have been Silent Hill. But here's the thing. The people who made that game got it through as like a con job.
Yes, it's
they
really
were literally
funny.
like presented. They were like, yeah, we had to make it a remake because that's what would get us funded for a game. And every time we had to make a vertical slice, we would just show them all the stuff that was like a straight remake. And then there was like people like changing, like a CEO change, and they got it together. And that makes me respect it hugely.
Yes.
Like, all of the problems I ever had with Shattered Memories, which is, like, remaking Silent Hill 1 feels really, like, unnecessary. It's not really at all the same story, so why bother? And the answer is, these motherfuckers managed to make a pretty compelling original horror concept that just needed, like, a little bit more dev time to be something great, and I respect it. Sorry, you saying, though.
Oh. That and The Heart of Frank Wilson.
Yes! What the fuck? That game rips! What the hell? It's like a 6-year-old Oculus VR game that's all hammer horror.
Mm-hmm.
It's all like... Okay, so it starts up and it's like, okay, the main character's in a hospital bed, in a hospital, and everything's gone bad! Ooh. But here's the thing. Then he finds out he's made into a fucking Frankenstein and his heart has been replaced by some fucked up artifact. And then, like, 2 hours later, he's fighting a fly man.
It's good.
There's a fish monster in this game. There's vampires in this game. There's a werewolf in this game. And it's great because when the character finds out who the werewolf is, he goes, werewolves aren't real. And the guy goes, are you fucking with me? Seriously? This is where you draw... Yes, werewolves are where I draw the line. You draw the line. Okay. Okay, fine. Great. Awesome. Which I love, What was the name again, Bugs?
That was The Heart of Frank Wilson, I believe.
Yeah, it's really fun. You can check out SGF's playthrough of it, but if, like, for whatever reason you happen to own an Oculus,
that's not it. Gosh,
check it out. It's got so much okay, that's not it? It probably just...
sorry.
I think...
I
Sorry about that. I
No?
think you could probably just get it from
through
SGF's.
Wilson's Heart. Wilson's Heart is the name of it.
Yeah, Wilson's Heart is the name.
Yes, Romeo.
SGS playthrough of it is good. It's an Oculus game, so it's probably not that accessible for most of you. The other thing you need to know is that this game has comic books that are full little comic books that are all full genre set, like 50s to 60s to 40s, like horror comic books that you can straight up pick up and read. And they've got, like, fake ads in them and the whole 9 yards. There's, like, props with, like, gag names on them. For some reason, it has celebrity voice acting.
Yeah.
It's great. Pee-wee Herman plays an evil teddy bear.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
As he's wont to do.
I kept thinking, like, this is exactly the project that if you pitched to Paul Rubens, I think he would have said yes. I think, of course, he would say, like, yeah, absolutely, I want to play the evil teddy bear and do voice acting for it, where I don't have to put on real clothing. Like,
yes.
Speaking of him, we still need to watch the Mystery Men. He's in Mystery Men.
Oh,
His superpower in Mystery Men is fart.
We should watch the Cheech and Chong movie too.
Oh man, yeah, we should. That one's grimmer than people think it is. The problem with the Cheech and Chong movie is that people remember it as funny, but it gets kind of weirdly grim sometimes.
Really? I've never seen it.
Just in small places. I've seen it many a time. But we should definitely watch Mystery Men, which is the most... I don't know if it's good, it's just a movie I love that I saw a lot as a child.
I feel
it. Has Eddie Izzard playing a disco henchman whose superpower is beat you with an iron pipe, which I love.
I think that's good.
I think it's good for her. Anyways, we should probably start in on the beginning of this, and I wanted to request, can I have the Noir Sam's talk sprite on when we're doing the drawing
sure.
bits? I know that makes you like have to swap things around a little bit, but...
No, that's fine. Give me one sec.
Yeah, this is what Bugs has been doing while we were talking through this intro. This is why we're able to do these streams.
Let's move B draw up here.
Yay!
Yay! Go into this folder. Where are you?
Hello and welcome to Frankenbug's Info Doodle Night. The nights where Bugs draws and I talk, and Romeo in the background makes his plaintive noise of
He's very Don't make fun of him. How weird. It will only... Oh, you know what? It's a clone source. That's why the draw won't come up. You can... people will know I'm drawing. It's fine.
People know you're drawing. It'll be fine. You're using your psychic powers.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
Automod got real mad about the phrase Max with a big fuck-off knife, which is sad, because that's what he's doing, it's what he's got, it's what he's all about. Hello and welcome to Frankenbugs. I'm gonna try and do the intro so we can start to get talking.
What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
There's 2 of them, but if I move one of them, the other one vanishes. I don't know what to do with that.
This is so funny. I mean, it's working now, so...
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we take it.
Yeah.
Alright. Hello and welcome to Info Doodle Night, where we share the fruits of our autistic labor, and by which I mean talking just a lot about gay boys with each other in private a lot, which seems appropriate, seeing as how there's a lot to talk about in Sam and Max, and I have a lot of notes, and there's fun background we can give you guys, but I want to tell you guys ahead of time, I have a secret thesis. I have a secret thesis for this stream, which is this. Sam and Max are goofy motherfuckers that have a really specific way of talking, and it's kinda hard to navigate going from how they normally are to you want to make cute gay shit and dramatic gay shit happen with them. How do you bridge that gap? I'm gonna try and give you motherfuckers the tools to do that with. But also I'm gonna have to just talk about them a lot, and I'm gonna try and get this all done in one stream. I think it'll be fine. I can get through it all in one stream. I can do it in one stream. I think I can do it in one stream. I have twice as much notes as the last One Piece stream we did. Okay.
I think it's good. I think you're allowed to do that.
I think I'm allowed. But hello, welcome. I am Frankie Frankenstein, a man who has owned my copy of Sam and Max Surfing the Highway by Steve Purcell, sold by the Telltale Games store, the most defunct store that could exist right now, outside of, like, Tokyo Dreamland Park merchandise, I think. I have owned this motherfucking thing since 2008 or 2009! Uh-oh. Long time. So that's my bona fides. I'm also a goofy voice actor on the internet, sometimes, and I do this, and I write fan fiction. God help me, there might be a Sam and Max fan fiction in here that's starting to kick at the back of my head. No promises. Absolutely no promises. But with me as always, or rather, I'm with, as always, Bugs, aka Face Full of Bugs, whose bona fides is can just whip a Max clean off the dome. Blind Max can just hit that Max. Sam's hat makes it a little bit tricky, but in my opinion, you're still very good at a Sam.
Well, thank you. That's very sweet.
You may also know Bugs' work from, and the Sam and Max area specifically, that one goddamn animatic of the war, what is it good for scene.
What?
Well, was it? Oh no, it was at the White House. Sorry, your animatic for...
It was the Doggy Daddy one, yeah.
God, that's right. Jesus H. I haven't seen it for a hot second. I don't mind if you make 3 of these streams, y'all. You've done your time in the swamp. That's good. But I think legally I have to believe I can do these things in one. You may also know Bugs from their art account at Gooster Bold, which I always have to, like, stop and think to not say it the other way around. You can see a very fun archive of all of their work and fan art and doodles and things that get posted.
But what if we gave
Thank
Max
you, Fandom Hub. Thank you for resubscribing.
for a bit as a treat?
And literally, we've talked about this before, but, like, the reason we started talking in, like, a private Discord was realizing we both liked Sam and Max. And there was a time once when finding other gay people who liked Sam and Max was kind of hard. Oh, we got a donation.
We got another tip. I will get started on tip drawings in just one moment. Sorry about that. I'm still warming up a little bit.
No, you gotta warm up, but you're still warming up. That's allowed.
From Senior Bob. Tip 4, $10, I believe. Let me just double check that right quick. Yes. What if Sam and Max had a bros attack? You're right. Don't worry.
You're so right. You're so right. Technically, they have one.
Yes.
It's using Max as a blunt weapon.
It's good to do this.
Let's see. That's the introducing us part of this. And the next part of this is usually donations. But tonight, we got a little bit of a different situation with donations. So I'm actually going to do the rule. Well, okay. Short version. Tonight is an info doodle stream. As always, if you donate to us, which we really appreciate because it goes directly to us and a little bit to Snail and a lot of it to taxes. Just how it is out here. It's just how it is out here. You will, as always, get your noises, which includes horn noises for $5. You always get the jingler for $20. You get the wig. You get the good old-fashioned American flexitone for $30. And at $69, I will hit that slide whistle. And at $100, I will absolutely hit the worst kazoo you've ever heard. But also, you can get a tip doodle, which is to say, for $10 and above, you can request a doodle on the theme of tonight, which specifically in this case is Salmon Max. And Salmon Max related characters are also okay. I cleared this with bugs, except if you want the soda poppers or the DeSoto, $25. $25 minimum. We're raising the cap. I don't think anyone wants those things, but I asked Bugs, like, is there anything in the cast that we gotta put the $25 price point on? And Bugs said soda poppers, so there we are. Should charge more. $100 for Wizard. Anyways.
Great.
Joke, 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 joke,
Great.
joke, 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 joke. 25 is too low for the DeSoto. 50, maybe more. I asked Bugs. Bugs said they were good for the DeSoto, so. Well, with that being said, that's the theme of tonight. I talk. We get tip donation. Tip thank you doodles, which I should bring out the actual rules for to really quickly remind you. Oh, where's the top of the thing? No refunds or revisions. We reserve the right to refuse a request for any reasons. This is a tip with a doodle request as a thank you, not an extended commission. Nothing horny enough to get us Twitch kicked, but I'm gonna pause and turn to you guys and say, horny is on the table. Nothing shitty, nothing too complicated or involved. Always respect the spirits.
I'm not mad about Plymouth Rock Chic. I'm jokey mad.
No, we're not mad about No. It would be on like a no, but it's funny. The funny clown jokes. Don't worry. You're very kind. I will be acting as commission bouncer, and I have always been given clearance to be mean. Bugs will have to stop me. We're flexible, though, and appreciate y'all's support, and if you can't donate, that means we just get to freestyle. It will be good. It will be good. It will be good. And before I start in on the actual info dump, which I am quietly moving my notes around in the background, I always do, like, custom headers. This is just what I like to do. It is going to be time to very quickly go over the rules. You all know the deal for the rules. You all are going to gather up. I'm going to ask you questions about the rules, and y'all are going to tell me what you think the answer is. Now, some of these don't apply. You can't backseat drawing. That's not a challenge. I'll kill you. It's never been more sincere. It's a threat. Spoilers. Okay, actually, on the usual no spoilers rules, I will issue a warning here. We will be discussing spoilers for Salmon Max Season 3. This is a spoilers yes. And if spoilers are yes, and you don't want to be spoiled for Salmon Max Season 3, that's your own discretion. You're taking your life into your own hand. Now, more importantly, who makes the rules? Oh, I stretch my back while I wait for the stream delay to catch up. That's right! We make the rules, which is to say, we get to define what makes us comfortable or not. We don't actually need to point to a specific rule if somebody makes us uncomfortable, which is another way of saying, watch your asses. Most of you are fine and lovely, but take it from me. Always make sure that you are keeping people around you in social circles doing shit online who are like, chill.
Yeah.
I promise, it's okay. Launch them out of a cannon. Be brave. It's good for you. It's good for you. Nothing's been better than the time in my life where I got over the idea that I needed to be nice unless someone had done something, like, legally bad. Don't be nice. Be kind. Don't be nice. Be a little nice, but... Alright, speaking of... now, since we're doing Salmon Max, do we want people to come in and start talking about how actually... I don't even know. What else would even be comparable? Do we want you guys to come in and start talking about something else? Is this the stream to come in and start talking about something else, or
actually,
and also
well,
query.
Sam and Max have been depicted on Stephen Purcell's wedding cake. They've never actually in canon been depicted as gay, so really.
Well, I personally, by the way, I'm gonna turn to you guys and say this. Now, by the way, when two streamers are talking about the gay headcanons they have for a pair of characters they love very much, is this the place to start talking about your own headcanons that are different than that? Is this the format? When a funny streamer talking about their theory says a theory, is this the place to go, well, I think it's something else? That's right. No, boss. None of that. We're both AFAB. I'm not white. I think people get a cupcake delivered to their house when they try to correct me. It's the only explanation I can understand. I had someone try to fact-check me on something about the comics while I had the comic in my hand. Step to me! Anyways. You all know to be decent. You're fucking adults. You know not to use shitty language about mental health shit because that shit sucks. None of that delusion shit, okay? Words need to mean things. What you say is join me in the swamp, which is a phraseology we may have stolen from Welcome Home shipping culture. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. In Japan. If you get muted for breaking any rules, or for us, but no, we're not telling you anymore. If you get busted and you get muted or bonked, do we want you guys to come back with an explanation for how you didn't mean to break the rules, for how you didn't mean to hurt our feelings? Is what you do if you step on someone's foot to keep standing there while telling them how you never mean to step on a foot, how you would never step on their foot on purpose? No! Just don't do it again! I understand the urge to explain yourself, but nobody is telling you to knock shit off going, I bet this person meant to do that. I bet they're an evil little gremlin gnome who thinks only of doing evil and hurting. No! Keep that shit to close friends. I'm a funny voice in your TV screen. I appreciate it. And with all of that, I think we can just lead through to say, as always, remember, this is a space for funny things. This is a local community college class being run by clowns. But about, like, gay cartoon ideas. This isn't really the place to get into big discussions of how rough the world is. And let's be clear, it's fucking rough out there, brothers. As it be due. But also, we will keep reminding y'all that the people who run this show are extremely socialist, leftist, squirrely little queer disabled people. And I've put in my vote by mail, pointing at you all. You're gonna vote in your local shit, you're gonna vote for fucking sheriff, you're gonna vote for fucking school board, you're gonna do the best you can to mitigate the damage in this world and support people around you who might need help voting, if you can. That's a good thing to do. That's something you can take power with. But otherwise, as always, we will live to see the free nations of Palestine, Congo, the Sudan, the free independent nation of Hawaii, the free whatever the goddamn hell Puerto Rico wants to do, and I doubt it's being connected to the U.S. as a fucking colony place as they are right now, and hopefully the independent statehood of Washington, D.C., and overall, the fucking end to the colonialist fucking boot on the neck of the fucking globe that we live in right now, because someone has to live to see it. Why not us?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, thanks for the follow,
And now we
Tom
get to start the show. Thank you for the follow, Tom Randall. Sam and Max.
You know them.
Side note. Steve Purcell, if you are watching this, close the tab. I know he's not. Pointing at you all. I know, obviously, this is a paranoid, insane thing to say. But also, please, sir.
We have some troubling news to report from an interview.
He's aware of fan culture. He's aware of his fans.
So, it's only, all he said was like, oh, when I look at fan works, what I see is that people seem to get, like, Sam and Max's tone really easily. That's all he said.
Yeah, and they make their own versions of it, and it's often, like, really close, and I'm sitting there going, oh, no! We've been doing some dives. We'll get to a point in the notes where, like, I have some specific quotes from this interview we found.
I'm pretty certain what he sees is only stuff linked to him on the Sam and Max Funhouse page on Facebook.
Yes.
So I wouldn't worry.
Yes, I don't think there's any risk. But also, One gets nervous. One gets nervous. Didn't he say something about how Sam and Max shit is canon no matter who makes it, says Meat Witch? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, same.
Sounds like him, but also, people who need things to be canon are weak. Sorry. Like, that's terrible to say.
You're right, though.
I understand. But also, whenever I see, like, I can't believe Disney made the extended books non-canon. First of all, when are you asking Disney for permission? When are you asking Disney? Oh, Mr. Michael Mouse, tell me it's no! If you're gonna be into something made by Disney, have the decency to be a weird little anarchist about it. Come on. It's the only way we get anything done. It's up to you to say if Wreck-It Ralph is gay. And obviously he is. Anyways.
On his sad little pile of bricks.
On his sad little pile of bricks.
On a gay little pile of bricks. Oh god, that movie was so fucking bad. The original was fucking great. The original was great.
It's really sad that they never made another Wreck-It Ralph movie. You'd think they would have... Oh, by the way, real quick, because we talked about Steve Purcell, track down, straight up, the Toy Story
that
shorts.
Time forgot.
Toy Story That Time Forgot, which was... was it directed and written by Steve Purcell?
And he does a voice of a character in it.
And he does a voice of a character in it, and it's just... It's a good, cute little Toy Story story written by Steve Purcell.
After we watched an interview with Steven, I was like, he mentioned working on this short. It's a really good short. Do you want to watch it with me really quick?
It's a great little short. It's a nice little short. It's really well written. It has a lot of, like, really fun, like, toy physicality that I feel like really... It's hard to put it, but, like, if you watch that with Steve Purcell in mind, I mean, like, of course this is a Steve Purcell joint. Of course this is a Steve Purcell joint where there's a creepy little, like, holiday trinket being used as a toy who's just saying weird shit every scene, which, quick warning for anyone who needs to know, it is set 2 days after the winter holidays, so sorry. It doesn't come up a lot, but it's mentioned. Anyways, it's very Steve Purcell because you get to see a sock monkey get mauled off screen.
Yes.
There's like fluff rising up into the air.
Toy heads on pikes being displayed.
Rex has a scene where he's like got giant robot arms clamped on me. He's like, I'm sorry, guys, I can't make myself stop. It's very Steve Purcell. I think they should just give him Toy Story. I think they should just let him do it now. I think that would be good for all of us, but...
What if video games were bad?
Shut up. 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 And I can't wait for the evil iPad Toy Story. Good God. Anyways... Yeah, he voices the pterodactyl. I'm sorry, I am the person who wants to say petrodactyl every time I see that word. I am that person. So yeah, Sam and Max. Or as I put it in my header here, Max and Sam, Sam and Max, the goofy 80s, 90s comics answer to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. The doors are already locked behind you all. So... Even though this is a 102 class, I do think it's best to open with a little bit of context for Sam and Max as a series overall. I think we've done an Infodoodle stream for this before, but like years ago. So we're gonna hit a little bit of the basics again, which is to open by saying that the origin of Sam and Max is kind of sibling bullying, but in like a really it was really great watching the so this interview we watched was really great
with the
because
Pencil
he was
Pushers
talking
podcast. Very cute
yes
name.
Which very cute does open with like 10 minutes of talking about convention circuit logistics because a lot of the hosts are also like comic creator guys.
Yes.
So of course they have to talk about convention circuit logistics for 10 minutes, but still really good, fun interview. A lot of good information. Has visuals of like the first Sam and Max comics, which is really exciting actually. Basically, and it's really funny because every time he talks about like the way they started is that his little brother and him both would just draw comics on like whatever paper they have and the way that kids do, and his brother would like half finish making one, his little brother, and he would finish it for his little brother, and I think he kept going like, well, yeah, I would make these for my little brother, and I would I was giving him a hard time, and we're just sitting there on air with each other on Discord laughing because he's trying to avoid saying that he's kind of lightly bullying his little brother by like drawing and like finishing them, and it's like, yeah, this first page, like all my little brother drew was a single giant eye, so I drew Max's face around the eye, and the text says, Max has been turned into a cyclops. And I, as a little brother, can so perfectly imagine my own futile, like, no, that's not what it was.
Philpi, on the next page, it's this drawing that's like...
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, it's like...
It's like Max dead center bottom of this giant page. Yeah, this is you gotta get those Bugs Bunny ears. Yeah, no, they had like pointy tops on those ears too.
It was like...
Puzz says, I'm the older sibling, I also understand this. Yeah.
A horrific drawing like this that
there we
said,
go,
don't worry, folks, I'm better now.
Yeah, it's like, I'm back to normal now. Like, something like that. Which, here's the thing, it's actually really fucking funny in that way that, like, honestly, Chic Original Max does straight up look like an old cartoon Easter Bunny, is kind of the vibe.
Yes.
It's like original funny. Bugs Bunny type rabbit. And that's, like, kind of where these characters came from. And some of, like, the humor of Sam and Max is very much derived from that original context. Like, if you read the comics, which you should read the comics, and I'm gonna grab a totally unrelated link. Totally unrelated. Because, like I said, my copy of this book is pretty old, and I don't know who could say... you should read the comics, they're very, very good, but there's, like, dialogue in that'll be like, here we are in Puerto Rico, drawn without reference, apparently, or, like, them mixing up each other's names, or, like, plots ending by, like, just something happening, like, the cultist burst into spontaneous fire! That's spontaneous combustion, kids. Those are all from these original childhood comics.
Yes.
And him kind of riffing on his little brother. Which I kind of love, first of all.
It's good.
And an important detail here is, like, he kind of kept drawing, and his little brother, from what he reports, wound up getting into making music instead. Like, he kind of stopped drawing, Steve Purcell never did, and his little brother, like, gave him official ownership of Sam and Max, like, as they got older at some point. Just like, yeah, these characters are yours, do whatever you want. And he got approached by, I think it was, like, a friend of his who had, like, a little, like, comic publishing thing they were doing.
Putting out Fish Police.
Oh, man. There was a beautiful, weird era of indie comic publishing in the 80s and early 90s. That was a whole thing. And they were like, yeah, we want to make a second title. I know you have these characters, Sam and Max, that you draw sometimes. Do you want to make a comic for us? And the way Steve Purcell put it in the interview is he was like, I kind of had free range to do whatever I want. And I decided I would just take, like, 4 months and make it as good as I could make it, just for my own satisfaction, and I would make it the way I wanted to, and do nothing but stuff that appeals to me, which, first of all, if you're making an original comic, that's what you should be doing. That, if you are going to undergo the Herculean task of making a comic, it should be nothing but what you want to do. If you're not getting paid for it, and frankly, even if you are, and I love it because what he likes doing is, let me see here. They are these, like, goofy, cartoony, violent, they're, like, zany, but they're coherent, they're not, like, fully abstract or anything. They're very verbose, they're violent, and, it was very fun. In the interview, he also talked about, like, having this background in comics of being, like, Mad Magazine, which... I have also read a lot of Mad Magazine when I was a kid, which was also from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, because don't look at anything and... God, oh, God. Don't look at Mad Magazine from the 90s plus. I think technically they're still running. Don't look. Don't look. It's... Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not like it got bad, it just... The state of parody publishing is rough out there right now, folks. But... basically all of...
so cool.
Ooh, gotta see an exhibit on Mad. Oh, man, I really want, like... I want some, like, dumb... They had this, like, the complete Mad magazine released on, like, CD.
Oh, wow.
That I gotta, like, get my hands on someday and see if that's, like, worth anything. But it makes a lot of sense to me to find out that's his background, because if you look at old Mad magazines, there's this beautiful, like, inking style that a lot of these motherfuckers had. And I would say that all of Sam & Max feels like it's in the background of a Mad Magazine spoof of Dirty Harry. Like, it's normal New York, but in every, like, big establishing panel, it'll be like, there's rats carrying a car engine pie that they stole. There's, like, a granny in a window polishing a gun. There's, like, a car exploding. There's, like, 50 intricate little background gags. And, like, all of these, like, bits of, like, beautiful ink work. And it's really fun because it's not really, like, a world where dogs and rabbits and talking animals are, like, normal. Yeah. It's kind of just wacky version of normal Earth. But there's a 6-foot-tall talking dog and his weird little rabbit buddy running around. And talking rats and cockroaches. And good God, Steve Purcell loves to ink a cockroach wing. Good God! All you need is Antonio Prohias and Sergio Aragones. The rest of Mad Magazine is irreverent. I think there's some other artists in there I really love, but if you only check out 2 people, oh yeah! Those are the classics. Sam and Max could be in the same universe.
Side view.
Side view Max is kind of the devil's work. It's like front-facing Sam. Sam and Max could be in the same universe as DC Easy. Yes, I made a tweet on Blue Sky the other day talking about, like, how some things could be the same universe as Sam and Max, and some things can't. And I had some chuckles come in, and who clearly thought I meant crossovers. No, cowards! I mean Lupin the Third and Sam and Max could be the same universe. Like, that you could just pan to the left and Kim Possible is there. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, no, which, by the way, I did get some good submissions, and I think it was a viewer who sent in Yokai Watch, and I couldn't argue the point. Yeah, Yokai Watch and Sam & Max could totally be the exact same universe, inexplicably.
You're right.
Yokai Watch would totally be like, and here's the president, an insane rabbit. They'd be like, are you a yokai? Wouldn't you like to know?
Come back with a warrant.
What are you, a cop? Learning that the creator of Spy vs. Spy was a Cuban expat made so much sense. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Spy vs. Spy is so beautiful. Yeah, he was. That's part of why he did a dialogue-less comic. Was
wow, that's cool.
It was an interesting thing. Let's see. So, another interesting thing about Sam & Max comics, by the way, is that when he said he wanted to do things just as he liked, and he wanted to, like, draw on his influences of Mad Magazine, this comic stops sometimes with activity pages. It's great. Like, literally mid-case, suddenly, like, Max has been kidnapped by a fake psychic who wants to sacrifice him for a volcano sacrifice, and you get this great spread of, like, Sam riding a bicycle up the side of a mountain to save him, and he goes, wish we were home playing fizzball. And then the next page is a double-page spread of, let's play fizzball! An activity page like a fucking Howdy Doody comic out of nowhere, teaching you how to play this game that Steve Purcell and his friends actually played IRL, where here's how you play. You get a big case of the cheapest, evilest beer you can find, and you pitch it underhanded at your friend who has a club, and the aim of the game is to split it in the middle and burst the beer open, and that's it. That's fizzball, baby. It is a dumb, dangerous game and I kind of love it. It's like a double-page spread, intricately inked, of like how to play this goofy game. There's like instructions in here on how to make a Max puppet with a paper bag in a later episode.
Yes.
One of my favorites is how to get along in the joint, which is like a single-page spread, and all you have to do is get 17 bars of soap and apply a little spit to fuse them together. Use your favorite shiv to carve them, and a little bit of boot black stolen from the commissioner to make a fake gun. The most dudes rock. Sam & Max is a dudes rock property from like start to finish. It's kind of great that way.
And do you know, for those of you who are reading it for the first time, it is from like late 80s, early 90s, so a lot of the gags in it are outdated. Just, brace for that.
You're grown adults. I would rate it as, you know what? Only as bad as Columbo ever gets.
Yeah,
that's a good rate. It's about as bad as Mystery Science Theater, but without an unexpected rag on Canadians for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
That's a high rating for a 90s property.
That's true.
Honestly, MST3K is weirdly comparable tone-wise to me in some ways.
Yeah,
and that's
I agree.
Hard to put my finger on, but it's pretty real. And it's worth noting, like, it's very much a comedy comic. He talked in that same interview, I thought this was really interesting, where he was talking about, like, not really being that motivated by, like, plot. He's like, obviously story's a plot. You're supposed to have a plot, but I want to be funny. I want to, like, make fun moments, and the plot's kind of just what you do to get from A to B, which I kind of found refreshing. I feel like there's a lot of pressure these days for, like, every creator and, like, every creation to be, like, your heart-rending, emotional epic, your beautiful story, your epic nah, you can just make shit to be funny. You can just make shit to make your friends laugh. You can just have enough plot to get your characters from, like, one place to another, and then end it with the Rubber Pants Commando breaking in through the top of the roof to save the day out of nowhere.
You ever see a chimp's behind? It's a horrible sight.
You can just decide rings. Story over.
Hey, fellas, we were at our ballroom classing dance upstairs and couldn't resist.
I always imagine that chimp speaking in a British accent, like, hello, fellows, we were just having our ballroom dance classes upstairs and heard the racket. Like, that kind of, like, voice. But it's worth noting, like, there's some very surprisingly poignant and quiet moments. Like, the way Sam & Max will drop into, like, unexpectedly genuine feeling emotions has been a part of the series kind of all along. The highlight from the comics, especially if you want to, like, take a look at a dramatic turn and the way it kind of swerves out of the dramatic turn, is Bad Day on the Moon.
Yes.
A really fun story of Sam and Max going to the moon, which is what the picture in their office in the Telltale series of them wearing bags on their heads is from, and why they talk about having been to the moon before, and why they know it has breathable air, where they discover that on the moon, there's rat people of their own little rat society, but the rat people are being preyed on by giant moon cockroaches. And God, the inking is... Oh, it's good. Eat them inks. They're good for you. But in the process of, like, them escaping, Max dies. Like, very suddenly. And there's this beautiful, very, like, sad spread of, like, Sam, like, turning around, like, right, Max? Max? Smells like burning upholstery out here. Max? Little pal? And just this, like, sad moment of him, like, gathering Max's remains and walking off with him that has this, like, very, like, sad feeling to... And then in the next page after that, Max possesses one of his hands and talks to him, and it's fine, because it's Sam and Max, and that's how it is. But you get stuff like a page of Sam and Max as kids. Like, the first time they're portrayed together, like, as children together. What's if these guys and dying and being sad? Max! Steve Purcell loves threatening to kill Max off.
There's another
It's like
story
a weirdly...
where...
It's an unfinished story, but...
Max gets shot. Beautiful inks of Sam fretting over Max as he's shot. And Max is in the hospital. And Steve Purcell explains, like, and Sam, after he auditions for these new partners while Max is in the hospital, and he eventually settles on this white-handed Gibbon, yada yada yada. Somehow Max is killed, and he has to go fight the Gibbon in the spirit realm. And it's like, what do you mean?
Which I love, because I think in the intro to this, he literally finishes it by saying, let's see. Let's see. It is to the existing fans and those future put upon readers that I offer this collection. In this updated volume, you'll find all the stories, ads, and pinups that matter, if not the lumbering webcomic storyline, or that forever unfinished story about Max being shot and replaced by a Gibbon. I'll finish that damn thing someday, or I'll drag it through the afterlife like Marley's chains. In the meantime, please enjoy Surf on the Highway. So, by the way, if you're like a young cartoonist, everyone has these things. Everyone has something that they're like, I'll finish it one day. I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear. I get it, threatening to kill Benry and stuff like that is fucking funny. Exactly! It's fun to do!
It's good to do this.
Max gets killed forever, by the way. Which also, like, in the bullying and stuff, there's some fun stuff. Here's the thing. There's so much fun stuff in here of, like, hey, okay, so in the page where Sam and Max are kids, Sam mentions being bullied and has, like, a bloody nose from a kid, like, hitting him with a rock, because it's a comic made by a Gen X gentleman, and life used to be different, I think. Love the Audible. No, these aren't my notes, this is just my copy of the comic, and that's me literally scrolling through it to, like, find stuff to reference. My notes are a text edit file.
I have notes, hang on. I have notes from Purcell's interview. Oh.
What if you just dropped the chocolate brick as you said that?
A brick incident could happen at any time. Be aware.
At any time. But yeah. Check out the comics. These are, if you want to do, like, Sam and Max fan works, this is the best place to go to. It is the source. This is everything that Telltale is drawing on, is pretty much directly from the comics. And it's also where a lot of stuff gets, like, kind of established about the world, like cockroaches, rats. He really likes drawing cockroaches and rats and cars and weird monsters. Flint Paper is actually from the comics. He is the one Telltale character besides the unseen commissioner over the phone, who is all the way from the comics, but arguably is much more of a character in Telltale, which is really funny. Mm-hmm. And Sam and Max, he kind of just shows up, like, once or twice as their, like, goofy noir detective neighbor.
Yeah, who's taking out corpses from his room like yesterday's chicken necks.
Yeah. Sorry, no, fellas, these are from over the weekend. I'm only just now getting out to throwing them out like yesterday's chicken necks. It's really good. And so, just to kind of speed run us a little bit to get up through from the comics out, before I do that, though, I actually want to read you guys a different section from the intro, if y'all will indulge me, just because I think it's really funny in context. I suppose you could argue that anything that's repeatedly put in front of an audience will eventually gain loyalty. But to that I say, ha! There have been only a handful of these comics, a smattering of successful games, a blip of an animated series. Certainly not enough material to build that relentless traction of an endlessly renewed sitcom or syndicated comic that's existed since the Korean conflict. Sam and Max's fans are a discerning bunch, with impeccable taste, and that ever-appealing desire to share the good news of their friends. Which I just wanted to include because, gotcha, motherfuckers, I did this. I did exactly that. I did that to you people. We did this.
We did this.
But also I kind of love how self-aware he is of, like, yeah, there's technically not that much Sam and Max media, but the people who love it really love it. And I think that's just because it's lovable.
Yes,
there's
exactly.
not a lot else like it. Like, in this world where people still kind of think of, like, the adult being in the title before, like, cartoons or comics has to mean, like, a certain very weird point of, like, content, where do you get just, like, weird, goofy toon characters who get to have guns, you know? And we're not the only people who think so, which is why when Steve Purcell wound up moving on, just literally applying to do game backgrounds and development stuff at LucasArts. Yep. Take it, Sam.
Actually, the really interesting thing about that is that Steve Purcell was, at the time he was working at MTV. He was doing character design for the Liquid something bumpers. You know, the animated bumpers from that era.
Sure.
And he was working with the studio that brought him 2 jobs. One of them was, come to ILM, work at LucasArts, work on the Skywalker Ranch. And he was like, holy shit, Skywalker Ranch, yes. The other job, and you can look at this job and think about like, oh my god, this is an entirely different career trajectory. This is an entirely different timeline. Was they were looking for storyboard artists for this movie called A Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't know if any of you have heard of it. And so it's very interesting. He went to Skywalker Ranch because like he was like, holy shit, I could go to Skywalker Ranch. I could be at an ILM. Holy shit. Yeah. ILM then transfers into like, well, we need, background artists for LucasArts, go over to LucasArts. And
yeah. And I like the way you talked about it where he's like, it was never like my dream to do like character work and backgrounds for video games, but I thought, hey, why the hell not? Which I think is a really healthy, like, mind to have about an arts career in general.
Yes. And, just as a note, I believe it was at LucasArts on Full Throttle. I think he worked on Day of the Tentacle as well. This is where Tim Schafer gets hired.
Yes.
This is, like, his first gaming gig. So there is a connecting through line of Sam and Max and Psychonauts. Isn't that fun?
I feel like makes a lot of sense once you hear it.
Yeah.
And one of the things that wound up happening is the people he worked with at LucasArts kind of love Sam and Max too.
Yes.
And they ask him to draw a Sam and Max comic for this like company newsletter kind of like thing that they put out. Yes, which if you take a look at Surfin' the Highway, these are, like, collected in the very back. There's these full-color, like, almost newspaper comic structured Sam and Max comics, and they are from, like, 1991, the year I was born, and that's what those are for, and...
Welcome back, Princess Diana.
Thank you, awesome, great, I'm gonna kill you with a rock. I was reincarnated from one of my mom's gay friends, thank you, if I'm anybody. Still a princess, but anyhow. And what I love about that is that from there, I feel like it's a very clear connecting line to, like, the first adventure game made about Sam and Max. Sam and Max Hit the Road. I truly believe just exists because the people at that company loved Sam and Max. Every time Sam and Max... Yes?
Okay. The head of LucasArts loved Sam and Max. And his daughters would ask him, like, before bed,
oh my god, that's so
hey,
funny.
can you read us Sam and Max comic from the newsletter?
That's right, he would read them, Sam and Max comics.
And so, from that, he pitched to Steve, like, do you want to do a Sam and Max game?
Like, Steve Purcell has said himself, every time there's been a new adaptation of Sam and Max, it's someone else coming to him.
Yes.
Going, I want to do something with Sam and Max. Which
by the way,
kind of love.
He mentions, like, the guys in the interview more or less asked, like, so are you doing another Sam and Max game? And he said, like, if anyone approached me
I'd love to.
Sure.
Yeah, which, by the way, anytime in an interview someone says, like, I'd love to, that just means, like, I would love to work on things. And Hit the Road comes out. It is a small adventure game that I promise we will play. It is now, like, officially in the pipeline to get through. I will suffer through the circus introduction. I've been told it gets a lot better once you get out of the circus. But there is then after that, and I'm just going to put this a little bit brief, because if we get too deep into the sauce of video games that didn't happen, we'll be here a while. There was going to be a sequel to it, that kind of didn't wind up coming together, but some of the people who worked on that sequel wound up founding a game company called Telltale. And Telltale Games literally, like, is where Sam and Max Season 1, Telltale, that is my entry point into Sam and Max. Literally, I found a physical copy on heavy discount for the Wii for Sam and Max Season 1. and somewhere in my head, I had, like, heard about them before in some capacity, and went, yeah, I got $10. So that was my high school introduction to Sam and Max, and I really adored it.
I got shown, my pops has an original cloth cover version of Highway Surfin'.
Holy shit.
And when we were getting to know each other, because he started dating my mom when I was in high school, he was like, read this comic, you'll like it. And I did like it. And then later I was like, oh shit, there's Sam and Max games? And then my life changed.
And then our lives changed. Which, hey, we have playthroughs of Sam and Max Telltale's remasters for Season 1 and Season 2. I also highly recommend that people pick those up. I will say, it is one of... Okay, how to put this? If any of y'all enjoy stuff... Okay, this is gonna make it sound worse than it is. But if you've made it through the early seasons of Venture Bros to where it gets quote-unquote good, that is the same ramp with Sam and Max, where it starts off as funny with a lot more piss jokes than you wish were there.
Yes.
And then gets better over time. But, that being said, Telltale Season 1 is Sam and Max Save the World, a short, self-contained, episodic series of adventure games about saving the world and slowly trying to figure out what this trail of strange hypnotic powers lead to, with a pretty set format. You start off on the street that they live, you go into their office, you go into Bosco's convenience store with Bosco, getting Bosco tech items to, like, save some, like, problem. You go to Sybil Pandemic's office and bother her and figure out what her new job is, and you usually have, like, a third location that has, like, some specific puzzles to it. The remasters are beautiful and get rid of the worst aspects of them. Get them, please, for the love of God. I want Skunk Ape Studios to have money.
Look, Skunk Ape Studios, from what I understand, has more or less expressed that they're, like, not interested in making their own games, but are interested in, like, doing more remasters. And that's fine. Give them money, though. These were good.
Yeah. These are the people who, like, made these games. Like, to be clear, Telltale, after it dissolved, just some of the Telltale people became Skunk Ape Studios and got to go back to making games about Silly Dog and Rabbit, and I appreciate that. Trex Anima says, Sam Max has been an on and off peripheral entity in my life for decades, and then an interest happened to coincide with a really delirious second round of COVID, and I'm forever changed. That's a good way to do that, honestly.
Yeah, I think so.
Get the flu shot, and cozy up with Sam and Max Season 1 and a hint guide. Or again, our playthrough of it, but I'm continuing to encourage people, so... Season 1 is fun. Season 1 is a great, goofy little time. It's got goofy stuff going on. Max does wind up endangered by having his bliss separated. Don't worry about it. And we get creepy, cult brainwashed Max wandering around with a hole in his torso for a bit, going, I love nothing but peace, Sam! And it's really bad.
Oh, there's a really funny trail of cut lines on the cutting room floor from Season 1 where there's a few Max takes in bliss mode on, like, different things, and there's, like Max reading extremely violent lines in that voice. It's so good. Oh, the older Sam and Max streams are all on the YouTube. If you check the Sam and Max Remastered playlist, they're at the top. They're so early, we don't have talk sprites. Godspeed.
Yeah, they are. Sam and Max is a series where, like, when we're still streaming in, like, 10 years, we could probably hit them again, to be honest. They're so, like... I really do consider them, like, very central to, like, us going from rivals to friends.
Wow, this game doesn't even have Smell-O-Vision. It's so old.
Can't even play it by plugging it into your brain.
Wow, sad.
Yeah, Season 1 has a very set rhythm to it. Season 2 is Telltale Season 2 Beyond Time and Space, which I feel like starts to mess with the format a little bit more. This is the season that introduces a time travel mystery where they need to find out who the strange masters behind all of these goings on. And listen, it's the season that's got Jurgen in it. It's the season that's got this hot bitch vampire in it and his terrible rave, and he laughs very cutely and gaily, and then you have to go to Easter Island, and you have to go to Easter You do have to play the episode if they eat. Listen, just skip that one. You can just skip that one. You can just skip that one. You can just skip the Easter Island one. It's not going to get much better right after that, but the good point is that the end episode of it takes place in hell, and we get to literally find out that Sam and Max's hells are literally next to each other, and that Sam's idea of hell is for Max to not exist in his life and be replaced by peepers.
Uh-huh.
And he walks around so sad. And he
It's
walks
so
around
cute.
so sad
He's
because he
fucking
doesn't have
miserable.
Max in his life. Ooh. And that pretty much catches you up to right before season 3. And that is exactly where I'm going to break to the next subject and where we have to take an actual break.
Okay, but before that, let me just refresh this page real quick. I believe it was Raven Bonnefoy who asked for Sam and Max kissing.
Yay!
Enjoy.
Yay!
They're biting also.
I think they'd have to bite. That's kind of how they are to me, I think. They chew on each other and it's good. It's good. It's good. But right now we are going to take a quick break to get up and stretch, and I'm going to eat some delectable lentil soup, and Bugs is going to rest their hands for a second. And when we come back, we're going to start into the subject of Sam and Max, as they normally are, before we start talking about Season 3. Yahoo! BRB.
Woohoo!
Get up, have a stretch, have a walk around, get a drink.
Or else. I know you can still hear me, I'm just fixing something really quick. Don't mind this. There it is. Okay.
Okay, there we go. We're still on break. I just like to sit down and make myself comfortable.
Hello.
Hello. Alright. Let's see. So.
Next up is Salmon Max with the New England Cryptic, the Plymouth Rock.
And thank you guys so far for any donations. I'll remind you that there is still time. We will, at a certain point in the night, cut off any new donation requests, but that ain't gonna be for a hot second. $10. $10 unless you want us to draw the DeSoto or the Soda Poppers. I did kind of glaze over the plots of Season 1 and Season 2. So if you keep going, who the fuck are the Soda Poppers? You'll find out. Oh god, you'll find out. You have no idea how highly these little fucks feature into Season 1 and 2. They're like the perfect Sam and Max villains.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a dumb pop culture half reference that wants to kill. Eventually. Let's see. Okay, so the next section I'm going to do, I'm going to peek y'all behind the curtain a little bit here. I'm going to talk about Sam and Max as kind of as they are default, as they are starting point, as like this is Sam and Max is a series that does have continuity. Everything that's ever happened in Sam and Max stays happened, but generally or not, there's kind of a status quo of the characters and what they're like because of the nature of the show. That's part of why, like, even though I really want there to be more Telltale style games about Sam and Max, it's kind of fun that there isn't. It's like how What We Do in the Shadows ended after the Season 2 finale.
Uh-huh.
It ended after the
sad.
Season 2 finale, which had all of that, like, potential and promise for, like, characters changing and growing and the status quo being different. Obviously, if they had ever brought back What We Do in the Shadows, some producer would have panicked and, like, reset everything suddenly.
Mm-hmm.
This would have been really frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam and Max, if they ever have more... Yeah, if there's ever more adventure games, they're gonna go back to being, like, normal Sam and Max and not worry about it too much, which you do get a hint of that. Insane thing to say, if you want to scrape all of the good Sam and Max content out there, you should actually check out, I'm gonna say, like, a YouTube collection of cutscenes from game night, Poker Night at the Inventory.
Yes.
The weirdest game to ever exist happened twice.
Mm-hmm.
The strangest crossover possible. Which, by the way, one or two motherfuckers tried to step to me and go like, oh, but TF2 could be crossed over with Sam and Max Poker Night at the Inventory, which takes place in a dimensional nexus, proving they're not the same universe, motherfuckers. Never step to me. Anyways.
You're right, Frankie. What's wrong with them?
I'm less, to be clear, I don't talk like this to people who at me, but also, shut up, man. Don't, if you read someone assert thing and your first thought is like, oh, but they're wrong because of X, maybe stop and consider that this is an adult human being who's obsessed with a series. Although I will say Max is definitely flirting with Heavy Weapons Guy, like 100%.
Wow. Yeah. Well, him and Strong
okay, also, hold on.
Interesting.
The heat between Brock from Venture Bros and Sam. Holy shit, Brock is down to clown.
Fascinating.
Brock is like into it, man. It's real, bro. Like there's a whole exchange where I think it's Brock going like, yeah, you know, usually when I play poker, the stakes are a little bit higher. And Sam goes, oh, what do you normally play for? And he goes, oh, you know, secret plans, murder, sexual favors. And Sam goes like, oh, like smooches.
No.
Yeah, like smooches.
No.
Yeah. Okay,
Sam
okay.
goes,
Now, I was gonna say the next part. Yeah, this is the next part.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No,
you go.
You go ahead.
Okay. If that dialogue is tripped, you can then get dialogue where Sam will go, with a hand like this, I bet you would have gotten a lot of smooches. And Brock goes, and this is exactly how he says it. The night is still young. Like, the amount of sexual tension. Like, that actor hit that line with the mental thought, Brock wants to fuck this dog man. It's also great. What the fuck?
The reading that Sam does is not smooches. He goes, gee, with a hand like that, you could get a lot of smoochies. And it's like, oh,
that's right.
Brock.
He says smoochies.
Smoochies.
And the best thing is, you have to know, Max is in the back and all of these seeds just listening in.
Yes.
I think Sam and Brock made out.
I think so. And I think good for them.
They made out. I think technically this is like on Brock Sampson's hit list. Like, he also tries really hard, like, hey, you know, you could come and help us out. And Brock goes like, I wish I could, but I got a non-complete clause. It does sound fun though. Like, damn, man, Venture, come get your man.
No, that's Heavy Weapons Guy.
No, they both do it, Bugs.
Really? Oh my god.
Really? No, Heavy, it's because he's in Union. He's in Red Team Union.
Right.
And in Brock's case, it's a non-compete clause with whatever that fucking organization is he technically works for.
Christ, the OSI. At the time.
Yes, at the time. Large man Riz off the charts for real. Good for him. God damn. All that to say, this was slightly tangential, but if you, like us, want to, like, really, like, scrape the orange flesh off the rind of, like, available Sam and Max media, and like us, you haven't yet gotten up the courage to watch the cartoon,
please look forward to future streams.
Yeah. Not Poker Night, because it would drive us insane because of the amount of cross-chatter in those games, but... It's fascinating to catalog Sam and Max's types. Yeah! They're looking for an ultra-violent unicorn. If anyone out there... Listen, I'm serious. If anyone out there is brain genius enough to make a self-insert OC for Sam and Max, there is precedent. And also, fuck it. Do what you want to do. Well, it's great. I love self-insert OCs. I think they're made by brain geniuses who should do whatever they want forever.
I used to be very against them. Now, I know it's fun. It's fun. You know?
It's fun.
I used to be,
play toys.
But it's fun.
What if Sam and Max
we all were once upon a time different people. I know it's like, whenever we talk about fandom, please know I'm not saying I was a pleasant force in fandom. We started trying to kill each other over Aquabats. Also, I think we just got a donation.
We did, from Cosmion, a $10 tip. Request, what if Sam and Max's family portrait with all their children like the geek? I know it's the cartoons or whatever, and Sam Jr. and whoever I might be forgetting.
No.
Oh yeah, the alligator.
No, let's be clear, there are
matching
two things from the
Can you even get Max to sit still? Who knows? Beautiful, thank you.
We'll find out. Thank you. And for the record, even though we haven't watched much of the cartoon, we do love, like, the geek and Grandma Ruth from the cartoon, so we do use those in our theories, and also do whatever forever.
Yeah.
I love just Lego Moth in chat saying, over Aquabat, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Over the Sand Fleas spin-off band of the Aquabats.
Is that what it was?
You had a Sand Fleas girl OC, and I was so mad.
I did?
You did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
Mine
did.
was a living doll, did I? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
My memory's so bad.
It
I
was
only remember the one who was a...
or Jones.
I think it might have been Jones, because
like
my
a
Sand
Flea.
Fleas OC... My Sand Fleas OC was a joke about those my-size Barbie dolls, but if there had been one for the Aquabats, and he had gone mad from being kept in a warehouse because nobody wanted them.
Fuck. Oh, that's good. I like that.
That's my style. But I think we were just mad at each other for a series of reasons that couldn't have mattered less to anybody but us.
I had to look up what an ROC was, but I understand now, Sheik. This is a good idea.
Yeah, no, this rules. Anyhow, back to Salmon Max. By the way, if you've ever heard us talk about Aquabats, and you think, should I check that out?
No.
Aquabats Super Show, the television show, was a goofy enough, funny time.
Check out the Aquabats Super Show. Listen to a few of their albums. They got good music. Stop there. Go no
Stop
further.
there, look no further, look up nothing. Don't give them any money. That sounds really bad, but the problem is it would just go to...
Since many of the dolls I haven't been able to get
it would
the
just kind of
idea
go to the
Max
Mormon
sandwich
church, yeah. And a guy who cut off
Totally get
contact
it
with his
out of my
brother.
mind.
Anyways.
And I would love to see a sketch of
Anyways.
this.
Oh, we just got a tip.
Thank you regardless.
Oh, shit.
Smile.
Oh shit, okay.
Sorry, Lax Lance, Google it on your own time.
Yo, alright, Jojo. Okay.
Okay,
$25.
what's up? Okay.
Hi. I was informed. Sauce was theoretically on the table.
It is?
Since Alley of the Dolls, I haven't been able to get the idea of Max sandwiched between Sam and a doppelganger out of my mind.
Let's go!
And I would love to see a sketch of this as possible. Thank you regardless.
These streams are such a great scam. Good God. Thank you so much. I mean, a fun activity for our stream audience. And not a scam. I think we now have gone high enough for me to get the slide whistle, which feels very appropriate for that for that tip. Thank you so much.
$90, yes.
Fuck! Yes! Thank you! We do appreciate it. And I think I also get to do... Isn't there something that goes off around here? I don't know if there is. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna give it a honk. Let's do a honk for that. Thank you.
It's so sad sounding.
That's because it sounds like your cat. So it sounds really tragic. I can make... Hold on. That's the really sad
That's
one.
like a crying baby animal.
It's a party horn, which is the really funny part. Thank you so much for the kind tip. Sport donated enough money to force Sam and Max to meet Dungeon Man. Oh god, I didn't even mention that. No, I still have the kazoo. That'll kick off the $10 more and we hit the kazoo. I promise. I promise. No, the kazoo is eternal. Don't you worry about it. All right, Sam and Max, back into it. I do want to talk a little bit. I'm actually going to open on Steve Purcell talking about writing their dialogue from the interview we've been talking about here a couple of times. Again, if you're someone who loves to get this information, highly recommend checking it out. Mostly they talk about, like, the comics, his time working on that, the way he writes them. They talk about, like, his time at LucasArts. They don't really touch on the Telltale stuff at all because it seems like that's not really their wheelhouses, but it's still really good. It's still really good. Quote from Steve Purcell. Sam is the practical one, and Max is the id. Which, by the way, this is phrasing that Steve Purcell uses a lot, which I think directly leads to how the plot for Season 3 rolls out, is him thinking, or the Telltale guys thinking about it. I would love for someone to ask Steve, like, what the division was for, like, writing, because I know stuff got ran past him, for sure. And we know he did passes of and drafts of a lot of the character designs in Telltale.
Well,
but it's really never been clear how much of the writing he did.
He was doing story work at Pixar at the time, too, so I wonder, like,
yes.
how much of what he was doing there
how much time he had.
Or if he was too busy at Pixar, you know?
Yeah, I'd love to know, but for now we don't really know. But about the comics, he also says, my letterer would say it sounds like me talking to myself, which cracks me up a lot. It's like, yeah, I think anything you write, like, if somebody knows you well enough, like, I'm sure my friends, like, I'm good at dialogue, let's be clear, but you can tell it's Frankie talking to Frankie sometimes.
It's good, though.
It is good, it's fun, I'm good at dialogue, that's why we did
You
this.
are.
Also, thank you for eating a wasp, Phantom Hop, you gotta do your part.
Very brave.
Man was a fan of id, ego, and super ego, or just like the terms. I think he just likes the terms and finds them useful to use in his, like, discussion of these things. And also, I think he's been, like, doing this long enough and, like, going to convention circuits long enough that I recognize the sound of, like, someone who's found really short, quick ways to describe their work easily, if that makes sense. A lot of people, if they did, like, convention circuit type stuff as, like, part of how they get by, which used to be and still is a lot of the way of survival for, like, comic people, especially because the comics industry is bad? I'm gonna just say bad.
Yeah.
There's a reason we do this instead of working as comics creators, and that's a sad bar. Really pretty sad.
Well, and also we like this, and this is really fun.
We also like this, let's be clear, yeah. But let's see. What he also says is, there's something about the way they proclaim things to each other, which this is also a phrase he uses, and I think this is a very good way to think about them, is that if Sam and Max walk into a scene, they are going to immediately comment on, like, what they're seeing and what's going on to each other. This is why I highly recommend reading the comics to get a good idea of this. Like, if they walk into something, they, like, literally, like, if Sam and Max walk into McDonald's, what you're gonna get is, like, well, gee, Max, doesn't this just take you back to the Haley-Con days of being a child when half the universe was fighting tooth over nail to market to us? Oh, let me take a picture with the Ronald McDonald statue, Sam! I have some inventive ideas for them to have to disinfect it! Like, that's gonna be the dialogue.
16 gigabytes RAM and 1 terabyte SSD laptop came in, and I'm loving it
Yo!
so far. Aside from the fact that I can't
let's
get
go.
Kingdom Hearts to open on Steam, despite me running a test that showed that it absolutely can. Hope y'all's nights are going better
Congrats on
than
the new
mine.
laptop. Let me know when it stops reading.
It stopped reading.
Okay, I can never tell. Sorry to hear that it's having trouble with Kingdom Hearts. Computers is demons. But he then goes on to say, is Sam is the one who observes, and Max punches holes in, and I didn't quite hear this, but I think he said normal sensibility, like just punches holes in normality. Quote, they're just two sides of the same coin. And here I'm gonna pause and look at you all with gay eyes. They're just two sides of the same coin. Good God. Anyways, and people understand that when they read it. And he has this very fun little discussion where he talks about how people read the comics and feel like they understand that mode of dialogue and the way they talk to each other and the way they relate to each other, and that he feels that part of what people love is they feel driven to imitate it or write their own. And people make fan works with, like, very close approximations of Sam Max's dialogue, which, yeah, I think if you get into Sam and Max, it become be a very, like, first of all, they're really fun to RP. We've been, like, running one, like, as soon as we finished season, 3, episode 5, the timer went off. But it really is kind of addicting once you get, like, a grasp on how to do it, to just, like, mimic the dialogue type, because it's very compelling. And he's right, it's, like, it's distinct enough that you can figure out where the levers are. He also says, like, the fans are the ones who kept things going when I had to go do other stuff. Which I just like to include because I think that's, like, a lovely note to hear from him, is just, like, yeah, there's always people who love this stuff. There's literally, like, the people who made these games wanted to keep it going, you know? I always like that. There would be another world where, like, how many indie comics from 1987 have you ever really heard of?
Well,
you know?
Even speaking of, like, how Sam and Max were published, you know,
yeah.
It was run off of the issue that his friend was doing of Fish Police. And it's like, it's weird to see what survives.
Have you ever heard of Fish Police? Probably not. I hadn't until I heard about it from Sam and Max. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's it. That's the complete thought.
Okay. And from there, it's time to start talking about the fellas themselves a little bit. But I thought those quotes from Steve Purcell went a long way towards, like, hearing about how that structure works. And I think that, like,
hello, my friends.
I don't know, you can very much feel that, like, specific vibe. We're gonna start with, we got a donation.
We do.
I think this would go terribly for everyone. Failing that, I think we should give Sam some fun and flirty some.
Thank you all so much, by the way, for your tips. Not donations. If you ever hear me say donations, that was the devil taking over the audio. It's tips legally.
Oh god, it's Puzz.
Yay!
It's $25 tip. Thank you, Puzz. That brings us to 115.
Yay!
Hello, my friends Franken and Bugs. Do you think we could drop Minnie into Sam and Max's beautiful world? I think this would go terribly for everyone. Failing that, I think we should give Max some fun and flirty summer looks. He deserves this. Thank you, and good night. I don't know why I gave you the TikTok voice, but I did.
I think you knew it would be funny. Minnie, as in Puzz's original character, Minnie, adopted niece ward of Buck and Davy. Who you might have seen us reblog a lot of. Buck voted #1 favor of drunk gays at the club.
Yes.
Let me get you next one of these. Let me get you one of these. I think like 2 of these. Ah, dang, hold on. That one, my arm gave up. There we go. And not quite another slide whistle, but close. Putting that one away. Let me hit that kazoo for you real quick. What should I hit on the kazoo? I wish I, like, knew any individual piece of Sam and Max, like, music well enough.
How about,
Wait, hold on. I know one piece of Sam and Max music good enough. War! Thank you.
Thank you. You're killing my friend.
I can't.
Thank you.
Out of all, here's the thing: Sam Max Season 1 is dumb, but it do have our friend Super Ball whipping his way through a song number. Holy shit! Worth it, literally, just for that, in my opinion. Also, if you ever wondered why Max is president, that's why. That's what I love about Sam and Max continuity, is that you'd think, like, that would get undone. No. He's the president for the rest of the series.
It's good. It's good to do this.
It's good to do this. Okay. So, that is the perfect intro to talking about Sam the dog, who I've seen someone claim his full name is Samuel. I want to see, like, a citation for that. That man's name is Sam, in my opinion. Sam the dog is a calmer, easygoing foil to Max's impulsivity, but I feel like when I say that, you have to understand that they're both really violent people by nature. It's like saying that, like, Bugs is the calmer foil to Daphne. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say I'm the calmer foil to you. It's like, I don't know.
Are you the calm foil to me? I don't think either of us is a calm foil. I think Snail is the calm foil to both of us when they get on air sometimes, but that's different.
Yeah.
He's cheerfully violent in his own inventive ways. I think one of my favorite is in Sam and Max during the actual comics Surfing the Highway road trip era of the comics, which is tons of fun.
Yes.
There's a bit where they see like an old couple in an RV being menaced by a motorcycle gang, by which I mean motorcyclists are literally driving alongside them. They're going, yeah, they're going, because that's how the world is in Sam and Max. Sam has Max take over driving, drives up to them and goes, hey, buddy, want to see a neat little demonstration of physics? And shoves his gun into the spokes of the motorcycle. And they just go wheeling off into the distance.
It's really good. It's really good.
It's really good. Basically, it's good to think of the universe they're in as being, like, Looney Tunes with slightly more literal violence. It's like between Looney Tunes and, again, I'm gonna reference Venture Bros and like TF2 in terms of goofy violence. He is kind of, his baseline for Sam is like this very genial, cheerful, enthused kind of guy. Like, he's usually just having kind of a pleasant, good time. He's the driving force of investigations, and when the adventure games start, he is who becomes the adventure game protagonist, which I kind of permanently folded into his personality. It adds this very, like, methodical, thoughtful feeling to him, because he's the player character, so he's who wanders around, keeping track of what's going on, and kind of driving the everything forward a little bit.
And it's very funny expressly in canon with how he like interacts with you when you run into a different him, where he'll just stand there and stare at you for a moment and then go like, I can't use that.
Yes, in season 2, which I do recommend season 2 even with Moai Beta Island Blue, whatever, the Moai
Beta Blues.
Jesus, God help us. It's a good series, sir. It's a good series. But there's a great gag in that later on where after they use a time-traveling elevator, which you have now seen get used for other things, they run into their past selves who promptly steal the elevator, forcing Sam and Max to replay the entirety of the seasons of their lives up until that point to get back to where they are. And they come back in and Max goes, you jerks! It's the angriest he's ever been. And so for a while, like, you'll see, like, Sam puttering around. I don't want to shoot my little buddy. I can't use that here.
I can't shoot like, my future self.
Which I love because it literalizes his adventure game protagonist behavior into just Sam is the kind of person who wanders around talking to himself and thinking about stuff. And I kind of love that because I love it being a part of his personality that, like, he will walk up to someone and just fucking terrorize them with half an hour of questions, patiently listening to them, and then asking another weird question, and then patiently listening to them. And I find it very charming as, like, a part of his personality. When they replay all of that season, do they still make the same clips but really tired this time? It happens off air. It up to you. Use your imagination. It your story now. Also worth noting that a part of Sam's character, which I'm very fond of, is that he kind of puts up with some bullshit about being a dog. Like, people will go like, hey, what is it? It's not even fucking like Rover. It's that fucking one newspaper cartoon.
Yeah, there's like...
Oh yeah, Marmaduke. Hey, Marmaduke, phone call for you.
Yeah.
And he goes like, ugh. I think the worst one that he hates the most is McGruff. He hates when people call McGruff the crime dog, which, worth noting, if you're thinking to yourself, hey, is this one of those series you have to uncomfortably deal with them being like an ACAB situation? No, they're freelance police. One of the first things they do in the comics is run over a normal cop. Like, they're really violent, But here's the thing, they're not normal police, because when they walk by a robbery in progress, they actually do something about it.
Uh-huh.
I think they cause less death, actually, because they don't aim.
That's
but, like,
true.
Yeah. Literally, Sam gets microaggressions about being a dog, which is one of the few things that makes him angry, like, immediately. Like, he will get pissed instantly. And I kinda actually love that as a brown motherfucker who gets a lot of microaggressions now and then in life, and it's fun. And it's actually very, I don't know. That can be something where, like, thank you so much, Sheik. Here's your beautiful drawing with a beautiful chicken. What does the dialogue say?
Well, here we are on the back of a rock, which is a sort of mythological creature, carrying a rock, a real rock. Did you pack my air sickness bag, Sam?
Oh, that's good. It can be dicey in, like, any kind of fantasy to have, like, racial parallels, but I just like that Sam occasionally gets called Fido and it makes him growl and he fucking hates it. Especially because we found proof! He does have a tail! It's mentioned in the comic!
Yes, he's
Which means he hides it!
Technically it's in a dream, but I'm treating that as Bender spoke to me in my vision.
Counting it.
Yes,
May I please see Sam and Mac's super fun cool day out at the county fair? Plus any of their friends you want to put in assorted fairground situations. It okay if not.
Thank you, Jay. We just got a $10 tip from Jay. Says, may I please see Sam and Mac's super cool fun day out at the country fair or county fair, plus any other friends you want to put in assorted fairground situations? It okay if not. Yeah, sure.
Yay! How much was that?
That was $10.
Thank you, and I think now I get to do this slide whistle.
Sam and Mac's bros attack.
Yay! Trexanima says Sam pretty consistently has what I can only describe as POC-coded conservative upbringing flavor. That's a really good way to put it. There's a gag in one of the Telltale episodes that we missed that we found on... Who is it who did that playthrough?
Oh,
I haven't noted in my notes.
X717 because they ended up in the credits.
Yes! Napalm_X717 gets a special thank you in the Devil's Playhouse credits that you could have spotted if you were paying really close attention, because that person's playthroughs are apparently what Skunk Ape Studios used to pull up for reference because they're so consistently thorough and they don't do commentary. So fucking shouts out Napalm. We literally love to see it. They have like a special video that's just every piece of dialogue from Sam's noir conversations isolated as its own video. Highly recommend if you ever want to like reference that kind of stuff. This is the person to pull up on YouTube and just throw on like to just listen to Sam and Max the games on its own. Let's see, where was I? But there's a joke in that where they joke about, like, they use the they have a video of, like, them using the Nutrispecs, I think. And it's like, Sam, I'm not seeing any fish in the fish tank. Then what have we been eating here every Friday? Which, wait, what? Catholic?
Catholic, Sam and Max.
That would explain a lot about Sam specifically, actually. Like... I imagine not, like, going to church, but, like, culturally Catholic would actually make more sense. Obviously, it's an off-the-cuff joke. But
just
Sam
like
and Max, you
Dr.
can...
Norrington being Mormon.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just... That fucking Mormon joke is too good.
It's really good. It's really funny.
We missed it in our playthrough, and it's like Sam offers Dr. Norrington some of his espresso beans, and he goes, "No, I can't stand the vile things." And he goes, "Oh, because of the chocolate in it, right?" And he goes, "No, it has caffeine. I'm Mormon."
Oh yeah, it's literally like, "Oh, because you're a nightmare creature from another dimension, so you can't eat it?" No, I'm a Mormon.
Yes.
Poor Paperweight. He hasn't been able to drink alcohol or caffeine for a century, man. Help him. He's a Parisian. I haven't had a quote-unquote hot beverage for 100 years. What does that even mean? I asked, does that mean we can have cold brew? No. Anyways. So Also for Sam, one of the things about him that is probably the most distinct vocal thing is that he has a recurring bit where he has very convoluted exclamations of surprise. The most you'll hear these is after he grabs the phone and the commissioner gives them a case, which is how the format of their cases work. They get a call from the commissioner, they get told what they're gonna do. Sam beats Max to death so that he can get the phone first, leading to one of my favorite bits of him talking to the commissioner in the comics. Yes? Really? Is that so? Because I'm bigger, sir. Because he has Max crammed into a drawer with one foot.
Yes.
Which, by the way, I love thinking about the fact that when they were kids, they were about the same size.
Yes.
Can you imagine?
Sam just suddenly got so much bigger.
Sam is exactly twice Max's size. Max is 3 foot tall, presumably without the ears, and Sam is 6 feet tall. Which, side note, we'll get to this much later, but is really fun to think about with the kaiju thing. I choose to believe that Sam would also be twice as big, because I think he deserves a little bit of Cloverfield monster type scale. I think it's fun. But his, types of exclamations would be stuff like, "Holy, Adam Sandler's overextended holiday budget in Hawaii with extra room service." It's that kind of thing. It'll be, tangentially connected, sometimes related to the thing at hand, but, if you ever need to write one of these, just freestyle. Sam is the one who would, they walk into an anime convention, Sam says, "Holy, finally getting our way to the One Piece just to find that it's a collection of nothing but bad Apple copies off of YouTube." It'd be that. You know what I mean? It's where you kind of get what he's saying, but also what? Also, I did note in here, noted yippee sayer. I think this is very important to Sam's personality and character. He is a motherfucker who will say yippee. Just clean, solid yippee. And also, this is where I have tucked some fan cannons, which, ironically, are probably the last things I added to my notes somehow. I believe that his tail is tucked into his pants, first of all. And it is often mentioned by Steve Purcell likes to say, when he's asked what type of dog Sam is, I think he finds it funny to say Irish Wolfhound because that's the dog that's actually capable of being 6 foot tall. Sam visually looks very much like a, I think you ID'd a chocolate bloodhound.
Oh yeah, a chocolate lab or beagle mix.
Would he say okie dokie? Oh god, yes. Absolutely he would say okie dokie at any point in time. I like the idea that he's mixed breed, and it's hounds on his mom's side of the family and Irish wolfhounds on his dad's side of the family, and that he needs to trim his fur or it does start to get the Irish wolfhound fur type, and that's why he has a 5 o'clock shadow. Jesus Christ, my skin.
Mein Gott, Lut, mein Mama hat hier... can you read that in the Sam voice?
Good luck. Mein Gott, Lute, mein Mama hat ihr infekt überlockt, das ist Fuji Pops trinken darf. Wie cool ist das bitte? Sie zocken Bluster Blaster and trinke Fuji Pops. Yippee! Sorry to our German viewers. I'm sorry. He reminds me of Lab Mix, who's very droopy with long ears. But I like to think that if he doesn't trim, he does get that, shaggy muzzle effect. And also, hear me out, because if that's true, that also means he could have that really cute fur that comes down over the eyes kind of cartoon dog thing if he hasn't had a haircut in a long time. It would be good. It would be good. I also like to think that this means that he has cousins on either side that are, how to put it? He has, really skinny cousins who destroyed his life to have existed around him as a high schooler because he suddenly became 6 foot tall and stayed fat the entire time. And I am someone who became 6 foot tall and stayed fat the entire time. We out here. Let's see. Irish Wolfman's Mediterranean. Oh, canonically, he has some undefined adult family that is seen sometimes in Steve Purcell's work, namely the short in the comic where he...
That's so sweet of you.
Oh, hell yeah. Glad to hear that, Meat Witch. There's that scene in there where we can see that they're hosting a holiday dinner for both of their families. You can see some family of Sam's side there. We tend to mostly steal Granny Ruth from the cartoons as being the only, like, named or fleshed out kind of member of the family. I always kind of imagined that, like, for whatever reason, he was, like, if not outright raised by his grandma, then, like, kind of being looked after by her a lot. Unlike the cartoon, though, in the cartoon, she's a prison warden, which is just evil. That's not like a cute, fun type of cop to be, that's just an evil person. So I choose to think that she is retired freelance police and maybe had the office before them, because I kind of like the idea of them hanging out in the office as kids.
I do too.
And we see multiple times, and we see in the Telltale series that when they were kids, they would often just hang out at Stinky's, which indicates that they did grow up somewhere in the area. I kind of see him as an only child, also.
You know, lived and died in the basement.
Great grandparents.
Great grandparents.
They didn't live in that building. They did die in the basement, though. I like the idea that they're like descendant. They're like their kids showed up later and were told like, yeah, you get free rent in this building, and they didn't ask any questions.
Yeah, I think that's about
free
right.
rent, baby. By the way, if you want any kind of specific fan canons for, like, relatives of his, I imagine he, like, cousins, he's closer to as adult than he was as a kid and teens, and the kinds of aunts and uncles who like to ask him when he's settling down. And I decided it would be really funny if one of his cousins was the keyboardist from little-known rad cartoon pilot 3 Dog Band.
Yes.
Look up 3 Dog Band.
It's good.
It wouldn't have been, like, it's not like a, like, oh, this would have, like, changed the, it would have been a really fun cartoon. It would have been, it's just this goofy little cartoon. Okay, I knew there was gonna be people in our audience specifically who know 3 Dog Band. I knew it. This is our crowd. Y'all understand. Real motherfuckers. For those who don't know, it's a cartoon pilot. It's just about, like, 3 very different cartoon dog musicians trying to get to their gig, and one of them is a stressed out Kraftwerk style keyboardist, one is a little schlubby dog who loves food, and the third is a disco dog who loves big asses and big women explicitly.
Yes. It's real. It's real.
The Kraftwerk one is kind of who I imagine as one of Sam's cousins, because he kind of looks like an Irish wolfhound to me. I don't... And I love the idea of him as, like, a teenager, like, awesome, my super intense arch cousin is over. Great, cool. Also, on gender and sexuality fan canons, I read Sam as straight up gay. Steve Purcell does occasionally draw, like, a lady dog in their general vicinity. That means nothing to me. Just Steve Purcell likes drawing women and cartoon dogs. And also there are one-off illustrations and God's Not Real in the case of fan canons. Closeted, though. And here's the thing, whatever kind of headcanons you want to have for, like, Sam's gender, I think you can just go nuts with. Like, both of them are kind of really fun for just whatever you like to read them as. I've seen some really cute trans femme Sam art that I really, really love. I tend to read him, like, default as trans mask. I think it would be very easy to read him as, like, person who has not heard the phrase non-binary before, but maybe is. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room. I will say, though, I think it's the suit. Something about someone who wears a suit all day. I don't know, it's got gender to it. I know it's like the detective thing, but I don't know. And there's that one illustration in the comics where it's them on vacation, and he's in those little short shorts, and the fanny pack, and the shirt, and the little visor. And for some reason, Max is wearing a pair of, like, hot pant, like, type Speedo swimsuits. I don't know. Sam could be a very handsome butch is all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. There's, like, a lot of options here. But next up is Max. Excitable, off-kilter, lover, food, sloth, violence. To a greater degree than Sam. Usually, I think screwball is kind of the starting term with Max. Which doesn't mean, like, I don't know, it's not the same thing as, like, wacky and always cheerful and a joke, or, like, he's kind of a Gen X version of lol random humor, which is already kind of a dated phrase, but y'all know what I mean. it's not always that he's upbeat. It's that he has a permanent, terrifying smile and will always, like, punch stuff through with, like, weird jokes. In the adventure games, he becomes the hint provider, secondary mechanic haver in Telltale games, and was straight up an inventory item and hit the road, which... Figure that one out. I do like the idea that he can just crawl up into Sam's inventory and, like, take a nap.
It's safe for him. It's good for him.
Yeah. Oh, I like Sweet Seal Dreams says, Sam is your mom's sibling where they say gender fuckery shit all the time and you just gotta let them figure it out. Yeah, it's the one who's like, well, everybody knows that being a man is just about, it's like putting on a silly costume. And you go, what? Fuck, I don't want to have this conversation.
I guess you're right, Uncle Sam.
Yeah. Or he'd say something like, well, back in my day, I used to just say that I was a transsexual, but I guess that's not the term now. And you go, what? Hold up!
What do you mean by that?
But it's too late. He's already talking about baseball cards. On Max, though, the thing about Max that's really fun is that he hates Sam using specific phrasing and terminology. Like, that's one of his reoccurring jokes, is like, don't say highfalutin, Sam. But also, he's pretty damn highfalutin himself and will whip out some very weird intellectual jokes sometime, which I kind of love. And we don't know what he is. And you might say, well, surely he's a rabbit, but something about the series has always shied off of calling him straight up a rabbit. It's always like rabbity thing. When I think Sam refers to him as a rodent, and that's when he called himself a legomorph, which is what the fandom has kind of like grabbed onto since. That's like the clade that include, I don't know, it's probably not clade. It's the group that includes both like rabbits and hares. He's rabbit shaped, but he's got fangs and visible paw pads, which rabbits don't have. And obviously, that's Toon shit and Steve Purcell just drawing shit. But he's also described his fur as oily. So, I think we have to say that he's like a rabbit carnivore, whatever he is. Cosmion says, I love how Max has so much going on behind his eyes while being so silly. Yeah, that's kind of a good way to put it, is like, he's the goof who wanders around and is the first to, like, jump on someone in terms of, like, violent carnage. He's kind of a gag person, but he'll say stuff, and you look over at him. And that's part of the fun of Season 3, is that Season 3 really feels like the Telltale people also sat down and thought about these things. Waltz in wearing diaphanous gowns and talk about the case as a metaphor for a relationship. Quote from a normal comic relief character. Promise. Exactly.
Exactly.
Christ, the fizzball forbidden technique.
Thank you.
Also, canonically, a Pisces.
Just like me.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why we know that, but we know that.
Pisces. Number one ultimate for the zodiac being like, I don't know, you like water.
Yeah, it's not good. Fish? Fish motif. Do you like fish?
I don't know. This week you will swim in a pool and it will be awesome. Lucky number 7.
I'm telling you, Zodiac meme writers always run out of steam by Pisces.
By the time they get to
like,
Pisces,
they're just
they
tired.
forget. They're just like, you're a free spirit.
They blew all of their fun ideas on Leos, you know?
Yeah.
Oh no, Aquarius on the meme motif aesthetic boards get aliens. Aliens? What if like a UFO? Oh, I bet no one's ever done this with Aquarius before. UFOs. To which I say, shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Oh yeah, you're Aquarius, right?
I'm an Aquarius.
Wow.
I'm an Aquarius. My brother-in-law is an Aquarius. My niece is an Aquarius, and my dad is an Aquarius. Someone please send help to my sister. There's like a week in January that's really rough. Just a straight week.
That's bad.
It's great.
What's November? Like everyone in my family except for me is in November. On my dad's side.
I don't know. These things, it's best not to do the math.
Yeah.
Let's see. Otherwise about Max, it is worth knowing that there's a repeated motif of, like, Max is the one who will get captured by a cult. He'll be, like, the chosen one. He'll be, like, kidnapped. He'll almost die. It's very interesting, but it is also worth noting that sometimes people stereotype that, like, oh, Max never gets to drive to DeSoto. Sam, no, he drives the DeSoto a lot in the comics, actually, which is really funny because he cannot physically see over the steering wheel. Don't worry about it.
Yes, it's really good. There's a drawing
really
of
good.
Max, and they're approaching, like, a reptile farm. And Sam says, like, oh, look, there's a weird lizard farm coming up. And Max goes, I feel the warmth of its presence. And, like, the drawing of Max has him peeking over the dashboard like this. And it
He
kills
looks so
me.
little.
It's so cute.
For the love of God, he needs a phone book to sit on. Also worth noting that while, much like Sam, we don't technically know a lot about his home life, he has a ton of family, because of course he does. He's a cartoon rabbit. Of course he does! Of course he does!
He's a Lagamore Frankie.
Yes, very good. College professor ass response there. He needs his little apple crate. Yeah, by the way, to those of you who also ship these doofuses, getting them into the same frame
Oh my god.
is a bit of a challenge.
Oh my god.
The only thing saving us is the amount in canon that Max will just climb Sam
Or
and be
Sam will
like
just
perched
pick
on his
him up.
shoulders. Yeah, that Sam's whole hand can fit around his little torso and just pick. These are the things you have to take advantage of, because it's that or he gets a step ladder. I like to think if Max needed to get up there, he's just gonna grab the front of his shirt and haul himself up there, you know? This is what you gotta do.
Exactly.
As for dealing with the muzzle shapes, good luck. Tilt under.
Here's a forbidden secret I found recently about drawing Sam, by the way. It's tempting to draw him like a peanut. You know, like this. I found out recently, though, the back of his head is actually just a diagonal line. And if you go from there, it's a lot easier to draw.
Yeah, it's
work the ear.
Yeah, that does like pop it right into shape, huh? Forbidden technique. Forbidden technique. Christ, Losel Disastric says, boxes are really popular at the corner of Straight and Narrow. So, getting into fan canons a little bit, leading from his family, I like to fan canon, headcanon, that Max is, like, middle youngest of way too many siblings. I'm talking, like, 13th out of 15. Like, the nightmare position where you're not just a middle sibling, but, like, you were actually the baby for a hot second, and then you weren't. You could slide this around a little bit. I think Max is like an elder sibling, could also be pretty cute, but I think middle is a really fun place for, like, the amount of attention that he needs at all times.
Yes.
I also picture him as kind of close to his mom against, like, all odds. Like, kind of person who's, like, okay talking to his parents. I think his dad is a weird dad entity who exists. And he has way too many siblings, and most of them probably look very nearly identical to each other. Although there's a lot of fun in there you could do with, like, having, like, rabbit fur patterns or something if you wanted to. God knows there's a lot of room in there. Max strikes me as the kid in an oversized family who never got to be the baby, per se, because the parents were so done by then. Yeah. Dewey Malcolm in the Middle syndrome explains, like, half of Max actually... I expected nothing, and yet I'm still disappointed.
Wow, you're right.
It does kind of work immediately, yeah. Imagine Max's ma as being like someone who knows how to clip every coupon in the book and steal. Yeah, Max's mom is pulling up on the grocery store like, now listen, I know this coupon's out of date, but I got 12 kids with me. Is it worth your time? Take the coupon.
We could argue. We could sit here and talk about it all day if you want.
I gotta pick up 5 kids from soccer practice in 20 minutes, but it's your life on the line if you want to get with me about it.
I'm sure
I don't know why we give her.
And find me.
She's also Polish, apparently. You don't know. She could be. Okay, Sweet Steel Dream says Sam would genuinely have trouble finding Max in a crowd of his family if he wasn't able to hear Max's voice. My read is that part of why they are such close friends is there was a day, because of their great-grandparents knowing each other. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. I imagine, like, their families were kind of like friends, you know, family-friend kind of thing, families that know each other, that kind of thing. But there was, like, some day when they were little, when Sam, like, walked in and, like, a bunch of his siblings were there, and he just went, Max! And ran right to Max specifically, and was so happy to see Max specifically. And that was the day when Max was like, I'll live and kill for this kid. This is my best friend, actually. Puzz says, I think Max's mom is from Philly. This is the start and end of my statement on this. No, you're right. Also, it is 11:02, so we do gotta take another break, which is fucked up, but we're making actually pretty good progress.
Let me do this one hand. Let me just get this
okay, and tell you what, how about this? You finish up the hand, and I get to finish up my Max fan cannons, and both will take probably about the same amount of time. So, Max's gender and sexuality is very fun. My read on Max is that his gender would be flamboyant gay man, but he's closeted. Also could be might be non-binary, but I have a job, so IDK about that right now. But I feel like I have trouble narrowing down what I think is going on with Max, because, like, I think it's none of my business somehow. But I think he could be a really powerful fruitcake, which, obviously there's Season 3 stuff that I think backs me up on this, but we will get to that after we talk about Season 3 as a whole.
Warmth alarming, Sam?
What the hell? Why do these flaming heads flirt with Sam? No, it's not. It's not a reference to anything. We checked.
Okay, I can take a break here and finish this hand when we return.
Okay, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. Now is a good time to get up, get yourself a drink. I'm going to probably finish off and refill my coffee. Have yourself a stretch. Pace yourself. If you gotta go to bed, gotta go to bed. And when we come back, I will get to talk about the basis of the ship before Season 3 comes into the mix. So this will be kind of a short little warm-up, and then we will be talking about the Devil's Playhouse, because part of this stream originally was going to be just like us talking about how we felt about the Devil's Playhouse remaster and episodes and all of that, but then I got a thesis, so we'll see. I'm actually making pretty good progress. We'll see. Good night, Sergeant the Magby. We will be right back. Take a break. Okay. Pointing at chat.
Sorry.
tricks and tokens to spend. We're just regular businessmen, just you and me and Teddy Bear. Teddy Bears is oodles of fun, slots and sandwiches and poker and guns. And look, no mobsters, nary a one, with you and me and Teddy Bear.
Teddy Bear.
Not mafia, no mafia mug. We're mafia free. Like mafia, please. No shady leaves upon the family tree. J. Edgar Hoover always insists organized crime just doesn't exist.
QED, it's not an earnest. You, me, and Teddy Bear.
No goons, no droppers, no grifters, no thugs. No dips, no clippers, no chippies, no lugs. No button men packing gats loaded with slugs. It's you and me and Teddy Bear. No mafia here. Black mafia, please. We're mafia free. No mafia mugs. Just doing business legitimately.
God, it's so good. Literally, like, the one complaint I have with, like, Season 3 is that there's not really, like, a fun musical number. And I can see how maybe one didn't fit in. But I would have loved, like, a Charlie Hotep, like, expositionary song number. Sam Max soundtrack is basically always bangers, which, by the way, Skunk Ape has confirmed they are working on the soundtrack for the remaster of Season 3, which I'm excited about because it has a couple of new songs, including one that only plays on the password-protected lockbox that you find on the corner where Stinky's cell phone is. That's a down-tempo version of the Office theme. Imagine a Lynchian lounge singer bit during Noir Sam. Oh, I like how you think. I like how you think. Oh, Super Eco with like a Phantom of the Opera type number could have been really good. Ugh. These games have musical numbers? Oh, they super do, Demi-Friend. There's a lot of musical numbers in Season 1 and 2. Sam and Max get in a goth rap battle at one point, and it's great. It's good. It's good, actually. Love Super Ego, he's everything, still thinking of that fan art of Max and that fit. Literally, genuinely, rewatching scenes with Super Ego and just keeping in your head that that's Max, and picturing, like, the lines as Max reads, instantly sounds perfectly correct. You're like, yeah, this is all stuff that Max would say, like, just once, that you would look at him and go, what? Little buddy? Yeah, the scene where they stole Max's brain, where they zoom out of Super Ego's office and it's Max's eye. Yeah! Something me and Bugs keep, like, discussing is we're really not sure at what point in the process of season 3... Hi, Bud.
Hi.
I was just telling the folks how, like, we're not sure when Telltale had settled on the narrator being Max's super ego. Because, like, we both think that it could be really possible that they backfilled, that it wasn't their initial plan necessarily. But I do think from the shot in They Stole Max's Brain, where they zoom out of the eye, out of his office, that feels like they had it locked in by then.
Yeah. Just going to rotate Max's action figure. Okay.
Let's see. Okay.
Oh, we never finished that thought about Sam having a tail.
Oh, yeah, I think we just finished that, like, he has a tail, and I always imagine that it's, like, tucked into the back of his pants, like, kind of between his legs kind of thing.
Yeah, so...
Which I think is fun for both, like, trying not to openly have... How to put it? It feels like Sam really avoids acting like a dog in ways that are, like, super noticeable. He, like, gets embarrassed when he bites someone in the comics. He only growls when he's really angry. Really, really angry.
Yeah.
He doesn't bark. He doesn't howl. And I kind of like the idea that he keeps his tail tucked because it wagging, like, is disruptive and noticeable.
Yeah. It's in the comics. It's a sequence that mirrorless well, it is a dream that Max is having, but whatever. You know, Bender appeared to me.
Hold on a sec. Is it the color one where they're dead?
No. It's the one where they mow over the ghost in the highway. Sam's telling a story to Max, and he refers to it as, like, when I was a wiggly-tailed little puppy.
Right. But I think that's still applicable as, like, sign that he had a tail when he was a kid, because Max knew him when he was a kid. So, like, he knows how Sam would talk about this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, for all we know, the only part of that was actually a dream was the ghost showing up and being run over, not the part where Sam told him a scary ghost story that scared him.
I think the only part that was the dream was the part about Max being killed.
Well, they run over the ghost, and the ghost breaks through the window and kills Max. That's the part that would be the dream. Eddie, we don't care about this stuff. Don't live like us. It doesn't matter. Bugs is, like, imagining a 45-year-old man manifesting into their dimensions. Going, actually, that happened in Max's dream, so I think you'll find that's really not a solid basis.
And I will have to
and we don't actually care about those things,
You're
but
so
we grew up on the internet in a bad time. No, you wouldn't do that now. You would block them and move on with your life and bitch to me in the Discord. We're past that. We're past that, anyways.
That's
true. But whatever interpretation you like to have, we're big fans of him having a tail, and I really like Bugs has it in the RP that it's actually kind of a long tail, so it's, like, long enough to, like, cause problems.
Because Irish Wolfhounds have, this is just a quick doodle of an Irish Wolfhound on the side here. They're big, tall dogs.
They're very tall dogs.
Big, long muzzles. It's very cute. They have these very long, curving tails that the fur comes off of. They're almost like horses, man.
Yeah. And I love the idea of Sam having a tail like this, even though... Because I like the idea that, like, that and, like, his hair when it grows out are the things about him that make him not look like a normal hound or a normal lab.
Yeah.
I say, looking at you all as a mixed race person who has dubious visual identifiers that nobody ever seems quite clear about. And I like the idea, and also it's fun for a trans read, and I'm gonna talk about it a lot later, but I think there's a really fun read you can do on Sam as being, like, if Max's thing is being id, then by default that makes Sam not the id himself, and would make him, by default, more along the line of presenting, and again, I don't believe in Freud shit, I'm just using Steve Purcell's way of talking about this, super ego. Sam is, I'm going to talk about this a lot later, so I can't get into it right this second. There's a lot of fun into the idea of, like, what if he is so permanently used to keeping himself at like a genial, affable level of social presentation that he's literally hiding his emotional giveaway. For like, which should be fun because that's not just a giveaway of like him feeling other ways, like scared or angry, but like when he's really happy. I like that.
I do too. This one is lyrics, sorry.
That's okay. We do love the COPS, but we'll hit that on break at some point. Again, this is an area where if you want to fill in your own fan canons, go nuts. You think he's got a small tail, you prefer him not having a tail because of the amount of like humanoid he is, go nuts with whatever you want to do, just never correct someone else with their own. If someone, okay, general fandom advice. If someone shares a headcanon with you, wait a little bit to go, well, my fan canon is, or else it comes off like you're correcting someone, and that is how you get into the kind of dumb fights that if you're lucky, you later become friends anyways. Teehee. The stupidity of these fights, people, you can't imagine.
You don't understand.
Well, I don't care what the CD canon says. I don't want to have to learn who Prince Adam is. I just... You had to, like, reference Dr. Monty Corndog recently, and I was like, oh my god, it's been too long.
I know.
Anyways. So, now we actually get to go... Oh, wait, hold on. The ship. Yes. So I want to talk about the ship as it stands pre-Season 13 information, because I do think, even without that, it's really hard to overstate how many times Sam and Max have been drawn in wedding outfits getting married to each other in canonical sources. Like, I think it's happened in every medium they've existed in, except Telltale Games. I think that's the one place. And even then, we have Sam's imagination spot of proposing to Max. So that's 4 for 4. They were the wedding toppers for Steve Purcell's actual, in real life wedding cake. There's a lie. It keeps happening. It's in like the intro to the cartoon. It happens in Hit the Road. And what's really fun is it goes both ways, who's in the wedding dress or not. I'm personally a big fan of the dramatic shot that people see now and then where it's Max in the wedding dress. I love the pieces people do riffing off of that
with
shot.
The veil down and Sam with 3 shots in his gut from the paper dolls on the Hit the Road.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yes, my little boy. What is it?
Hold on, let me communicate with him.
Don't.
Bugs hates when I do this.
Don't. You're bullying him. You're tricking him.
I'm gonna tell him to eat wires.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He's a rat man.
By the way, in both cases, I think part of, like, wherever you land on, like, your interpretation of Sam Max gender-wise, they both look really cute in dresses. They just both look really cute in dresses. I think Max experimenting with, like, dressing in, like, femme kind of ways really appeals to me. I think there's some fun room in there for, like, his lack of clothing being like, well, look, I don't have to make choices about how I'm presenting myself if I do this. Don't worry about it. So, also, like, from there, I feel like it's really worth noting, there's a level of, like, casual homoromantic behavior that's partially, you know, like, they're a pair of characters who are literally inseparable. They're literally partners fighting crime, and there's literally always kind of going to be a lot of inherent, like, homoromanticism about any two characters that are, like, a set duo in that kind of way. And I'm saying, like, any two characters, because I don't think it's actually limited to dude characters. We just don't get it as much with girl-type characters, which is a shame, because it's really fun when you do, which is why, by the way, the best possible read on actual personalities for the 2 female characters from Half-Life Decay is that they are just lady lesbian scientists Sam and Max. Thank you for your time. Anyways.
It's true.
We have a whole sketch dump about it.
In my vision. Along with the guy from the Magic Trick Man.
Yes, exactly. And a lot of this is that they are... Oh yeah, there are characters, like, you know, it's also, they're characters from the 80s and 90s. It was attitude of the day that you would have, like, kind of jokes about, like, haha, what if these boys were kissing? But here's the thing, you only get but so many of those, and I am going to make a comparison most of you won't understand, except through the context of how often I've talked about it. Sam and Max cross the Jigen and Lupin Event Horizon from Lupin the Third, where after a certain point, that's too many gags about them being gay lovers. And also, in Lupin the Third's case, there's literally from the original comics, do you ever think, maybe me and you, what if we ever... Can we talk about this later? Lady scientist, lesbian, Sam and Max is also me and my wife. No, you two are just streamer Sam and Max lesbians.
They do actually kind of in real life. They
have the physical, yes. I would read the indie comic adventures of Max and Holly. I mean, of Jesus Christ, I'm mixing up Sam and Max and I'm mixing up fucking Puzz.
No!
I'm sorry. Shush. Puzz and Holly, adventurous duos with their giant guns. I think this would be good. Max does explicitly at one point suggest Sam wearing collars directly after seeing a Sam Max newspaper headline. Yeah, and there's the rope joke. If you try to use rope and hit the road on Max, Sam will go, maybe later.
Yeah, it's good.
Which, by the way, chat, we gotta hit the road at some point, for nothing else but for that one woman who works at the carnival in that game, who is down to clown with the big dog. Holy shit! She is going for it.
She works at the Bigfoot Hotel. There's the whole thing with Bigfoot.
Okay.
You're gonna love it.
No, I'm not. I've seen the Bigfoot in that game.
You're gonna love it.
I am gonna love meeting that woman specifically. Shut up. I am gonna love meeting that specific woman who is just going for it. Holy shit. She is taking her shot. But yeah, basically, with them as a ship, they're really close. They've known each other since they were kids. I think even without how many being gay with the homie jokes you can have, even without that, they would be really appealing to ship, but also happens just a lot.
Thank you, Senior Bob. This was a very fun
Thank you, Senior Bob. We know far too much about their intimate life for characters that can't legally talk about it. Exactly. And for that reason, they are kind of a couple where a lot of people, their read on it is that they are already together, but they aren't open about it. Like that kind of like, they've been married. Thank you, Senior Bob, for resubscribing. Very funny use of that. Here's the thing. I think it's a totally valid read to have them as, like, already together before Season 3. That makes sense. I notice a lot of times people enjoy the, like, well, these two characters are kind of coded as being together. Like, it's fun to imagine them already being married for 10 years. Listen. There is a kind of fun romantic tension that can only be found in the character dynamic of pair that are in love with each other or deeply into each other, but are both closeted and have no idea how to bridge that gap until, like, the pedal hits the metal. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? And it goes, to me, really well with that dynamic of, like, quote-unquote joke gayness. That is the uncertain situationship with the homie type coding to me. The weirdness of, like, we've been with each other, around each other, living together for 30 years, and we can sleep in the same bed and cuddle together, but I don't know how to tell you that I want to kiss you. That's the good shit. Ooh. The fun of we're so casually next to each other all the time that I think I know you so well, but I'm not capable of imagining that you're in love with me too. There is something missing from their ideas of each other that means that they aren't able to bridge that gap yet. And that's the fun. I love that type of dynamic. I would say that dynamic being possible at some point is the most connecting thread between all of my big ships. Like, even of pretty recent memory. It's the longing. You understand? The longing. Magpeeve says the way they could kiss one time and not talk about it and both believe the other person thought it was nothing. Sweet Still Dream says they've drunkenly made at least once for sure. Puzz says we're each one half of the freelance police is admittedly only a few steps down from we're 30-year business partners who build sets for theater productions together as implications, however they're pining.
Yes.
No, extremely. Like, well, we've just been running a business together. Why, we happen to share an apartment. I don't think that's strange, kind of.
It saves on rent. It just makes sense.
Plus, here's the thing, and I don't know, like, if this is because I'm a millennial, I'm from a slightly different amount of gay acceptance publicly, but there's something so specifically good about weird closeted mutual romance pining, where you get the moment of thinking of this character going like, someday they're gonna fall in love with a woman, and that person's gonna realize what a good man he is, and I'm gonna lose them forever. It's that when somebody loved me tension.
Yes.
When somebody loved me, everything was beautiful. That's the shit, people. That's what we're talking about here. The weird association in our society of heterosexual romance marriage coupling with growing up, with the tension of going to parties together with your mutual family and your families know each other, and someone goes and says, Sam, when are you gonna settle down? And you know that means you not being in his life. When someone says, Max, you'll get a girl eventually, and you just have to listen to it, and you don't want to have that argument about it. You don't want to have that weird moment with it that compet his expectations. Take my hands, walk with me into the deep, cool waters. The gators are so friendly out here. Yeah, Local Disastrix says, Sam sure did remember Jeannie Tallarico's name 30 years later, huh? Yes. Yeah, Sam sure did still remember the name of the girl who Max kissed 30 years later, huh?
And that's fine.
Oh,
and that's
fine.
With your coworker.
Which, speaking of, I do always love, like, them growing up together, because I love the idea of, like, there was, like, my favorite pitch is, like, there was one time in 5th grade when Max, like, accidentally went into the same closet as Sam during, like, a 7 minutes in heaven dumb party situation, and they've just never talked about it. Never talked about it even once. Because the time to talk about it was right afterwards, and they didn't because they were both, like, 13. Mwah! That's the goods to me. That's the goods to me. Especially fun, because I do love the idea of, like, where are you if you are already working so hard to be, like, genial and likable, and you're in the closet? And where are you if you're Max, and the way you feel about it is, like, you're already kind of transgressive and goofy, but is this the one thing where if you admit it, does that change this friendship you've had your whole life? The tension. That's the fun. That's the fun. That is where I want to bring you all in on, like, where we think things are. This is what I imagine the state of the relationship being start of season 3. Because the other thing is, they're cartoon goofballs who have always been lucky enough that everything has always stayed the same. No matter what adventure they go on, no matter what they do, end of the day, they get to go back together to their office and spend time together, and everything's fine, and there isn't pressure besides internal pressure. And now I clap my hands together and turn to you, the audience, and say, how fun is the read of Super Ego if you take in the idea that maybe what he's not telling Sam, because why would he? How could he tell Sam? What if the pressure is being closeted and being in love with your best friend, and there being this part of you that's smarter and emotionally self-aware and perfectly aware of what's going on, that is starting to fucking rot because of how much it sucks to just never tell anyone, to not let Sam know, to feel like you can't. And that part of Max, who, we'll talk about this, sure has a gag about being on antidepressive medications. That part of him is who waves goodbye to Sam. We will get into it. It is time to start talking about the main events of the main event, the Devil's Playhouse. How does it feel to be the smartest motherfucker alive? Good, except I wish I was better at writing this stuff down in fanfiction form. I just infect other people. That's what I have learned to do.
It's good to do this.
Okay, Cosmion also says super ego in a closet door on the side of Max's brain room. Hello, can anyone hear me?
You're right.
Yes.
You're so right.
Literally. And he's fruity, and he wears a little cape, and he sounds silly, and he has his hair done up, and he looks like he's wearing makeup. I'm just saying. Which is also fun. We're gonna talk about this later. What does that mean if we go with that for the version of reality where Sam's who had psychic powers? Because the opposite of that would be id. What does it mean for a closeted gay man whose id is what's being repressed and who causes all of these problems? Let's get into it with The Penal Zone. Awesome title to launch into from this discussion, by the way. Also, real quick, Sweet Seal Dream says, not to be a massive psych nerd. No, please. I love when people have expertise in here. Repressing emotions literally has physical regression effects on your brain. Being in the closet has negative psychological effects beyond the stress. Yeah, it's fucked up, but it turns out when your brain is doing bad, it, like, affects you personally forever. I don't like it. I think that should be illegal. So, let's start out the season. The Penal Zone. AKA, the toy is good, the gorilla is bad. Max picks up a psychic toy that sees the future. Yeah, that sure is a thing. That's like the thing Max says after he picks up the toy. He stares at Sam really creepily and says, the brain is dying, which obviously is like a psychic B-movie thing, but also... Hey, Super Ego. Hey, Max? Hey, Max? Max? Hey, Max? I have some questions. This is, I would say, the kickoff of the season. This is starting off this season felt so nuts when it came out because it's immediately such like a different through line where it's not like the commissioner calls and they go, oh, there's a case for you. There's a psychic. There's hypnotizing that's happening. No, Max has psychic powers now, and those psychic powers in the toys drive the thrust. Otherwise, I would say this is the closest the season has to, like, Sam and Max episode. Normal style. You know what I mean? Like, if you wanted to pick up Telltale, but you wanted to start with Season 3, this episode will give you a pretty good idea, except this is where you learn they have totally cut off all of the Telltale every episode. You go to the office, can't get to the office. Sybil's is closed. Bosco's is closed. The closest you have is, like, you still go into Stinky's Diner, most episodes. There's no Sam Max's office. And it has some specific mechanics introduced, the psychic toys, the Crimetron 3000 system, and it's just really fun once you've seen the whole season, how much this episode sets up, like, oh, Sam teleports for the first time. We were rewatching this, and both are just like, at the first teleportation scene. Because Sam puts his hand on his head, looks at him during the teleportation, and Max's head is on fire, and he's a skeleton. Good night, Sandra Bob.
Good night.
And there's a very fun evil read of, like, Sam having this terrible feeling about what's going on with Max immediately right away. He is so worried about Max. Like, everything about his psychic powers makes Sam very clearly. Otherwise, I'd say as far as, like, character development stuff goes, it's pretty much normal Sam and Max. It's the start of the roller coaster. But we then move on to the very fun Tomb of Sam and Mac, which is literally more solidly plotted than most Marx Brothers movies, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Isn't saying a lot, but pretty impressive still. Via a psychic projector, Sam and Max witness / embody their great-great-grandfathers as they seek the Devil's Toy. It might just be great-grandfathers. I forget sometimes.
Great.
I thought so. Kind of pulled back a little bit. As they seek the Devil's Toy box for a very trustworthy showman named Paperweight, which I love the name Paperweight because it's like that's just such a dumb gag name. It like doesn't really mean anything. It's just Paperweight. Goofuses. I would say this is the first episode of the season that really has a wild shift in format, just because you're jumping around kind of through time in this fun, non-chronological way. It's a little bit of a tricky one to pull character from, because for most of it, we're not actually seeing normal Sam and Max. Like, you could take the read that it's like them possessing or acting out these moments from their grandparents' lives, but I kind of feel like they're different characters. And also it's fun to read it that way, because that way you have, like, different characters. How to put it? It's fun to have characterization for Samuth and Maximus pulled from it. Plus, like, to me, they're a little bit more subtly, like, at odds with each other. It was very interesting to me that Maximus will use Charlie Hotep on Samuth over and over for these really great dumb jokes.
Yeah.
But Max never does that to Sam.
Oh yeah, huh?
I don't know. Right? They're a little more subtly at odds. They both seem to like kids less than Sam and Max do, which is really funny. They hate baby Amelia Earhart so much. Like, where I think that, like, Sam and Max love kids, man. Max was literally, like, cooing about, like, wanting to adopt these weird, violent babies when they met baby Amelia Earhart.
Baby Jimmy Hoffa, he wanted so bad.
He wanted to adopt baby Jimmy Hoffa so fucking bad, man. Also, Puzz says they literally act differently. They're not simpatico in the same way. Yeah, they feel like... I love... Okay. I read them as, like, whatever else is going on, Samuth and Maximus had kids somewhere. That just kind of has to be true because they die at the end of the episode, so they already have kids somewhere. You can take other views of it if you want to, but I think it's kind of fun to, like, have you like, nah, they had, like, a family somewhere, and then they just vanished. Dude, if you think Samuth and Maximus were gay together, I don't know, but the fun thing is, neither do Sam and Max. And isn't that a fun nightmare to think about? Imagine... Okay, Max we're taking this read of as being, like, the repression is coming over to a boil. And then you learn, hey, your great-great-grandpa was also really close to his great-great-grandpa. What if it's the same situation as you, but they fucking died? That's fun. That's the fun read to me. Them also not having any goddamn idea what was going on there. Like, maybe they didn't. Maybe they were just friends and working partners. I don't know how y'all have your family histories going, but sometimes there's stuff in there where you look through and go like, that's probably fine.
Surely it's fine.
Yeah. This is also where I pull my theory that Sam and Max's families kind of just, like, are close to begin with. I kind of like that being, like, why they've known each other since they were kids. It'd be, like, the kind of situation where, like, maybe Max just wanders into Sam's place and it's, like, totally normal. Maybe, like, Sam would, like, get looked after at Max's place sometimes if, like, his grandma was busy. It's fun. But, most importantly, this is but a small pit stop on our way to the real meat of this season. They stole Max's brain, because this episode ends with Sam discovering Max's corpse. Oh boy. Oh ho ho ho. Short summary. After Max's brain is stolen, Sam goes on a black-hearted rampage to a local museum, where he has to fight to split up Paperweight and Skunk Ape to get Max's brain back, and then Max has to navigate a retroactively warped reality caused by a tiny ex-Pharaoh child brain to get Sam's brain back. Oh, baby. Ooh. This is the one that I think changed our brain chemistries when we first played. Like, the finale hits, but this is like the tee-up. We talked about it a lot when we played it. This fucking photo, Christ. I like the sweater on Sam, the blank waiting for the picture to be taken faces.
I'm glad it reads. I'm glad.
It does. It really does. So, I Stole Max's Brain opens with the most fun and kind of shocking depiction of Sam. Like, when we were rewatching it, I really love that it just opens with, like, this snarl coming from the darkness of the basement. And Sam just walks out, jacket off, tie pulled loose, buttons, like, half, like, undone at the neck. I shouldn't say half undone. I wish they were half undone. Like, his shirt... Thank you, Cosmion. His shirt, like, half pulled out of his pants in a way that suggests, like, he just tugged it loose and doesn't care to stop and fix it. He has stubble out of raw noir energy. We learn that if Max is gone, Sam loses it.
Yeah.
Like, so far as Sam knows, Max is dead.
Yeah.
And he is immediately committed to, like, a self-destructive fireball of violence.
And he immediately refers to Max as such, by the way.
Yeah. He does not think, like, he doesn't know that, like, oh, I'll get his brain back and he'll be fine. He talks about, like, my best friend's body. And, oh, man. It opens with a complete shift in gameplay, which also means that Sam and Max are kind of split for, like, most of this episode. It's really fun. Can we change?
Why, what's wrong?
Killing me. So what I enjoy is thinking about the change in Sam's behavior for noir mode.
Let me see if there's something that's a little more serious.
I was willing to work with it.
Okay, go for it.
Getting there. Sam in noir mode is no longer waiting patiently for people to finish talking and then selecting another subject and continuing to listen. Very suddenly, Sam's entire way of talking to other people is interrupting them. He is angry. He is insulting people. He is threatening people quickly. Like, he always threatens people, but usually it's kind of like a quick gag, not like, fucking talk now. I love the bit when he tranks down Frankie the Rat, no relation, and he, like, slowly revs the car to get him to start running, and then executes this dime turn on the DeSoto to charge down an alleyway that barely fits the car at all to threaten him. It's frightening. It shows a level of, like, genuine skill at violence that usually doesn't come up. Like, you know, we get the intro prologue of it, like, okay, he remembers, like, Flint Paper telling him how to interrogate people. But it really does read like, this is what Sam is like if he no longer has any motivation to try and be nice to people. This is who he could be. There's a line at the end of the series that feels very poignant in this context, where when he's told, like, Max, there's nothing else we can really do about this, where he goes, like, if it wasn't for Max, I would just be, but it's like, I would just be some hard-boiled detective throttling the throat of the city. Sure, it'd probably sell like granny panties in a nunnery, but it wouldn't be the same. Which I kind of love, because when Season 3 came out was, like, around the time when, like, a more serious, very gritty loner noir character was selling really well for Telltale.
Yes.
And it kind of feels like a meaningful nod to, like, yeah, this series would be more popular if it was scarier, if they were, like, more serious, but it wouldn't be Sam and Max. Also, love Local Disaster saying, oh god, they make each other better? Delighted horror. Yes. Trixanima quotes, would I be happy? Not really. And that's what it is. Like, this isn't a happy person. And it takes finding out that Max is okay for him to kind of rein it back in a little bit.
I mean, just, like, when he finds out Max is not coming back from this, he doesn't even say anything to anyone. He just leaves. No quips, no nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Just out of the way. Stinky can't even look at him. If you watch the scene... Hang on. Actually, Frankie, would it be okay if I pulled up the 2 endings at this point?
Could I hit them at episode 5 and at episode 3? So sorry.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's okay. We're just getting a little bit ahead of the game, as it were. But I would love to hit both versions, because there are 2 slightly different versions of the game that we should absolutely hit. But
yeah, see, I was wondering when we hit that, I was like, that doesn't feel like I remember. It's because I had the other ending.
Yep, that's actually why I knew what the trigger was for what caused it, so that's why I asked for the crime ending one, because I think somehow we both picked the adventure one.
No, I picked crime. I mean, I picked,
Yeah, you picked adventure. We both picked it. When we first originally played it, we picked adventure. Yeah, sorry, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, like, Noir Sam has no filter. And I think something that works really well for me for thinking about Sam's personality is that he has a really heavy filter. He works really hard to be nice. And I think that's, like, a character type that isn't thought about very much, because we have a bad habit of thinking about, like, niceness and kindness as, like, well, either that's, like, an inherent part of you that comes so naturally, or you're, like, some kind of flake or fraud, and that's bullshit. What matters to people is how you treat them. It's okay if on the inside you don't think of yourself as being that nice. And I don't think Sam thinks of himself as being that nice. I think if Sam operates without a filter, I think it's Noir mode. I think just most of the time, he likes trying to be the person he is. It's a fun read on him, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Max is in there. Let's go. And this episode's extra fun because this episode does it for Max, too. This is a very weird... We talked about this on air a lot, but, like, neither of us remembered this episode being, like, as long as it was, and I mean that in a good way. Like, every episode after this kind of returns back to, like, the same snappy pacing that you're used to. But the whole section where Sam and Mac, the Pharaoh child whose brain gets put in Max's head, takes over reality using the toy box, feels like a second episode that they kind of snuck in there. And that's when we learn, hey, Max has to take over the investigation. Sam can't do it. Sam gets hit by the reality change, and it hits him entirely. He is taken over by this new reality, and it turns out Max can focus. Max can talk to people. He can get the right information he needs. He can, like, lie to people. He becomes the driving force on the investigation. He manipulates Sam. And I mean that as, like, a positive, delighted thing, because Sam's not in his right mind at the time. And I love, like, all the moments where he's like, listen, Sam, we gotta get this really important brain-removing device to Sam and Mac. Like, it's really fun.
Yeah, it's good.
It's this shocking glimpse that, like, I was really delighted by when we got there, because I forgot how much setup we get for this of, like, yeah, Sam can focus. I mean, sorry, Max can... Listen, if you ever mix up their names, that's also canonical. Don't worry about it. Max can focus. Which, by the way, I do love the of, like, they would definitely joke, like, yeah, we switched names when we were 6. No one's sure if they're true or not. Yeah, Handwizard says, Max can pay attention, has probably been paying attention the whole goddamn time. Yes, and there's proof of that, because Max is always who has the hints. If Sam forgets what they're doing, he asks Max. And Max always remembers. He just usually lets him wander around. Good night, Trixanima. Cosmion says Max has to take charge and he does a good job while having to ferry his friend around. Yeah, it's really fun. He's, like, kind of in a vulnerable position. He's still a brain in a jar. Sam's carrying him around. He has to get through this to get Sam as he knows him back. And he does, which is fun. Also worth noting in terms of character stuff from this episode, at the end, Sam is commanded by Sam and Mac, who, as far as he knows, is, like, the ultimate ruler of all reality, who he's unquestioningly loyal to kill an innocent elderly mole woman resistance fighter. These games are so good, man.
Yeah.
And Max, I love it because I think Max goes like, come on, don't be a wee. Like, he says, like, something goofy, like, don't be a loser, or, like, something like that.
Yeah.
Just like, come on, Sam. And Sam still listens to Max. Like, or is genuinely unwilling to murder an innocent, which is the very funny thing about Sam. But either way, it's very fun and telling that, like, nah, he just stops. He can't be, like, whatever's up with him, no one else can make him break his own convictions. Even in a situation like this, or possibly nobody can make him not listen to Max. Even in this kind of situation. Which I kind of lean towards. I think it's a little bit of both.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just a side note, something I really love is that the museum has a set of a skull, which we saw a lot of. We saw a lot of Dog Skull, our beloved child, Dog Skull. Our beautiful child, Dog Skull. But it's really interesting that, like, the only time in the series we ever see, like, any mention of, like, oh yeah, the dog people, the dog men that exist in this world, and they're really heavily connected with Egypt, which has led to me having the theory of, like, is that just, like, where the type of person Sam is, like, comes from? Because that's kind of a fun idea. Like, literally, we see a statue of, like, what's supposed to be Anubis, and it looks exactly like Sam, which brings up two possible fun ideas. The type of, like, dog person, anthropomorphic dog he is, just happens to come from the Egypt region. Or, hear me out a second, Salmon Mac is a reality warper. Salmon Mac, when he has access to the toy box, completely reshifts the Earth. And we know that he was in control in Egypt for a lot longer than he's in control during this episode. He's eventually taken out by the mole people and taken care of, but he's the one where when he wakes up and he sees Sam, he immediately assumes he's Anubis. If a little kid has access to reality warping powers and believes in a god that is also a dog person, what if the reason dog people exist is because of Sam and Max's psychic powers, and they just retroactively proceeded to continue to exist after that?
It would be funny. It would be
funny. The Hand Wizard says, I mean, it makes sense with the mole men too. Regrettably, you have to remember that Skunk Ape indicates that there's mole people on other planets, so we actually have no fucking idea what's going on with the mole people. I'm just not gonna worry about it too much.
Uh-huh.
But I really like the idea that maybe dog people were, like, Egyptian, like, I don't know how to put it, tulpas?
My Sam tulpa won't stop screaming.
It'd be like if a kid got, like, psychic powers and afterwards it was like, oh yeah, you know, Pinkie Pie, I hear she's running for senator. Like...
We are not pleased. Our Anubis Topla keeps picking up things and going he cannot use it with other things. What does this mean? By the way, Sam and Mac is voiced by Lily from Psychonauts.
Yes, which as soon as you hear that, it makes total sense. Like, yeah, that's Lily. That's Lily. But, like, British.
Mm-hmm. Sad.
It's such a good episode. I really think that is, like, one of the key places to look for, like, okay, we know who Sam and Max both are in their normal default goofy state. What do they look like pushed outside of that? Those are some really good answers.
Mm-hmm.
And it leads to Beyond the Alley of the Dolls. Voted #1 most likely episode to make people go, wait, is this only episode 4?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
A plague of Sam clones roam the city looking for the toys, and Sam and Max need to find out who's behind the strange cloning spree. This and the first episode are both, like, these are Sam and Max ass episodes of Sam and Max, you know? There's a case, there's someone mysterious, they need to find out what's going on. It's 12 o'clock, so we gotta take a break in a second.
Ah!
I'll let you steal the doodle till you're at a place where you can take a break. How's that sound?
Okay.
This episode's also interesting because it's presented as, like, kind of a whodunit in the same way that, like, Season 1 kind of was. Like, all of Season 1 becomes kind of a whodunit for, like, who is behind this. Could it be Harry Moleman? But not quite like that. It's Harry Moleman once, and then he ruined his own life forever. Anyways.
Mm-hmm.
The main thrust of the episode is finding out who's behind the Sam clones. By the way, all the Sam clones are so fun to me.
They're cute.
What a weird, I truly hope that if we ever get, like, another season, there's just, like, some gag shot with, like, a Sam clone in the background rooting through the garbage, like...
There's a Sam clone, like, working at Bosco's place.
Yes! Oh my god. With a drawn-on unibrow.
Oh god.
Dr. Mom Bosco like, well, I needed somebody working the front, and it's about as good as the original. Maybe a little better, honestly. That fucking puppet. Oh, yes. Oh, the nightmare of Charlie Hotep, which is actually something I want to talk about. What the fuck is up with Sam in this episode? Like, Charlie Hotep laying out that, like, there's something about Sam that has a special property for his plan that is unique. The quote, it's almost as if you were born to be ordered around, which is fun because first of all, he makes, like, direct eye contact with the camera, which is a good gag. Gotta hand it to him. But also, like, that's really interesting to me as something about Sam. Especially because I was wondering really hard watching it this time. If Charlie Hotep was capable of just using the toys by himself, don't you think he would? But when he's using them, it's when he has control of Sam.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, he only starts using the toys when Sam is directly under his thrall, and he only breaks off from Sam and starts using them on his own without direct contact once everything is so underway that reality is already starting to change. Thank you so much, Jojo. This is a good one. Oh, man. I love Sam's slightly uncertain face about this. Max is not here right now.
Max is hearing, you know, the internal...
If you tried to talk to Max right now, he would just go, da-da-da, I'm sorry, the Max you're trying to reach is not in service. Please dial the number again.
Is such a perfect place. Suddenly it moves with such a perfect grace.
He's just down there muttering, suddenly Seymour.
Christ.
Oh, you know that's like a romance movie to them. That's like a date night movie.
Absolutely. Especially the chainsaw ending.
Yes, I was gonna say, like, the bad end, original end.
Christ.
Okay, so we should probably take a break here.
Yes.
When I get back, I'm going to talk a little bit more about Charlie Hotep and the implications of Sam's possible psychic powers, because I'm gonna talk about that later.
Hooray!
Probably here's where we should... how much longer do you think we're gonna go? I'm still feeling good.
Yeah, I'm still feeling good. We have 2 more drawings to do.
Should we cut off donation requests here? What do you think?
Do you think we're gonna do this in one stream or 2 streams?
Probably 2 streams,
okay.
But I don't know. Probably 2 streams.
We cut it off here, then.
Okay, so we are going to call it here for Doodle donation requests. Thank you so much for any of them that you've already done. You will get your chance if you would like to get one of these. Probably, like, stream after next would be our rough plan. And whatever I don't get to in my notes, I will just spend some time expanding. And worst case scenario, next time it's kind of a shorter drawing stream where at some point we just start fucking around and talking about Sam and Max without as much structure.
Hooray!
But for now, we're going to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break, and I'm going to go stand in front of a fan. I always overheat when we do these. My body just starts running like an engine.
Your brain's on fire, man.
Little bit. It's fine. Alright, BRB, folks. Get up, house stretch, have a little walk around, do what you gotta do, and we will be right back.
Differently useful computers and yes.
Hello, world. We're the COPS.
Beware! We will not be suppressed!
We are useful. We are fruitful. We are useful. Everything that moves is beautiful. We are useful. We are fruitful. Built to last. The future is the past. Computers today just confound and confuse.
Comfort is waiting in yesterday's news. Select a weapon! You must choose!
We are useful. We are fruitful. We are useful. Everything that moves is beautiful. We are useful. We are fruitful. Built to last. The future is the past. Who needs fancy whiz-bang chips?
All their boards are well equipped.
Seasoned, practiced, and mature. And together, we endure. We are useful. We are fruitful. We are useful. Everything that moves is beautiful. We are useful. We are fruitful. Built to last. The future is the past.
You cannot improve the wheel. Flimsy self-esteem must yield!
You're only obsolete as you feel. We are useful. We are fruitful. We are useful. Everything that moves is beautiful. We are useful. We are fruitful. Built to last. The future is the past. What's this I hear? What wondrous thing is this? The DEFCON klaxons ring. A flashing light above the door. There's just one thing it could mean. War. Oh, what is it good for? What is it good it's for? Good for you. Good for you. It's good for me. Oh, war. What is it good for? What is it good for? It strengthens the economy. It shows the world that we've got stones and carriers with fighter drones. We're only on war. Oh, what is it good for? What is it good it's for? Good for you. It's good for me. is it good for? It's good for you. It's good for me. Oh, war. Oh, what is it good for? Oh, it strengthens the economy. Oh, lengthy battles and incumbents dream. Because you can't change horses in midstream. For bombs and guns and so much more. We celebrate the joys of war, war, war. For bombs and guns, oh, and so much more. We celebrate the joys of war. Stick a fork in, open wide. Everyone is Max inside, full of colorful guts and habits. Cryptic world of cryptic rabbits. Underutilized impulse control. Rabid rampant junk food. Black hole loopy cravings. Rigmarole. Feel his giant feet right in your soul. Mania sloth, irreverence, excess, gluttony, revelry, violence, and selfishness. Flags of pure, unfettered, it brashly unfurled. It's a max, 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 max world. Do-ba-ba, Everyone's a sandwich of naivety and cynicism. Everyone's a salad of disinterested fantasism. Everyone's a walking beaker of potential cataclysm. La 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 la. Everyone's refracted through a protoplasm prism. Stick a spork in deep inside. Everyone is maxified by hypnosis. For by nature, what's the difference? Just nomenclature. Shake your friends' adorable paws. Careful of his powerful, biting jaws. We're a mix of cop and felon, wearing heads like ripened watermelons. Mania sloth. Irreverence, excess, gluttony, revelry, violence, and selfishness. Flags of pure, unfettered, it brashly unfurled. It's a max, 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 max world. Reality is tenuously tied up at a sagging wharf. Morality in motion like a squirmy burlap bag of dwarfs. Formality's impossible when all of us are lagomorphs. Lagomorpho, what the hell's a lagomorph? It's kind of like a rodent, but for minor technicalities. And so are you and I and every major nationality. We're garrulously social, antisocial personalities. Our conscience is a curiously useless abnormality. A useless abnormality, a useless abnormality. A growth of sorts, a growth of sorts, of course, we're lagomorphs. Unmitigated, unreserved, unquestionable excess. Larkiness, sharkiness, snarkiness, and selfishness. Flags of pure, unfettered, it brashly unfurled. It's a max, 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 max world. Scooby
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I was also just kind of enjoying World of Max.
Yeah.
And typing in a different chat about Puzz's OCs.
Hey Puzz, do you have a tag with Minnie's pictures in it, mayhaps?
You'd probably find it in villain coded as like the main tag for it. But probably a Minnie Armstrong would be the other tag.
Yeah, you're right.
Pez says they can toss you a ref if you need it to, boss. That might
I
be
would
good.
love that. Thank you.
Thank you. While you're waiting for that, let me see. Oh, okay, so we left off kind of in the middle of discussing information from beyond the Alley of the Dolls. Yeah, by the way, I'm just gonna pause real quick on the phrase "as if you were born to be ordered around" and just kind of glance at you all.
Yeah.
Regrettably, how to put this? Inexplicably, just like Zosan shipping from One Piece, people do not understand the way things would go if you base your ideas about which name comes first in the ship title on which one's taller. You need to stop. You need to stop and actually think about what you're looking at in the dynamics of it. Okay, that's enough out of me. For now. Just saying. Just saying. Anybody else would get them killed, but Max could call Sam a good boy. Anyways. Sidebar. You might be thinking to yourself, wow, does Frankie have anything to say about the intro to Beyond the Alley of the Dolls where Max canonically shoots like 400 Sam clones? Not really, actually. I actually don't think I don't think that would have like any particular emotional impact on like either of them. Possibly alternate Max. You could make a little room there for that like being a problem for him, but I don't think it bothers Sam like at all. I thought it was a dog reference. You get over here, you should know better. You should know here. Don't argue with me. If I assert something and say that it's for fruity gay headcanon reasons, is that really the time to go, well, but Sam is a dog? No, in canon, it's obviously a joke about him being the protagonist who's controlled by you, the player. Obviously. I'm a gay man! Let me have fun! It was a 10-second, they'll be back just fine. Inflicting a binary in any way on these two characters is the quickest way to bore me? Well, yeah, obviously. Come here, you two.
He's on a rampage.
Raises my gun. Anybody else want to crack wise about me, a gay man, wanting to joke about Sam being a sub? Let me have this.
Come on.
Let me have this. Yes, obviously they wouldn't follow a strict heteronormative dynamic.
Mr. Howdy Doody said he was built to be bossed around. What do you want?
Well, you see, it's because he's a dog. So, no, it's because he's a protagonist. I get to be cranky. I am right. You're right. We have a hair trigger on this one. You have to understand, we have literally had people come into our actual chat before going, well, I don't think Max is gay, which... Hey, anyhow. That aside, I do think Sam seeing like 300 copies of himself throw themselves into the top of the Statue of Liberty in like a swan dive to sacrifice themselves, that might have left a mark, I think. A little bit, but in like a way he's not gonna process for like ever, maybe.
Uh-huh.
It's fun to have room for these kinds of things.
It's good to do this, I think.
But also, we do have to pause and mention... Puzz says we keep talking about Buck and Sam parallels. Of course, he's a sub. Armed guards whisk me away instantly to an unknown location. Listen!
You're right.
I'm just saying.
You're right. And you know what? Davey should be in a bunny suit. You're right.
And he would wind up, if he had had the opportunity, in a really complicated, decades-long situationship with a corrupt robot sheriff. Anyways, we do have to mention real quick that Sam's fate at one point is represented in this game as the death of Romeo from Romeo and Juliet. Straight up, with Sam and Max, it's Sam and Max, but the death of Romeo and Juliet. And also all of the other times his fate is to be murdered by Max, which seems romantic to me. I don't know about you guys, it seems kind of romantic to me, personally speaking. It just has to be mentioned.
Hey, small aside on that Romeo and Juliet thing. Sam and Max, the whole, oh, happy dagger, yada yada.
Yeah.
Hey, when Max dies, he sure does beeline right for the ocean.
Yeah! It's pretty worrying. And speaking of which, that is in fact my lead. Oh god, I forgot to shake my coffee. Pure sugar. Hold on a sec. Okay, sorry, better. I basically just got like a mouthful of like brown sugar syrup.
That type drink.
I'm kind of an ant-type drink.
If
We have
were
now
on
arrived.
Earth, this is what you would drink. What a beautiful thought.
Yeah, Bugs. What TikTok memes are you getting filtered onto your timeline?
This isn't from TikTok, this is from my beautiful mind. And my wondrous thoughts and dreams.
So we talk now, we turn. I have to see God of this somehow, Bugs. What do you want from me?
No, I'm sorry. The Shuffle loves this song and keeps playing it, and it's the song that
Shuffle
Frankenstein
loves-
scripts to when Sif was getting married.
Yeah, which, by the way, speaking of gay coding, oh man. There's a lot to be talked about with the debauched. The season finale of season 2 both has the Frankenstein strip and also whatever happened with Sam when Peepers got made hot.
Yeah. Okay. To that point, feeding back into Sam repressing his id.
Yes.
Here's just just to make a joke into a serious thing for fun.
Which is what we do.
Sam's reaction to Frankenstein stripping and everyone watching him is fascinating with that in mind.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
like, shut it down. Everyone stop. This is debauchery.
He's kind of like embarrassed and horrified, which is really fun. Like literally you get like Flint paper like, come on, Samo, lighten up. Like, also fun because you get the really interesting exchange if you talk to Max after the Peepers being made supernaturally hot to try and seduce Sybil thing happens, where he goes, gee, Max, does it me or does Peepers seem kind of hot now? And Max goes, sure, if you like short guys with annoying voices. Ba-dum-bum. Yeah, fellas? Yeah, fellas? Also, I think that with Frankenstein is particularly fun because Frankenstein's monster in this series has a body type closer to Sam than other people. And, oh boy, the city that dares not sleep, like, probably one of the least fun things about, like, Sam and Max, and part of why I compare its, like, appropriate level to MST3K is because there's fat jokes, which sucks. But, like, it's how the world kind of was at the time, which isn't an excuse, it's just true. It was rough out. Everything was fat-free in the 90s. Good God. But, like, Sam in the city that dares not sleep kind of gets escalated. And actually, I'm gonna say beyond the Alley of the Dolls, actually. This is a good place to have this talk. Sam is so self-conscious about the clones being, like, near naked. He is so self-conscious about his own body and being fat, and there is a whole scene we didn't find because if either of us knew about it, we'd forgotten about it, right at the end before the climax, where if you go, all the way to the right, you can find an abandoned pair of gold sequin shorts that the clones wear. And there is a whole sequence where it starts with, like, Max and Sam kind of pantomiming back and forth. I'm like, come on, no, come on, no. And Sam puts the shorts on and starts to creep out to where the clones are to blend in with him. And he looks back, and Max is laughing at him, just laughing and laughing. And then he looks forward, and suddenly the clones are laughing at him, laughing in a circle, and laughing and pointing and laughing. And then it snaps back to Sam dressed normally holding the shorts, revealing that was an imagination spot. And the next thing he does is fast walk over to the bay and throw the shorts into the ocean.
And then he hits Max.
Yeah, then he casually knocks Max up into the air, as he often does. Sam, there's something so tragic about, like, he just thinks, like, well, I could use these to blend in as the clones, but Max would laugh at me, and the clones would laugh at me, and everyone would laugh at me. It's like, damn, man. Boy, he sure does wear a suit all the time. That's like a lot of layers that kind of hides his body shape all the time. Yeah, I think a bear night at a gay club would fix him a little bit, but also he would, like, try to physically escape going in, like, repeatedly. Like, Max would have to carry him over his shoulder, I think. Like, Sybil Pandemic would need to intervene and, like, handcuff him or something, as it were. So that's worth mentioning. I think it's a fun part of his character. If, like, Sam is really fat, he might not really be very good at the idea of, like, seeing himself as a possible target of desire in a way that I think a lot of fat people have, if not necessarily feel right now, but have felt in the past. Me, I look at myself in the body and I think of several different pinups I've seen on Tumblr of people going absolutely hog wild over someone built basically the exact same way. So I'm good pretty much these days, but oh boy. Oh boy. Local Disastrix says when you take a dog, it's like when you take a dog to the vet. Boy, little buddy, this trip to the ammo store sure is a different route than usual.
We keep joking about that.
Yes! Oh, a cube of cheese. I love cubes of cheese.
Max, this is the gay bar.
Which also doubly funny because, like, oh man, what is it that I'm thinking of? I think I, like, put this down in Sam's section somewhere. Right. Okay, this is something you talk about in the city desert. Keep in mind what we just said about how terrified Sam is of, like, being mostly naked, of wearing those little gold shorts, of, like, existing in public as a fat person, as we move in to the city that dares not sleep. Oh, man. Oh, this is the good shit. Summary. After Max's horrible kaiju mutation that happens after, which, by the way, quick mention, at the end of the last episode, Max enters a psychic duel with Charlie Hotep that involves his psychic powers being unleashed so that he can properly fight him to save the universe, and more importantly, save Sam, which is another good example of Max on his own. Very quickly, he does some cool maneuvers to get up to get to Sam, man. He gets knocked like 30 feet in the air and does some fucking jumps. But also it could be argued that what makes Max's psychic powers tip over is the fight with Charlie Hotep. Like, that's kind of what does it, which is fun. And then Sam is left to race against the clock to try and save him from destruction, only to find out who betrayed them both.
Woo.
Man. there's a lot to go through in this episode. On Sam's end, we have, like, his drive to save Max at any cost. Literally, like, begging at the 11th hour to be allowed to try one last thing. It's been going on for a week at that point, which kind of implies that, like, for that whole week, he's been trying, like, everything. Anything he can think of to try and talk to him. To try and get him to snap out of it. To try and undo it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's worth noting that one of the mechanics in this episode is him body swapping with Sam clones. You know, the Sam clones who are naked, who he had, like, a waking nightmare about looking like and being that exposed. It's never commented on. He never says anything about it. He just swaps into them, and he even does, like, a goofy dance at Skunk Ape to horrify him into, like, doing what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
He literally goes from, like, I could never do that, horrifying, terrible, this is a waking nightmare, like, fuck it. I don't care anymore. He just doesn't. He'll just do it. Because he needs to. For Max. It's good. Oh, it's good. Good people. Ooh. Also, what we were really noticing on a watch through again is, like, how mad he gets at the Max heads. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, whenever they try to say one of Max's catchphrases, he gets, like, actively violent. He hates them imitating Max, which they do a lot, which is interesting because, like, they don't really do that with anyone else. It's just around Sam. They'll act like normal Max. They'll goof and crack wise and offer to give hints for corn dogs, and Sam hates it. It's fascinating. There's something really interesting in the space of, like, what has that week of not sleeping and being on his own and having these Max heads floating around that kind of act like his little buddy, but he knows it's not him? What was that like? Oh. And on the side with Max, this is when we find out the narrator was actually a part of Max's brain.
Mm-hmm.
Or basically, I like to really put it like the narrator is Max. Like, I know he's made kind of a distinct character. Oh.
Huh? What?
Sorry, I had to make... Oh, I was just making sure, my Twitch video, like, skipped a second, so I was like, I'm still online, right?
Yeah, you go.
Mm-hmm. Like, if you think of Max's superego, that's just part of Max's brain. That is just part of Max that is Max. This is a fascinating episode from that perspective. There's just this part of Max that can't stand who he is to this self-destructive, fascinating degree. And I kind of love that there's this weird thing of, like, the narrator in his conversation with us, the viewer, which is a whole interesting thing one could, like, point to, of, like, hey, what's going on there with Max? Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing of, like, by the end of this episode, one of these people will betray Sam and Max, and he's standing right there in the middle, which, first of all,
Very
cheeky.
funny.
Cheeky. Very, very funny to do. Especially given, like, it's like the director from season 1 is up there.
Mm-hmm.
Elvira's up there. Stinky. Really funny to do. Also, Cosmion says Sam hates those Max heads. It's fascinating because they are, like, from a part of Max, so the disconnect hits me specifically. Yeah, I think to Sam, it's like, even though they come from Max, it's not Max. It's not his little buddy. Also, presumably, they've been trying to get him to sleep for, like, the whole week, which is really funny. Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Also interesting with Max in terms of, like, characters in this episode is we get to see inside Max. And first of all, Sam does repeatedly say that everything we see is in fact how Max has always worked. And good luck with that if you're gonna worry about it. I worry about it. I don't have any real conclusions. I have a conclusion about it. I have a couple of thoughts, but mostly it's just really funny and also really sweet that in his inventory he has so much stuff from the office, which like they've been shuttered out of for a while. Like, did Max just go in there and like grab all of their keepsakes? Also really funny finding out that Max can clearly carry way more than Sam can.
Yes.
Deeply funny, like, can he just pull out whatever? Could he just, like, spit out, like, the frogs? We will never know. Also good that the scale in there is totally whack. I just kind of enjoy the giant gun in the background. But we should also here talk about, I think one of the most intense things about this episode is that it breaks with a lot of the conventions of Sam and Max. Like, Sam is fully on his own. There is no Max with you the whole time. There is only a little bit at the very beginning of, like, doing stuff in the locations you're familiar with. And there's the end. There is the moment where Sam is so close to saving Max. Although I should almost, like, back up for a second and talk about, like, Sam first meeting the narrator is really interesting because, like, I almost feel like there's the sense that, like, Max, the part of Max doing this, is kind of trying to push to see if, like, he can get Sam to give up on saving him. To just go, like, yeah, it was me all along. I'm doing this because I hate the way that I am. I hate the way that Max behaves. And it's too late to stop me. But he can't bring himself to, like, directly stop Sam in any way. He doesn't actually interfere directly. He lets Sam use the projector, which is interesting, because it's indicated that he's who has control of all of the psychic powers in this episode. He uses them against Sam.
Yep.
Like, if anything seems particularly, like, outright sabotaging, it's using the mind-reading cards against Sam around Sybil. That's fun. That has such a good air of, like, knowing something you can use against someone that matters to you so much, and kind of just doing it because maybe if you push, they'll hate you. And then you can just get left alone. The I'm being self-destructive, what are you gonna do about it attitude from Max makes me so sad. It's really sad! Like, literally, I think when we were playing it on air, it was the first time the penny ever dropped for me for like, oh, this is a part of Max saying that he's trying to kill himself. Like, destroy himself. Take out the Eastern Seaboard with him. Take out the city he loves. And, you know, one could argue to some degree, like, maybe the giant throbbing psychic tumor isn't helping, or you could even, like, say that's part of the cause of it, but the fun character stuff is, what if that's just kind of going on with Max? Also, Cosmion says, you know what I really like is how Max really does have, like, a lot of novels he's never written. I wonder if they're fully written, or if those are, like, the disconnected daydream snippets, like when I imagine writing but don't. I think either way there's something to be said about, like, how many of them there are, how, like, thoughtfully titled out they are, and the fact that Sam knows at least one of them by name.
Yeah.
And, oh man, it's kind of in the character examination section, but there really is something said for, like, Max, why do you cry to yourself over your own story of a young boy who feels, like, really neglected and then has to, like, go through puberty? What's going on there?
What's going on, buddy?
Buddy? Which is part of why I like the read of, like, him being one of a ton of siblings, and I think there's a lot you can read into, too, with him being, like, closeted and gay, of, like, middle school is kind of where everything changes if you're gay, and, like, going through puberty makes everything, like, weird suddenly. Like, it's very easy to imagine the, like, you know, that weird thing where you're super close friends all of this time, and then suddenly it's weird if you still sleep in the same bed during a sleepover, or, like, cuddle, you know? Suddenly you're not, like, holding hands anymore. Maybe part of that is that suddenly Sam is now twice your size, but And then we should talk about the end of the episode, where Max straight up dies. It's such an incredible scene. It's like the last thing you ever expect when you play that game for the first time. Like, of everything that could happen, the fact that you get, like, right there, you've solved all the puzzles, it seems like it's about to work, you hand Sybil the right tools, and it's all over because of something you can't control.
Yep.
And it turns out Max does care about people besides Sam. He really loves Sybil.
He does.
Like, which I kind of love as this, like, connecting character point, because, like, if you play all of the games, and this is part of why, like, I have trouble telling people, like, just play Season 3. I think you do need the build-up of, like, having run into Sybil's office over and over again, and pestering her,
yes,
and kind of ruining her life in public, and then... oops. Like, her romance with Abe, all of these moments where she's this fond character to you, and finding out that, like, they adore her. That's their friend. They are perfectly capable of very real, genuine emotional connections. And that might not be shocking about Sam, but it's kind of shocking about Max. And I think what's really fucked up is Max doesn't seem aware of that about himself until it happens. Does Max just think of himself as someone who wouldn't do that? Does he assume, well, if the chips were down, I guess I'm just a selfish, capricious person. Haha, that's who I am.
Ugh.
And he's not. He does everything he can to get Sybil out, to make sure she'll be safe. And it's great because I really love that the part of Max's brain that's having these problems and conflicts in that moment realizes, like, I was wrong. I can like the person I am. And it's too late. Like, I straight up think that the narrator, superego Max, is lying to Sam when he says, yeah, I'll take care of it. I'll deal with the tumor. Just get out of here. I think he knows perfectly well he's not gonna do it in time. He knows the shot's coming. And the fact that he does that little wave to Sam, and then he repeats the motion with, like, Max's body as one last, here, it's me, it's normal Max, the version of him that you know as close as I can manage, saying goodbye. And then I do think it's really, really funny that he uses his last moments on Earth to completely fuck over Skunk Ape and Stinky.
Yes, extremely
Which, are there any lines we can draw here to the fact that in a previous episode Stinky kisses Sam? Is there something there? Yes, I think a little bit. I think it's funny, at least.
I do too.
And we just get this slow walk of Sam. Like, Bugs mentioned this earlier, the fact that when Sam, you know, we go to the cloning chamber, there's this moment where it's like, okay, they'll clone Max, he'll be back, we'll be fine, it doesn't work, and he just leaves. Like, what do we know about Sam as a person? Steve Purcell says Sam and Max's thing, their dialogue is that they proclaim stuff. They walk into a room and they start talking. There's always speech bubbles running. Sam on his own talks to himself. He talks to people. He just leaves. He doesn't say anything to anybody. And I love in the whole thing, he just walks by all of these, like, tantalizing crime moments happening. Like, rats unpacking a truck of stolen goods. And he doesn't engage with any of it. Once you get to a pause on this, this is probably where we should pull up the two different versions of the ending, just to show folks.
Oh, you're right. Let me finish these arms.
No, take your time, take your time.
Yeah. Sorry, this is the drawing someone's OC quiet.
Yeah, I did notice. I tried to just keep going anyhow.
Sorry.
Yeah, if it was anyone but Puzz, by the way, I'm sorry, we would probably tell you no, pick something else, but Puzz is our actual little friend whose OCs we love.
Alright, let me
Just
pull
to set precedent. Yeah.
Personally, okay, of the two, I think I like the crime fighter ending more.
I do too, actually. But I think it's worth seeing them just...
I'm sorry, I mean the adventure ending. I know you
Oh,
like crime
really? I like
ending.
the crime finding ending better.
I don't know, there's something so romantic to me.
I like them charging off into the city together.
I like, you know, like leave this world behind and go to another just for us. I don't know.
That's not what they're...
Yes, it is! They take off in the time machine together!
Okay. Can you side stream it to me?
I'm working on it!
I'm sorry, I don't know what phase you are in things. Sometimes, sorry.
Let's see, here we go. Oops. Where are you? There you are. Okay, let me send you this.
Hey, RC, and we're coming up to kind of near the end of stream, but we still got some gay furries to talk about. Specifically, we're gonna check out the two endings.
Oh, concern it. It's muted. Hang on.
Just a few quick slices, and then we can get both of these mothers out of Max's brain.
Wait!
I love how she just
Now
goes
what's
into
the
the
problem?
knife.
It appears that Max's tumor has become infected with dark matter.
But you can make it better, right? I need Max to wobble by my side as we crash land into the mysteries of the universe and chortle merrily at reality's deepest secrets.
Ooh. And he leaves his hat. I like that.
I love the expression you get here. Christ.
Oh, hi, Sam!
Holy beer-battered princes of Maine and kings of New England in a glass-bottom boat with a trip-hop DJ and the second runner-up in the Miss Teen Oklahoma pageant. It's past Max in a time-traveling elevator.
What's shaking?
Max! I thought you were... Wait a second, where's the past me?
Oh, yeah, about that. We were on a case, and you got turned into a giant monster with electromagnetic powers, so I kinda had to blow you up. It was horrible!
Ooh, this little moment.
So, wanna stop some crimes?
Let's.
Ooh, push all the buttons. I want to scatter some dental retainers throughout the fossil record and see how long it takes anybody to notice.
You crack me up, little buddy.
It is a cute little extra thing there.
Without Max, I'd be just another grim loner, skulking through the seedy armpits of the city, assaulting crooks and assorted crook-like punks in a humorless, over-narrated fashion. Sure, it'd probably sell like granny panties in a nunnery, but would I be happy?
line.
Not really. I love how long they let the moment hang, too, man.
hi, Sam.
Holy beer-battered princes of Maine and kings of New England in a glass-bottom boat with a trip-hop DJ and the second runner-up in the Miss Teen Oklahoma pageant. It's past Max in a time-traveling elevator.
What's shaking?
Max, I thought you were... Wait a second, where's the past me?
Oh, yeah, about that. We were on a case, and you got turned into a giant monster with electromagnetic powers, so I kind of had to blow you
Max
up.
makes an interestingly neutral expression when he talks about that. It's good every time.
So, want to stop some crimes?
Let's. Where do we start, pal?
I heard there's a new supervillain in town called the Banker. He's created a board game that kills.
And there's rumblings that the horrible Rat Queen has been summoning all her minions to her secret nest beneath the city, subsuming them into her blood-caked fur to form the unstoppable Uber-Rat, Empress of Slaughter.
Oh boy, I can subdue her with my acid-slicked whip-like tongue.
You don't have an acid-slicked whip-like tongue.
Oh, well, I can still drool on her till she begs me to stop.
You crack me up, little buddy.
Maybe the setting. I do like the hat off.
I think it feels appropriate that we have different favorites between the two endings here.
By the way, this is Napalm X717's channel.
Yeah, this is the person you were talking about before.
Please.
If you want to check out silent footage of Sam and Max, this is kind of the place to go. It is very thorough, found plenty of scenes and some lines of dialogue that we didn't. And also, it's very fun watching. There's an art to the silent playthrough, you know?
There sure is.
Also, it is worth noting here. Okay, how to put this? Because I'm insane, I do have to talk for a second about a theory that I don't describe to, but you could pick at. The very specific way he refers to past Max and past Sam, interestingly enough, does make it seem like this could be the Max from the past Sam and Max time copies that were generated in Season 2. There is that angle to it that you could take. However, I believe that what we then see later in the time code box with the photos makes me feel like this is an alternate timeline version of Max. And also because I kind of like the idea better that it's a version of Max from very nearly the exact same timeline, and not a version of Max that split off timeline-wise 2 seasons ago, because the photos that we see in the lockbox, which I have copies of, includes a completely different cast of characters, including people who it doesn't make sense to have be there at the same time as everything that happens in episode 305, and this version of Max leaving the screwdriver and those notes doesn't make sense to me, and he straight up name checks, yeah, Sam had the toys of power. Not just, he had general psychic powers. That indicates to me that this is a fully different timeline, which I suspect might have just been Telltale doing a retcon, but it works for me, so. I'm an insane person, and I have to explain all that out of some kind of strange emotional honesty with my theory keeping, but basically, if someone had that read, I wouldn't correct them, I would just think differently. But I think that the fact that Grandpa Stinky is in that photo, and he is also involved in the events of 305, the fact that the Toys of Power are clearly there indicates that it is straight up a different timeline, and I believe that Charlie Hotep using what I believe is Sam's psychic powers could be good enough justification for the idea that the only thing different between those two timelines is who got the Toys of Power first. That's where the split happens. That's the difference between them. Because I've seen, there are people I've seen before in fanworks who enjoy the idea of well, maybe they have different enough experiences that's weird. It's like a friction point between them. I'm not that interested in that angle. Things going differently for them in 305 in season 3 is interesting enough to me. To me, I actually think there's something really sad to the idea they are exactly the same Sam and Max, except for who they leave. It's just straight up which one of them lost someone. and what happens after, like, the events of 305 that make the biggest difference. Although I do also think it's funny. I recommend taking some time to think up for yourselves what you think is fun to have happened in Max's version of events. My favorite is I decided that in his world, Abraham Lincoln dies tragically, and Sal lives because... Come on! We got all this way just for a live stone Abraham Lincoln? Come on.
Come on.
Boo, that man. Let me open up my notes. So, we're probably gonna wrap up in the next hour, probably? I'm taking a look at my notes here, because I have, like, post-season 3 discussions of the characters for Sam and Max, and then talking about alternate Max and alternate season 3. I'm trying to think if I should just go through the character stuff and leave talking about alternate Max for next time. I could almost get through these in one go.
That would be interesting for, like, we could have a discussion on it, would be good enough ground to work with,
That's true. I'll just hit the notes as I have them, and we'll see where I get, because I think I could get through talking about, like, we've already talked a lot about these. We're going to talk about it more again, because it's fun. Arsene says I have a not deep question, if that's okay. I guess I could also put the notes Yeah, ask away, Arsene. You specifically can. I was kind of like, well, I could just open the floor for questions while you finish doodles, since we're kind of in the overcooked brains part of the night. But...
I do have only one doodle left after this.
Okay, well, in that case, does Max have a Walter? Am I brainwashed? No, you're actually correct. Max does have functionally the same model of gun as Arsene Lupin III. You are good eye. Yes.
Friend of Arsene. Something else you may note. So Max has a Walter, just like Lupin, and Sam has a Smith & Wesson Magnum, just like Jigen.
There are some parallels to be made, especially including the amount of how much I enjoy the weird friction of, like, not actually being together yet. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. You only have one last drawing to do. I've got a lot of post-season 3 stuff to talk about. I'm gonna save all of that for next time. We're just gonna freestyle talking about these two as a ship off the top of our dome while you finish up drawing.
Okay.
So next time, what we will probably start with is just going into a deep dive of talking about these characters post-season 3, everything that you can think about and, like, draw off of from the season. And friend of Arsene is the other end of the spectrum of friend of Dorothy? No, friend of Dorothy means gay man.
Maybe friend of Arsene means gay lesbian.
No, neither of us are lesbians, Bugs. I mean, you can be if you want to be, let's be clear, but...
Aw, thank you, Frankie.
But also, you really like men.
Yes?
Nothing. I have no follow-up. No follow-up, sir. No follow-up. No follow-up. You can do whatever you want forever. I'm staying out of this.
One simply can respect Patti LuPone. It doesn't have to... Just like my father, who watches Patti LuPone all the time in musicals and knows all about Broadway gossip. It doesn't have to mean anything. Don't worry about it.
My dad really was friends with a lot of butch lesbians in his life. Who could say what this means? See you later, Sheik. Safe journey, happy trails, swift arrow. Good, get through the airport good, okay? We'll see you.
Get some chewing gum from the gift shop.
Oh, that's always smart. That's always smart. Okay. Since we do have a little bit of time, okay. Here's part of the appeal for these two characters. They've known each other forever. They've known each other since they were kids. I also think it's really fun that they're both just, like, violent motherfuckers. That's such a fun component to me of, like, them as a romantic duo. I will also open the floor if anyone has any questions for us about, like, specific headcanons, thoughts, ideas about this stuff. Now's the time, because we're just gonna chill. It's okay if they have to do with, like, alternate Max. my thinking is that if I talk about something now and then talk about it and expand on it way more next time, if you all weren't going to show up for this, you wouldn't show up for our streams at all. I repeat myself a lot.
Uh-huh. And we like it.
It's just the nature of streaming, I think. I think it is. Like, every time Holly goes, like, I think I've talked about...
job, dude.
It's true. Every time Holly says, like, I think I've talked about this before, I go, again! Again!
Yes.
Yay! Exactly. Yes, your nastiness! Anyways, what do you both feel like they would look like as humans? I don't think either of us are, like, much really for, like, Gajinka designs, as they called them in our day, or humanizations. I do think, okay, I'm not the person who can pull this maneuver off with Max. I am the person who could pull this maneuver off with Sam. I think there's room for an interpretation of Max as actually being native. And I think that there is a ton of room for Sam of a read of being mixed race black.
Yes,
which I think would be, first of all, very handsome of him, speaking of that being my thing. And I definitely think with any humanization, the most important thing is that you have to keep the height difference as close to the same. Max can't come up any higher than the tit zone. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. If Sam believes that Max is from the Season 2 thing, would Max correct him ever? Yeah. No, I think Max would be really quick to like, no, I'm from like a different timeline. Part of why I like... I had to live that season twice! Which, I also partially like the idea that, like, that Season 2 copy double of Sam and Max, they're, like, in Los Angeles, and they've been dating for 2 years. Like, they already figured this shit out somehow. There's just, like, alternate West Coast Max and Sam out there somewhere.
Yeah, agreed.
Despite them having so many wedding outfits, do you think those two would actually get married even after getting out of the closet? Yes, 100% yes. I think they would eventually get married. I think literally, like, we'll talk about this a lot next time, but the scare they both went through of almost losing each other, I think would really motivate them to kind of not keep the status quo with their relationship, which is kind of part of the fun of that outcome from Season 3 is, like, the dismount from, like, the status quo is fine forever, everything is good, we can just kind of comfortably say, like, this, like, hey, we could lose each other, actually. We did. Like, both of them presumably spent, even at the fastest, they both spent a week without each other. Like, even if Max could just run out and grab the elevator immediately and come find him immediately, that's still a week where the other person was almost as good as dead. And both of them went through the other person being unbrained. I like to imagine that happened that direction. Whoever has the psychic powers gets unbrained. I think that kind of pressure would do it. Let's see. Oh, y'all have a lot of questions. This is a great scam. I mean, great idea. I'm out of brain. I can answer questions all day, though. Also, I like to think that if they did get married, it would probably be, like, they just show back up again and they're married. Like, they just went somewhere. Like, I think they would look like, oh, I could have, like, a proper wedding. I could invite all 20 of my siblings. You could have a really fun conversation with your aunt. Although I do think that if it wasn't just running away and showing back, how cute would it be? Sybil's got to be an official.
Oh my
and
God,
she's Queen of Canada.
Officiated
What if they just went to... What if they just, like, went to her and were like, hey, Sybil, can you just write us a marriage certificate? The witness is the baby.
I'm also a wedding planner.
We want to start with something small. I could see them later having, like, a bigger wedding, but I think they would just do the, like, we're both, like, 40 to 50 years old. We're just gonna sneak out and run away for a while.
Don't worry about where we came back with rings. That's not important right now.
Don't worry about it. What do you think the alt Sam's id looks like? I've talked about this before. I will talk about it again. My picture of id is a noir detective version of Sam, which, you know, you could have as, like, humanoid to kind of match that Max's is, because presumably in this other season, you'd have the same, like... I like to think that it is still an alternate Telltale game structure. Like, that's inherent to their universe. So you still have the, like, it looks like a human. It would probably draw very much on, like, classic Humphrey Bogart. I think Steve Purcell in that interview actually name-checked a couple of other really distinct noir, characters that he draws on, thinks of as being, like, his voice more than Bogart, which is very funny.
Hang on. I wrote that down, actually. Where did I put that?
Yeah. While Bugs is looking for that, I also like the idea that the result would be, like, kind of hard to see. Like, I imagine, like, a trench coat drawn up, like, all the way around the back of the neck, like, the collar's all the way up, a hat, like, drawn really far down, like, the Jigen Daisuke, like, permanent, shadow over the eyes kind of effect.
For Sam, he pictured Donald Sutherland from MASH, and for Max, he pictured Joe Pesci.
Oh yeah, for voices specifically.
Yeah, and then he talks about a little more the influence on what Sam's voice is like. It's Johnny Carson plus Jack Webb, Dragnet. Flatness, quote, not quite pulpy, not overstated.
Yeah, I like that. And I like the idea of Sam's id being very hidden, both as kind of like, this is something that Sam's repressing about himself. He doesn't let himself be impulsively angry as much. He isn't that spontaneous. He is trying to present himself this particular way to the world, which is very restrained. He literally doesn't let his tail out to be wagged. So his id being, like, cloaked physically and visibly is something that's really fun to me as an idea. I also like the idea... It's really fun to me to think of, like, we've talked about this before, but, like, Max's super ego actually looking like Max. I think if Sam's id did look like Sam, it would have the fur all the way grown out too, in that, like, messy kind of way. Let's see. Sorry, every time I answer a question, I scroll back up to, like, see the other ones. Do you think these are the original rickety-ass guns, or do you think they've gotten each other presents? It's a new gun to the extent of an arsenal. Canonically, Max might just be able to generate the gun he owns spontaneously. Sam claims he thinks he, quote, secretes them. I think Sam, though, has been using the same gun for, like, decades. I think he cleans that bad boy. Yeah. I think it is, like,
they
at most...
using gun oil in the Poker Night games.
Yeah. So I think that's, like, the same one. I do think if they got each other presents, I could see, like, Max would get Sam, like, new parts for his gun, and Sam would get Max, like, a chainsaw.
And a cheese on the month
calendar. Be like that. Yes, exactly. Let's see, what else? What would Max's post-debrained Sam phase be like? Oh, I talked about this, but I love talking about it. Max's noir mode is super ego taking over. And by that, I don't mean, like, and his super ego. No, I mean, Max would have to start thinking. Max would abandon impulsive drive for emotional self-satisfaction through brief acts of indulgence entirely. As far as he knows, Sam just died when he stepped out of the room. The only thing on his mind is revenge. He needs to think. He needs to follow logic. He would suddenly be in charge. And he needs to avenge his buddy. I think it would be a similar sequence in terms of, like, him chasing down people to talk to. But I think instead of the noir circle kind of thing, don't say BBC Sherlock Max, shut up! Come here. Can I get them?
Yes, of course.
Yay. I untime you out immediately. I'm a Sherlock... Books! Man, you can't say that to me.
Thank you, Puzz.
Legitimately.
It was very fun to draw Minnie. Minnie has a very
Yay!
fun design.
Oh, she's having so much fun. Good to let them babysit.
It's good to do this.
Ooh, Cosmion has a comment I'm gonna read after I talk about this because it hits the nail on the head so hard of what I'm thinking of, but... I think what you would get, I talked before about, like, I think Max would put on Sam's coat and hat and roll the sleeves up. And I like this idea just because I like the idea of it matching the Super Ego's costume of, like, he looks around and he sees, like, a vase of flowers and picks one up and looks at it and suddenly stands up straight and tucks it into his lapel and goes, I'm gonna get them for this, Sam. I don't know who they are, but I'm gonna get them for this. And suddenly it's just him, like, I imagine, like, him chasing someone down in this is like he just slowly walks after them, hands behind his back, waiting patiently until they give up and turn around. Yeah, like he's doing the, like, I got all the time in the world. All I need to do. Like, you would have dialogue trees that are like 10 fucking questions long. It's like him chasing people through dialogue trees of like, oh, you don't work for Skunk Ape anymore. That's interesting. Yeah, no, please tell me more about the sign spinning. Seems real athletic. But what if Skunk Ape had an open again? What if you thought you could keep a secret for him? And then he'd let you back in, like just terrorizing them. Just, I love the idea of like, Max without Sam has to become focused. Because what's left for him otherwise? Also, Cosmion said earlier, you know what's really fascinating is, assuming Max meets the Sam id, which I do believe he should because I like the parallel, these two both met the part of each other they've been repressing for years. What are you gonna do when you see yourself and your buddy bestie guy pal, and you realize you're both holding yourselves back, which could mean nothing? Yes, this is what I love to talk about. This is what I love as an idea. Like, you have found out there is a part of your friend, your best friend, the man you're in love with, who's like different than you ever thought was there. And it's a part of them that they don't show around you for some reason. And you thought you knew them so well. But it turns out that, like, there's something you never knew and it was killing them. Like, it's really fun because to me that's part of the the drive they would have to, like, maybe stuff would have to be different. In, again, a fandom variation of stuff happening after this, where stuff can stay kind of more dramatic than is actually going on, but also it's fun to do this and play. And it's 1:13, we gotta take another break. Frantically drawing. Frantically, the teacher has not come around to pick up the paper yet.
Don't worry, I'm writing my name down. It's fine. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna take a last quick 5-minute break, and then we will come back, finish up our thoughts, finish up what I was talking about, finish up the last drawing, and then we'll hit fan art. But for right now, we will be right back. Doing. My dark secret is I think that the version of Emperor's New Groove we got is better than what we would have gotten before. I think a movie you imagine in your head based off of production ideas is always going to seem better than whatever version of the movie you actually get, because that version of it doesn't exist in your head. So it can be perfect.
Yep.
Also, enough of that! Knock it off.
Focus up. This ain't Emperor's New
No,
Groove,
it was
it's Sam and Max.
BRB. Bugs. They're allowed to be off topic on breaks.
No.
Okay.
Hey, Jay, Frankie, I am so sorry, but I am starting to get my hand cramping up. Jay, I will finish this piece off stream for you. Promise.
Okay, in that case, don't even worry about it. Priority is always going to be on the Bug's hands. With that, do we want to just go over to fan art? Pretty much all I was doing was answering questions. I'll hit the rest of my notes next time we're doing this.
Yeah, if that's okay. Sorry again.
Bugs. It's fine. The worst case scenario, I would finish my thoughts while talking with you, my friend, to music without you drawing, Bugs. Demi-friend, literally. Come on, get got.
Yeah.
He told you to wrap it up, man. Sit it out.
That's like
chat is not
that's like the third time we've talked to them about this.
Yeah,
like,
Demi-friend, I'm gonna put you in a funny custom timeout, and this is like last chance. Damn, you both hit him. Good luck. Twitch chats are not AIM, AOL general chat rooms to talk about whatever to a funny background. Get better. If you try to write either of us a note, you will get banned.
This is a democracy.
It's not. It's really not.
Actually, now that I am drawing, I can.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Next time, Jay. I promise.
Jay, if you want, we can leave it to the top of next time, or we can do it for you off air, or we can, I don't know, hop in paint chat one night while Bugs is working on it, and you can come hang out with us. Otherwise, I guess final words before we, swap over to doing fan art is, as you can tell, we got a lot to think about for this, and final thing, just to, hit you guys with, a little bit of tasting note before we go in. Please imagine, you've known someone your entire life, you find out there's something about them you never knew this whole time, and please imagine the horrible fun of alternate Max having talked to this version of Sam that I always imagine having this moment of you think you know me. You think that what you're looking at is a happy dog. When was the last time you even saw my tail, let alone see it wag? And coming back to being around this person again of this, something has to fucking change.
Yeah.
Something about how you live, something about how I live, the fun of, the status quo has to end in some way, and maybe we can find something out about that, but it turns out there's something scarier than the idea of my best friend thinking it's gross that I'm gay or in love with him or whatever, and it's that you're not happy. You weren't always happy. You were hiding something, and it was hurting you, and both of them having that at the same time about each other is so fun.
It's good.
Sam worrying, all those times I joked about Max being stupid, all of those times that I took over the case. Did I do that because he likes not being who's in charge of the case, or was that just what he was used to doing? Max worrying about, should Sam get to be more violent? There's all these times that people talk shit about Sam that I kind of ignored because he's used to it. Ooh, Ooh. Also, real quick before we swap over, Cheezik says, after the end, can Sam and Max use the time elevator to go between the timelines, or are they stuck in one branch? That's up to you! I can't see any reason why they couldn't go between timelines if the elevator has that. I think it's extremely up to personal, decision. I do think that Max decided to leave his timeline behind. Maybe they would decide to go back and forth. I think that could be a fun perspective on it. But I think what's always important to me is that wherever Max was, whatever he was doing, finding Sam as soon as possible after Sam loses him is his priority.
Yeah.
And the idea that, there's a version of his family somewhere that he just kind of doesn't exist to anymore, and Max is aware of that, to me, that hits. Ooh, that hits good. But
yeah.
Part of what's fun about Sam and Max is that you as a fan, and with your own personal fanon, or what you think about and talk about with friends, what you RP, what you write, there's a lot of dials you can turn between, silly and no low consequences to, stuff changing permanently. Maybe they would have to get a new place besides the office. Maybe they'd have to not live on the same street they always lived on, or maybe they'd have to wait for it to get repaired. It's fun. It's fun.
They could hit
it's
the
fun.
road again.
Yeah.
Ooh. And then you're stuck in a car with someone that you know this about.
And you got the top pulled back up on the DeSoto because it's raining out, and now you gotta sleep in the back seat, and it used to feel normal that you could do this, but things are different now. Things are different now.
There's a lot of miles and a lot of time to kill, and there's only so much radio you can listen to.
In the grand tradition of men trapping themselves in situations where they might actually need to have a conversation with each other.
It's like if you go on a long enough road trip with your dad, you'll get a therapy talk at some point.
I'm just imagining them on the road and Sam just couldn't help but notice that your superego kind of looked like it was wearing makeup, little buddy. Close the door, Max! Turn the safety lock off, Sam! No! rattling the doorknob. Also, Sweet Seal Dream says, man, they really are pulling a Lupin and Jigen. Yes. But even worse... Okay. If Zenigata had met Lupin first... I think Sam and Max is what you end up with.
Yeah.
If Lupin was his partner at the Tokyo MPD, I think this is where you end up, and I think even the freelance police part of it is really kind of what's going on. But it's the Lupin and Jigen parallels of the has Sam tried to date girls before? Has Max had to do the, sitting and waiting and wondering if this time it's gonna, work out?
In the VR game, Max alludes to 2 girlfriends that Sam has had. And also, in the Poker Night games, Sam refers to dating girls as, you fall in love with someone and then they get so sick of you because you love them too much.
There is absolutely room for the really fun aspect of, a closeted, mutual pining situation of the, trying to do the heteronormative thing, because that's what you're supposed to do, and for some reason it just keeps not working out, and it doesn't last that long, and maybe that makes it okay for Max, because, hey, the girls never stick around. Pearl Steven Universe voice.
Yes. It's okay, because I know, they're temporary, and I'll be here forever, and so will she.
But also, what if? The nightmare. What if?
And then Max is stuck with a puppy in an alternate universe.
I'm gonna get on the news!
I fumbled a fat bitch!
That is kind of super ego voice. I have to confess, it's all happening because I fumbled A big, beautiful man. Also, side note, even though it is like a joke thing, I do kind of like that there's that line between Stinky and Max where Stinky goes like, I would never date a giant evil gorilla again. And Max goes, oh, tell me about it, girl. I kind of like the idea of Max like sneaking out a couple of times and like trying out going to a gay bar on his own. And maybe it doesn't have to be Sam. Maybe he could find a normal boyfriend, like a heteronormative sitcom gay boy.
Where Sam, it's a dented, crashed Risotto, and he goes, Max, have you been sneaking out and driving the car again?
Yes. Max going off and doing stuff on his own. And I love the idea of, like, Max having that, like, maybe it could work out fine. I can just be gay and find a boyfriend who's like Sam, and Sam will obviously eventually get married, because I guess for some reason that's just what people do, is they just suddenly decide to get married and get boring, but we'll stay friends and we'll both just be happy together still, separately. Oh god, I feel like dying. Nope, I'm fine. But like, him trying out dating boys secretly is really fun in terms of drama potential, which again, yes, if you are a survivor of the Lupin III fandom, I am just gesturing quietly.
You may be entitled to compensation.
You may be entitled to compensation. Alright. Oh, this is the street theme that I always love.
Yeah, it's so good, right?
I don't know why. Something about it.
No, it's so... I'm excited for
kind of
when the
melancholy.
Season 3 soundtrack comes out, man.
Yeah.
Especially, I want to see what the track name is for, the secret theme. Yeah, I want to see what it's called.
Yeah, I like to think of that as, you can find it on YouTube. There's not like the whole official, unofficial RIP soundtrack on YouTube, but there's through the first 2 episodes, and it's very much like, oh, this is alternate Max theme to me. This is next time. I now am going to like go in and like probably restructure how much alternate Max is in my notes to like fully talk about, because I really enjoy thinking about, like, again, like I said, it's a dial. I highly invite people to experiment, think about for yourself, how long do you think it took Max to get there? Because there is the option of like, well, maybe he just figured this out really fast, maybe he was there as fast as possible. But there's so much fun potential in it taking him, like, even a couple of weeks more time than how long Sam went through it.
How many Maxes there are in that picture?
Yes. Why does future and past Max, why are they already involved? Also, real quick, before we get out of here, there is a theory that I think I only thought of after we got out of there, so I am going to share this before we go to fan art. If Max was able to come and get Sam, then, and that took more time, which admittedly, it taking more time is already an assumption. That means Sam didn't get to Max first. You follow me? To chat. Bugs, I've already explained this to you. What if you not only have Max pouring through timelines to find one that's a match to his? What if that could happen? But also, Sam picking up the toys makes sense, doesn't it? Who between them is the one who picks up random items on the street and instantly starts using them on things? The adventure game protagonist, Sam. If Sam sees that item first, he will become who uses it. What if Max had to make this timeline? What if Max goes back in time, grabs the viewfinder, and tosses it somewhere weirdly out of the way, like the alleyway by their apartment building, where he knows he's more likely to see it?
Where he knows he was
and that's how he knows it's the And what if that's why this timeline exists? Is because Max figured out the only way he could save Sam, the only adjustment he could make to the timeline that would leave his Sammy alive, is if he sets him up to not any ability to stop it. This is the fun. This is the fun. This is the fun. I'll talk more about it next time. I'll probably like detail it out a little bit more. But it's just so fun to imagine like the shot where like you see it and you see Max's hand, but it's in like the wrong location. Morning, Feeny 3.
Good morning.
And imagining him doing the adventure game puzzle solution of moving it. It could be good. It could be good. Because why is it in that alleyway? Why is it in that? And also Max like turns his head towards the alleyway for like no reason. And you could even have the fun of like Max like throwing something to make a noise.
Like
you know?
Meet the Robinsons.
It's a little bit Meet the Robinsons.
Max has to be the one to ring the doorbell.
Which way says this is the pain of trying to save your love across time by any means necessary. There's some Madoka coding. We've talked about it before, a second or two before. There's a little bit of fun there. Oh, you know it's good when the entire chat erupts in agonized noises, but with that, we should probably move on over to the fan art. I'm starting to get a headache because it's actually raining out, which is nice.
Oh.
Might explain why I got so overheated. The pressure.
I was doing some very quick shading in the background while we were talking.
You and your shading, your hand.
I like... Sam's gotta have his fur tone. Sam's gotta have his fur tone. Boy's gotta have his meal.
Well, with that, I am going to link one more time. Let's see. I recommend people read the comics. I'm gonna call this optional reading. Next time we'll be getting into advanced, agonized, gay feeling theory for these two. God help us, we might get in there long enough to talk about, like, hey, Max sure really likes kids, huh? Like, Max really likes children and babies, huh?
Makes you think.
What if they had puppies?
What if they had puppies? They look like a little basset hound because it was like a lop-eared bunny and a dog.
What if they had punnies?
What if they had punnies? What if they had dogomorphs?
Canomorphs.
Oh, it's good. It's a great name.
Which, by the way, anyone out there who makes Sam and Max fan kids, it's my favorite thing in the world.
Oh man, that artist who was making them in the style of the Road
the
to
three little ones.
Those designs are great.
I think that's the same person who like does some of the pinups of Sam and, well, not pinups exactly, dramatic fun illustrations of them that we really love, but
really good.
Kind of pinups. God, side note, by the way, it's so nice to be in a world where there's like gay artists who are into Sam and Max who aren't cowards about fat people or furries.
Oh my god, for
real. It was
real,
bad
though.
out, man.
It was bad,
It used to be the Gajinkas of our time are not worth discussing even remotely,
Maybe
man.
y'all heard a little bit ago about that Sam and Max moderator who was trying to get the gay art banned from the Reddit. It was like all like that. Oh yeah,
it was
I'll have to
all
fill you
like
in
that.
later.
And now it's great because like I went to go check, like there's a Sam and Max like fandom wiki, and like the page for Max has a giant badge on top that says we can't go back in the closet after all we've done. That's just straight up like, please, you do not change the part of this article that talks about his gay deal. Like, go to the talk page if you want to slug it out. And it's like, oh man, this tells a story.
Yeah, for real, for real.
Oh, also love Puzz saying they spend the rest of their lives arguing over what to call the kids, Sanulacra, Doppelganger style. Oh my god, you're right.
You're right.
Our bouncing baby puppies. Yeah.
You mean Boggs? Okay.
Boggs. Where are we starting?
We are starting way back. Feeney's Shipwreck 64 piece.
Ooh, hold on.
On the 15th.
Oh, on the 15th. Jesus, that is a bit back.
Yeah, we might have to split this as well. I'm so sorry, folks.
We'll do our best. it's good that we caused... Oh, okay, found it. Bye, Feeny. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Feeny, finally got this finished. I make jokey posts about Shipwreck 64 and everything to do with the dwellers, but I really do love it. I do have a couple more pieces in mind I can hopefully finish before the DLC comes out, fingers crossed. The funniest thing about the finale is leaving a barrel making every dweller mad at you at once.
Wonder if the starlings are gone now. Bucky, I feel really bad. Just every fucking thing going off. Never mind. Yeah, that sequence, it's so fucking funny for that. It's so fucking harrowing. It's such, like... You really captured the energy of just, like... I love dweller spawn noise times 1000.
And I like the implication of that you're next to another barrel, so that's another problem you're gonna have to deal with.
Good luck. The barrel is not going to turn and look at you. It's not going to turn and look at you. It's not going to turn and look at you. This is really cute. You managed to hit a good job of, like, the fencing, the, like, red sky, the atmosphere. I love
like,
little chat Sona.
Looks really cute. Yeah.
Yes. The expression shift as, like, every single sound goes... That's how I feel when I'm playing fucking Signalis and I walk into a room that's dark, and what I learned is to use the gun to see if there's anyone out there without using my flashlight, and it just starts targeting everything. It's like, no.
Really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, did some hand practice with Sam and Max. 305, huh, folks? Lyrics come from Johnny Jash's cover of Tally Hall's Dream.
This is the goods. This is the
That's
goods.
Good.
This is
That's
the goods.
Good.
I don't actually know the song in question, but I'll check it out after the stream.
This is really cool. Thank you so much,
This is the type of art that I love seeing people hit after we show them something like, yes, the agony.
And I really do like, these are good. You can tell this is Sam. We've got Max here, the stark silhouettes going on here. It's really dope. Great work.
Very stark. Very beautiful.
Hands are tough. Good shit.
Also, apologies if at any point we give, like, slightly less commentary than we normally might. Again, brain melting, lot of fan art, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
From Angry Poppy 6394.
Kind of been obsessed with the flaming floating Max heads. Oh, wow, great light coming off of this. You even have the focused at the part of the fire coming on the top of the head. The shadow where it hits the ears. I love the little tongue here. And the path to the stomach. Nice. That looks great.
Yeah, nice handling of, like, the weirdness of, like, where his ears sit on top of his head. It's one of those things where, like, another reason why, like, I keep pushing the comics, besides them being good at general, is, like, figuring out stuff, like, how they work as characters with, like, lined outlines is a lot easier going to the source, because this is, like, really good interpretation of those 3D models, which do some weird stuff. Beautiful. I love his vacant expression.
I do too. You really nailed the proportions on this Max face too. Really good.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. From Divine Industrialist.
I'm very charmed by the fact that they were in some sort of theater circuit in the 1900s. Anyway, extremely self-indulgent, burlesque, stinky.
Yes.
Let's go.
Really good eye. We were talking about, like, this piece and, like, there's a poster back in the Tomb of Sam and Mac that says the mermaid and the cockroach. And that could totally be them. These are such fun designs. I love the different, like, swings at costumery for her.
Yes. Oh, the keeping the shell pattern broad, the pearls. Oh, how pretty.
I'm not usually much of a, like, oh, it's sad that this was in, like, the art that didn't make it into it, but there is, like, a production art by Steve Purcell of Stinky where her apron is a full body apron and it has shell bra pattern on the apron, which I think is a cuter design. I think it's cuter.
It is very cute. Oh, this feather's so lovely.
And as we've talked about before, I really do love the way you draw Stinky. It's like the only thing that would, like, truly improve her is if she was built like a refrigerator, you know?
Yes. Yeah. Very cute Sal, too. I love this big sweet eyes.
I love, like, you know, this is like the better times, the better days when it was just them and the road and the con, and nobody had to die, but they were fleecing people, you know? How funny would it be if, like, Anton just didn't recognize Sal? Like, oh, it must be a different cockroach.
I don't know.
Literally,
they all
why
look
would
the
I
same to me.
Literally, why would I assume it's the same cockroach named Sal? Okay, I do see it now.
Thank you.
1800s toxic Yuri.
You're right.
You're right. Oh, Sal could be a big, beautiful butch. Again, want to say, really love the costume work here. The layering of, like, the frills on this, like, lowest left one is really appealing to me.
The fishnets are so good. Very funny to put on a mermaid. Love it.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. From Moss, Trithy's smoke break was the height of theater. I love this Trithy. His little legs, his little belly.
I love it. Yeah, I love, like, the physicality of Trithy here. Just, like, it really is, like both the way that, like, a little plushie sits, but, like, also this is how cats look when they sit up like this, and they get, like, their weird little belly all schlumped up in front of them.
The cigarette being proportional to him is really good.
It's really good. I like seeing him with, like, the purse off. Like, it makes you realize, like, how much of his body is, like, eclipsed by that coin purse. And, like, I love the phone being, like, actual phone scale compared to him.
Yes. And the, like, tired eyes on him is really good. The little, like, whisker breakup on his muzzle, very cute.
The specific way Moss Feet, like, draws Trithy as, like, a slightly, like, worn, plushy / older cat is so charming to me.
He should be at Old Friends Senior Cat Home. He shouldn't be doing this.
He needs to be sent to the teddy bear hospital.
Yeah.
He needs fresh stuffing.
They need to dry clean this man.
I tell you what, I'm still full of sawdust.
You're the lucky one. My kid pours milk on me. He thinks I'm hungry. I keep telling him I'm not hungry. I can't get hungry, kid. And he goes, here's your milk, Trithy. I love you.
Also, Local Disastrix said earlier about Anton possibly knowing Sal. Do you know how many man-sized cockroaches I've seen? I'm Parisian! Jesus. But yeah, the softness of this Trithy, and I love it being this, like, soft, dark gray background. Truly, he's on his fucking smoke break.
Yes, really good. And the volume and weight to the purse is really good.
Yeah, it looks like it's got change in there.
Thank you very much.
He's pulling out quarters to let his kid get the super balls from the machine.
He is.
I gotta keep a close eye on them. They will eat them.
They're obsessed with this game called Happy Piero. I don't know what to do.
We should put that in Movie Shop.
Where's Vibe Check's touching ending? Please watch Game Center if you have any idea what we're ever talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you. From Cosmion. Yes.
This piece. Catching up the last hour showed Bob that I missed, and I wanted to do a little redraw of a favorite shot. Screenshot provided for reference. It's fine. Oh,
I love this.
Both of them looking at each other. Oh,
oh
look,
the
moment. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. I really love, like, the emotion of this, like, moment that you've, like, pulled out in this illustration, and really great example of, like, how to take a reference shot like this and, like, take from it, like, what you want to express.
Yes.
But kind of moving stuff around, like their eye line is more, like, clearly set with each other, but having, like, Sam turned away from the camera and being, like, lit by Max.
Yeah, I'm in love with your use of textures here, how smooth and soft. Like, you have the clear divided shadow line, and then you hit that with a very slight glow effect, and it makes everything seem so, like, buttery soft and unreal, and it's so good.
Yeah. No, you can like this is a real like moment set to music to me too.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
There is something, and it really hits to like something that I love about like the implication of it being a week is like this week that you spend with your best friend like gone from you in this weird way where like they're right there, but like you can't talk to him, you don't know how he's doing, you don't know if this hurts him, you don't know if he's having fun, you don't know if he's even thinking anymore.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it before, but there's such like an emotion that you get when a character's face isn't turned towards the camera too.
Yes, you're so right. Sam's unreadable expression here. Oh.
And really great, like, the lighting here. Like, Bugs already talked about it, but it just looks so nice. Especially really hit, like, the rim lighting and shadow.
Yes.
And, like, the tiny little zigzag on the shadow of the coat really sells, like, cloth line.
Yes.
Without having to get tied up and doing, like, a bunch of wrinkle work necessarily.
Well, not only that, but also you have, like, the stark light of the fire here, and then you have the soft light with the grim glow of where it's hitting the wet skin, and then you have that glowing through the thin film in the hands. Love it.
Yeah. You also get that through Sam's, like, the brim of his hat has, like, more glow coming through it.
And going along the curve of his hat, too. Really good, Cosmiel.
Yeah, beautiful work and composition in general, too. Like, this is something where, like, the amount of time that you've put into, like, doing pieces with, like, full backgrounds and, like, scenery and doing comics work comes into play with doing something of this where, like, you're taking a shot that you already really liked and putting your own composition to it, which is hard. Composition is hard. I work from photos a lot because I make less choices if I use a photo.
Yee.
Ignore the 10 hours I will spend picking out my reference photo. Don't look over there. It's different.
Listen.
Thank you though. But next from Cosmion as well.
Oh, now that I've listened to your guys' thoughts on the alt timeline, I'm beset with beautiful visions of Sam's id as this gay and handsome little noir Sona, who definitely had a cool reveal for the first time Max met him, but after enough time travel, his whole excessive, unskippable, grizzled, tough guy monologue is just really annoying.
I love this.
The curve of the big floppy hat, the way he's like Flint inspired. Oh, Zenigata influence in there. I love split on
the little eyelashes.
Hands out to cover all of him over the shoes.
I really.
Face. Oh.
At Low Strawberry Lemonade Gay popping off in the chat too, like you're so right.
Yes.
I love too that you very clearly drew on like you paid attention to like how it needs to be a very striking design in like black and white, the pop of color being a red tie versus his blue and gray tie, which I also love because it's like it's right over his chest. It's like the beating heart that's like hidden under all of this violence.
And Sam's tie is like the big goopy thing that hangs loose on him. It's tucked.
Yes, it's tucked in here. It's like hidden. I love that. I love too like the thinking you did here about like square jaws and like the hat being pulled over his eyes and the growling.
The underlashes are so good. I love, you know, in Image 2 we get these beautiful thin, pointy teeth. The underlashes, the diamond type eyes, so good.
I love the idea too of like a doggish like feeling to him still coming out too.
Yes, and the sleeping with his feet on his desk. P.I. Oh, that's cute.
Sup, you dick! What the?
I like
Fifth
the
time
shadow
around the
over
time
his
loop
brow.
look.
That's so cute.
Yes. I think when you posted this, I want to say to like Tumblr, you talked about like, yeah, Sam would probably like have a more idealized like skinny figure to this kind of thing, but you wanted to draw a hot fat man. I would like to counter that I think his id isn't necessarily going to be an idealized version of his own body, and also it's always correct to draw a fat man in general. So
Real.
I love him just being asleep at the desk and like Max showing up way too early. Next time, please look forward to discussions of, so how long did Max spend trying to fix his original timeline?
It's so cool.
If you enjoy thinking about it.
If you look into that, Max's brain, it's like Madoka, where there's just clocks everywhere and like hanging swords, and it's fine, and it's cool.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, I love this like harried Max of like the fur spiked out and everything.
Yes, I love that. The under eye bags are really good.
Yeah. Please, he needs to be held by a large fat man and also to maybe take a shower.
Yes. Thank you, Cosmion.
Thank you so much, Cosmion. I really adore this design.
I do too. From Hedgehog Honeycake to the people who said you need to see Jurgen and Sam being bitchy gay people at brunch, I have heard you.
I love this.
Frankie, it's all you.
No, really, Jurgen. I'm so glad that fashion trends mean you can be so economical. Old clothing. Oh, big talk coming from someone who's worn the same cut since what? 1992? It's custom! Hey, hold on. Not that you know anything about that. No, I wouldn't know anything about needing to talk. Gay on gay violence! I love him just like launching over like the entire length of the table.
So good. And
like,
I love his hackles going up, his first like so good.
Love like you can see like a waiter like really quickly grabbing a dish from the table and just like booking it.
I
love this like outfit for Jurgen of like the it's like his like fancy modern outfit but like the jacket and hat off. It's really
oh my
cute.
God, you even remembered ordering the food and letting it go to waste because you wouldn't even eat it from that bit. That's so funny.
The cup of vibe.
Really good, really good.
And really incredible job here. You have like full backgrounds in every shot. You've got like brickwork that you're doing back here. It really sells like yeah, this is like a New York New York brunch place ass kind of vibe here. And I love that you have this like tiny little wine glass nestled in Sam's giant fucking head-shaped hand with like a little
really
pinky
good.
out
Good
here.
hand position too. I like the pinky out.
Yeah.
I like the hand flopped down under his jaw too. Really good.
And I kind of love the way you handle the composition on the top rows, where like Jurgen and him are opposite each other, but you kind of like turn the camera and have Jurgen like over the boundary to like keep track of the conversational flow. That's fun.
The way
to me.
you break the panels is really interesting. Looks really cool. I dig it. The grr breaking over here, the hat, the shoulder poking in. It feels like both of them pushing up against the seams against each other. Really fun.
It's really fun. And a really great example of like the things about making comics is that you will work on everything at once.
Yep. It's fucked up, but
Put yourself in the grinder. It's fun.
Do it.
It's fun. It's fun.
Do it. Do it.
Find characters you feel so normal about, and this will happen. But
Thank
beautiful
you very
stuff.
much.
Let me add a few notes on here.
From Healing Mind. Been working on this piece on and off. Thanks to both of you for streaming the whole series. Here's hoping for another season.
Hey, for real.
Oh,
this is so cute. I love them both looking out over the water, and Max like dangling off, and the headless Liberty just fucking on the skyline.
Yes, I like the thought you put into like the light hitting the top of Liberty here, then hitting Max's ears, hitting the top of Sam's head. Where the shadows fall, you noted that like the shadow would fall under where Sam's coat is, where the light hits on his
really
hat.
thoughtful.
Oh, and on the bottom of Max too, and under his little paws. That's so cute. Oh, and under his feet. Great observational work.
Yeah, and really good job like thinking about like the colors, the way that the sky looks in this scene. It's such like there's a lot of like emotion in like the atmosphere of like the sun rising on like both like, you know, the dawn breaking and Sam is still alone, and then I'm kind of a sucker for like the full sun rising as they're back together kind of thing going on. And this, I don't know, this really hits like kind of the melancholy of like the episode being over, you know?
Yeah, I agree. the series being over, you know? Well,
yeah, exactly. Well,
the season.
For now.
For now.
As Purcell says, his fans always keep things going in the meantime, and by God, we're going to. But this is lovely, thank you. Would it be okay if we took another quick break before we get on to the rest of
Yes,
fan art?
absolutely.
Yay, okay, streamers gotta get up and stretch for a second. Recommend y'all do. We will get to the rest of these in a hot second.
Yep.
BRB in just a few minutes. By the way, for those of you in chat, I see some discussion of, like, the way Steve Purcell draws and the way he draws, like, human people. Highly, highly recommend checking out all of the work he did for, like, character design and background stuff, especially with LucasArts, like, Monkey Island stuff he did. Whoa.
Hang on, actually, I have a good resource for that.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Steve Purcell used to run this blog called Spud Vision, and it was where he would dump basically everything he drew. And for a long while he was working at Pixar, that was largely humans, or he would be posting Monkey Island art from the archive. Scroll through, just go back. It's fun.
Yeah. It's a good way to, like, go through, take a look at his art, take a look at the way he works. He has, like, very interesting ways of handling, like, shapes and physicality and just, like, rendering into these lovely, like, chunky inks. It was so funny in the interview we were talking about, they got him talking about his color work, and he was like, the terrible thing about me is that I just use colors that I like, so I make a lot of stuff that is like candy-like colors. And then he said the most insane thing I've ever heard an artist say, where he says, sometimes what I would do is I would just use the color that was closest to me. Literally, he says, like, sometimes when painting, he would just have a color palette based on what was easiest for him to reach in his area, and, like...
You have to respect it.
What a fucking king. What a nut. What a beautiful goofus he is. Like, what a thing to say. Just like, well, yellow's all the way over there, and, like... I kinda get it. When I do colors, like the rare times that I do like painting and color pieces, if I'm not working from like a direct source, like of the killer piece I did, it's kind of just colors I like. I just go, what look good together? Palette, who's heard of her?
There were rich colors on the Salmon Max covers because he wanted them to look like food he would eat.
Yeah, and candy.
That is such a fascinating way to approach color.
I love that. Which is, like, especially fascinating because, again, like, if you go and check out, like, the production arts he did at LucasArts, there's, like, these beautiful painted pieces he does that have, like, a lot of, like, exploratory work for, like, Monkey Island and everything.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, even just, it's crazy because, like, it reminds me so much of Peter Chan's work. From Psychonauts. And Scott C's work, of course, which Cosmion mentioned. Funnily enough, Cosmion, I think you particularly would like this. Peter Chan, later on, went on to work on environmental design for the Salmon Max VR game.
Yep. Which is really funny because it means there exists in this world, like, production art with a max version of the little scale character that he always draws.
Yes.
So it's just that little, like, head with, like, little triangle legs, but with the little max ears instead of the beta Raz.
He said he paints with, like, thinned out acrylic and watercolors. He's wild.
Yeah. No, and he was talking about how, like, yeah, I do digital work, but what I do is I use the digital work to just do my first color pass, and then I transfer it over with a grid method, and then I paint. Like, what?
This piece he did is an acrylic. Can you believe fucking acrylic? Those of you who've worked with acrylic, fucking acrylic.
I love acrylics, but those things set, like, fast, man.
I gotta get some fucking acrylics and water them down. I want to try out his technique, man.
It's fun. I really like a thin acrylic. There's, like, some stuff you can do that can be really fun, but it's been forever. Yeah, like, Steve Purcell, like, he's just worthwhile to check out as an artist, and his philosophy is so funny to me.
Yes. It's interesting because he actually showed off on the stream. He was showing off, like, well, this is the digital sketch I did for the Salmon Max piece. I drew it in Procreate. I fiddled with the colors. And then later I showed Frankie, like, and this is the finished piece that went on auction, and I got, like, $5,500 for charity. And it's like, oh my god, he's
that Halloween
digital
piece.
Things in real. That's wild. Madman.
Yeah, he's wild. I mean, we already know that because of how many times he wanted to draw a really specific model of car being driven on roads.
This one he did in
over
oils.
and over again. Oh, yeah, that's one of the Day of the Tentacle paintings you found out, right?
I think that's Maniac Mansion? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Admittedly, I feel like I'm not that well versed in a lot of, like, the other classic LucasArts adventure games. Maybe someday we'll try and fix that.
Yeah!
Maybe.
Yeah!
Someday.
Yeah!
Someday.
Okay, let's get back to fan art.
Yes, we will finish before 3 a.m., but we're starting back up with a Hedgehog Honey Cake comic.
Was going through the Pokemon and Shipwreck VODs and found two things. Number one, found my favorite industry gag. Bugs getting jarred and going feral. Hey. Number two, I was not privy to Frankie having a nose ring, and I like drawing piercings, so that's just a permanent aspect of his design. My little
So this made me realize that I've just been forgetting.
Yeah. I did too.
To have that as a part of, like, my Sona design, not out of any, like, deliberate choice to omit my nose ring. I have, like, a ball capture nose ring, IRL, a septum piercing, and fully people could absolutely draw that in. I just forgot. I forgot twice.
I'll have to try it out next time I do talk sprites.
But I love this way of drawing me. Let me read this out. The circumstances surrounding you accidentally getting in the chatlet jar were my fault. I am willing to admit that, so as your friend, I hope you'll forgive me. God, I'm gonna get my arm bitten off! You done biting, Pugs? That's fair. This is so cute.
This is cute. I love this lilting expression on Frankie.
Yes,
Very
these are
cute.
such fun expressions.
How fluffy and angry I look.
You really got. I love like my figure here. You really got like the wide and fat boy with the cleavage shirt thing going.
Oh, the underlashes are cute.
They're really cute. Yeah, the expressions.
Hello.
Aren't those hands? Lupin fan. First of all, the hands in that first panel. What a good hand gesture that is. Like, and I love in the third panel in the lower left how I'm like holding the finger of one hand and the other, like kind of like cringing the hands together.
Yes.
And Strawberry Lemonade Gay says, this layout and pacing is gorgeous too. You have a mind for comics. This is amazing. Super agree. Whenever you drop a comic in here, yeah, like the top panels here, this technique of having like Bugs' jar in the middle of the line.
Yes, so it's like Frankie moving around is so good.
It shows such a clear understanding of how like borders and panels imply time passing.
Yes.
So you can see the like being on the left side, moving around to the right side, and then the camera pulls back down at the bottom. And I love the way, like, me talking in the middle panel on the bottom, like, interrupts the hiss noise. So it becomes very, like, reactive, like, turning away, holding the head.
So good.
Yes! It's really great physical acting. Like, I love the
breaking
wobble.
his arm off and he has to sew it on. I thought I had a leash on. That's great!
Oh, I did too. I'm just sewing it on as you bite at it.
That's so good. I love it.
I love the expression in the last it looks so like resigned.
Yes, I like that I have my glasses. That's very funny.
I always like when people draw the bug with the glasses. I think it looks charming. I keep trying to talk Bugs into putting clothing on the bug, but it's slow going. It'll look nice.
I'm allowed to let it swing.
I didn't say you had. Try Pooh Bearing it. That's, it's still breezy.
Thank you, Hedgehog.
Thank you, Hedgehog. I really do love this.
Risk. From Risk. The last time I drew a person was when I was in middle school, and the last time I drew in Procreate was never, but I listened to the VODs at work and this bit was so funny I had to sketch it. If only I'd written down the timestamp. Also, Frankie's new model having gold lame shorts was great. They're cheetah print,
They're
but
leopard
God
print.
bless you, I love that.
Yeah, I is always allowed to put me in gold lame shorts.
I don't mind that. I like the idea of that.
It's really cute.
You are so jealous of my awesome fucking beak.
It's so audible. Stop. They're clacking at me. First of all, what a fucking honor to be like the first swing at drawing a person since middle school. God damn. I could not possibly be more pleased.
The clacking of my teeth like this is such a dangerous way to make that noise if that's how I did it.
I really like the like D mouth to like full fangs as you like close them.
I like the stitches on Frankie's lip. I like my proportions with this fucking controller.
Yeah. You're really playing like full body every time you play a game.
This is great.
You need all them arms.
The colored stitches is such a fun idea,
I
man.
love that a lot. And I like the swing of like one of them being like around a kneecap. I might actually steal that because I do have like a knee that's angry at me sometimes. It's great. It's really fun. Did you know you can have that problem even if for medical reasons you mostly have to stay in bed a lot of the time? It's great. It's great. It's great. Good human body. Good plant. Anyways, this is so cute. I really love how you like hit like the rising horrible laughter as you just click at me.
And I really like the scrunch of Frankie's expression here, the kind of helpless nod of the eyebrows, the smile with the mustache and beard.
It totally reads great. Like, it reads out, you got my face patches, I love the colored stitches, you remember to give me like a nice soft jawline. This is beautiful. You've got the nice coily hair detail, which I always tell people, my hair really does just look like scribble fill. like spiral cloud scribble fill. That's how to do it, baby.
It looks good. It looks good.
It's beautiful. I hope you have fun. Yeah, I hope you have fun using Procreate. It's what I do for like my digital pieces. It's really fun to like futz around in. It has so many weird shortcuts that it doesn't tell you about that are hidden in the UI. It took me so long. There's like there's like filters that you can do on layers. It's a whole. Look up a guide. Look up like the menu.
You love it.
I love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. From Moss.
From Moss, watching the Earthbound VODs. Pictures taken instantaneously.
Yeah.
Plus, Frankie said someone should recreate the abstract art enemy.
Yay!
Oh, Moss feet. Oh, the monkey. Oh, the monkey's beautiful face. Oh, I love the use of the cave background here. I love the monkey's pinpoint pupils. Like, Jeff is half a minute away from a terrible accident.
Something about taking the bubblegum monkey and actually drawing a real monkey. I've like never seen that before, and it's so fucking funny.
Yes, it's incredibly good.
I do love really capturing like the total you would think that like if a photo op happened and Ness wasn't there, whoever was like the leader would smile and do the V. But no. And this captures so well the British child with a distant father ass.
God, the way his coat is just hanging on him is really good. And the fur breakup is amazing.
Really good job like giving the like monkey fur texture without it being like too busy. Like it's darker in the front, it's lighter in the back. Real quick, real simple, shades in, real lovely. Overall, really nice shading work here. Good, like...
Just beautiful.
I don't know how to put this, but, like, knowing, like, hitting the green and gray kind of dark shadows there on Jeff's coats, especially.
And then from Moss Feet, really good, the recreation of the abstract art here. Huh?
Yes.
Oh, I love the little
This
ducky.
gets it so well.
The frill of the lace.
I love this.
The white outline.
This looks like a delightful, like, children's book cover. I never knew.
Yes. Yeah, I love this.
It's so inviting. Also, Magpief says, the young teenager school uniform experience is having a crazy loose blazer because they're $200 and your mom is not buying another when you're older.
Yeah.
I see.
That makes sense.
Yes. I love the shading on this. I love, like, the expressions that you got, because the actual abstract painting piece is, like, you know, fairly simplified. It's texture art. I feel like this pulls, like, such a lovely specificity, like, out of the information you had to work with.
Yeah, I love
having
this.
such a
It's
jolly
like
little adventure.
Pieced it over, you know? Or pieced it over.
Yeah. And I love, like, the moon character's expression. Like, this would be, like, hanging up at, like, a puppet show.
Yes, I'm in love with this duck. Truly.
It's truly good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. from Cookie Shaped Rat, been slowly catching up on the VODs. This is a small anecdote from over the months while watching them. The first two are from July, the third is from a few Vibe Check doodles, let's go. And the last one is current Salmon Max VOD I just finished.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh,
great foreshortening folds going on here. Oh, I say horrible, this is extremely well done. Well done. I just mean my horrifically cruel expression here is wonderful.
This is like such a maximum this is like a gag manga expression.
Snout crunch here. The curl of the mouth is quite good.
I love the eyebrows being pushed so hard. It's affecting the faux hairline on the bug.
Really good. Amazing.
The hands coming into the gesture and the truly emphasizing the peanut kind of shape variation of bug here.
I like that I'm holding on the tiny bug on my shoulder. On your ear.
Yeah. I always love when people draw us to scale with you on my shoulder. I think it looks very cute.
I agree.
And what a good, nice, broad torso of the arm coming up and, the sleeve coming down there, too. Ooh, the second one, let me see. Ooh, this is so cute!
Oh, I love that scrunch of the expression here, the way the claw folding, the front-facing pompadour. That's tough. You got that.
It's a bold challenge. Even when I take selfies of myself, I tend to do 3/4 view because it looks better.
The only thing I would say is, remember that Frankie's a fat guy. But this is great.
I would say it's still I give it some slack just because in the last one you got that nice wide guy kind of torso hitting so good. And I love the finger position here of the little gesture in the laughing one of
really
the
good.
Arrangement. That's paying very close attention.
Oh my God.
Right, that's what I'm looking at is the thumb curling over the wrist with the one finger out. That's a very good natural expression of having the hand up and specified. And in both of these drawings I really do love this is a very quick gestural way of doing the curls of my hair that reads out the texture very nicely. Overall I don't know, there's some shading and sketching you're doing for the pencil style here, how smooth the controller is that Bugs is holding in that first one.
Oh yeah.
Got that plasticky feel going to it.
Then we have these pictures of Vibe Check. Oh, girl in Vibe Check, how pretty with the big bow and the ponytail, how pretty. Oh, Trinity.
The lower right one, you truly understand, the 14-year-old Chunobi syndrome ass, Vibe Check outfit.
Oh, really?
I love seeing, the
Keyblade. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I love, the attack in his fancy little lord outfit here.
Yes, the sprinkles on the sleeve, the hat at this angle, mid-jump, great action poses, my god.
These are really fun, and I love the upper right girl mode of the Charithy.
Yes, oh, this expression is so charming, and I love this single eye down here. Very serious.
Good night, Raven Bonnefoy.
Good night, Raven Bonnefoy.
I love on the girl mode one. It looks like when you're holding your cat and you're gonna make their paws do a little dance.
This is my kitty cat. This is kitty fat.
Hi, kid. They dance, honey, dance, yeah.
What do you mean you don't know that one?
Kids these days. I love too. You even got rendering for the armor sleeves that they have going in that outfit.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
now,
the final piece. We gotta talk about the final piece.
Oh, the tail up, the belly.
Hello.
Wow. The dog-like claws, the curl, the snout.
This is. I think I talked at some point about the idea of Sam dropping on fours and his feet actually being Digitrade legs.
Yes. Oh my god.
This is such a fun, genuinely menacing.
Wow.
But also, hey.
Yeah, the lighting is good.
Hello.
The breakup, the swirls on this fabric. Oh my god.
And the way you got, like, the belly, like, hanging with gravity as he comes in. I like, too, that the front hand is, like, curled into, like, a paw position so that the finger pads and the claws are what's hitting the ground is a really fun way to do that. Yeah, see what's going on there? With, like, I'm a big fan of people drawing Sam with, like, visible claws. Yeah. And I think for this kind of shot, like, hitting that with, like, the feet actually being the lower leg part of a dog, really I love that. It looks it's unnerving, it's scary, it's really hot. It's really... Strawberry Lemonade Gay says, "Whoa, hey!" Specifically in the gay way Marcel said it when seeing Fallen.
Look at this hand here on the tourist. The fingers pushing up the ground, the tendons on the hand.
It looks like you can feel him, like, shoving himself fitfully back into the wall, like, pushing against the floor with the other foot, kind of, like, full... terrified, scrabbling backwards kind of thing.
Here, that's so fucking cool. You could barely the gleam in his eyes.
This shows such an understanding of, like, the thesis of Sam being really hot in noir mode, of, like, danger.
Not only that, but you're clocking something I'm now going to think of with my own work. It's the semi-transparency of cloth fabric to light. Look at here on the tourist, the way the light fades in, and then here on Sam's stomach, the way the light fades in to glow. I am going to have to keep this in mind. Golly, and look,
also
even
really fun
on the denser fabrics, you don't have the light travel as far. That's amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't hit as far with, like, the legs. I love, like, the DeSoto light being the place where it's coming from here, creating, like, the cone as if, like, the DeSoto's, like, joining in him in the moment.
Yes.
And I love the way his expression is being pushed with his snarl. Like, you're paying attention to the way that, like, dogs have, like, muscles in the muzzle that, like, physically change shape and pull up and, like, pull the lip up. And the ears are, like, pulled up and, like, not just at rest in this. And it gives him, like, this pushed brow ridge. It really does, like, give the idea of, like, that really scary noise the scary noise that, like, dogs make when, like, they're not kidding.
Yes. Yeah.
Where it's, like, you need to back off right now level.
Yeah.
Really fun. I love, like, the dog. Which, you know, you couldn't have even known this. But, like, I talked some now, and I'll probably talk a lot more later, but the fun conflation of, like, Sam holding back his less human behavior with how he acts in noir mode, letting it out more. Oh, it's good. It's good to me. It's good.
It's good.
This is gorgeous. Thank you.
Thank you. From Puzz. Seems as good a place as any to report that the sickness has taken me as well. Hooray!
Yay! Yay!
Oh, I love the sweep right here into the fabric. I always admire how well you use toners, man. It looks so fucking good.
Right?
I love these floppy ears.
Yes! No, this is like... It's really fun seeing, like, you know, I know Puzz's style really well. I always love Puzz's art. It's really fun seeing, like, the start of starting to, like, process these characters.
Oh, the hat shape is great.
The hat shape is really good.
Hat. The big chunky toes and fingers you got, really good.
I really think that, like, Puzz's time spent in, like, the Psychonauts clothing mines
oh my God, yeah.
gives a big, like, a head start on, like, the Sam's hat problem. And I love the way you have Max just, like, dangling from being picked up like a bowling ball.
Yes, exactly.
Content, happy, having a fun time.
This Max crouched down rabbit.
Yes.
I love this tail. I
don't think I've ever seen Max drawn folding his body into, like, an actual rabbit pose.
Yes.
And I kind of adore it. It's kind of ghoulish.
Yes, I agree. This is unnatural. This is bad. Someone's going to die.
It makes me think of the bit in one of those comics I got at Shortbox Fair. Like, Jesus Christ, we had so much to talk about, I didn't even get into it. But the bit where it's like, this is just the most comfortable way to lay down to go to sleep.
Yes.
With, like, the bird person with the leg. I just imagine Max like, well, it's comfortable!
I'm
Are you
loafing,
sure?
I'm happy!
Are you okay? You're not injured, right? I truly love, like, the abuse of, like, Max's expression. Yes, this one. Puzz understood so immediately something about how I view them as a ship, and, like, Max's attraction to Sam, specifically. Yes. Right away. Right away.
The shoving of the ears, the arms, the neck, the curling around. This tongue is so perfectly on model for Lazy Max. It's amazing. I love these feet. They're so long and cool. I love them.
Yeah, really paying attention to, like, the weird proportions of his limbs.
And the way he is holding Max like a screaming joy is so real and so good. Look at this little bit of fur breakup around the bite, too. That's really cool.
Yeah, I love, like, Sam, like, having that, like, vacant dog kind of expression.
Yes.
Like, you can tell he's just, like, now and then, like, flexing his jaw, like, a little bit, which I just imagine causes, like, a burst of giggling noises from Max immediately.
I always really admire the fun you have with, like, speech bubbles and arrows, too. Really, like...
Yeah!
The reflection of having fun with curves is so nice.
Yeah, the loopy, quick little arrow that goes over, and then it's kind of like zigzaggy, lazy, out-of-the-way arrow to indulging prey drive.
Yes. And the little wiggle
really
of the
good.
hand. So good.
Yeah, you can tell just the, ooh, and I die, play, kind of posing going on here.
Great
Really
hands,
good.
too. Look at this little finger curl here, the overlap. Oh, it's so good.
And a very nice job at twisting Max's weird little potato body, you know?
Thank you very much, Puzz. It's always
beautiful,
an honor.
Puzz.
Yeah! All I heard was free rants, please, Grandma Ruth, and I got possessed because of women. Please ignore first attempt at Sam language.
Well, hit my ex-husband with a high-speed public bus on a Friday. It's my grandson, Sam. This is so cute.
That's great. That's perfect. Look at this.
Yeah, no,
body
you're on it.
shape.
You're on it.
Wow. The looking down muzzle, so good. The hair is dead on for how Ruth looks. You got that spiral down pat. Look at the shape work. I'm in love, man.
Immediately really well constructed, and I love, like, her having the same kind of, like, jacket thing going on that, like, Sam winds up using.
Oh, big tall pants. Real.
Yes, real.
The hand on Sam's head.
Yeah, the expression you got out of Sam has such, like, a perfect, like, puppy-like kind of feeling. Like, the really good observation, too. Sam, it's usually drawn more attention to with Max, but Sam's mouth also vanishes on closed mouth expressions with how Purcell draws him. And I think you really hit, like, that comic Purcell, like, Sam little face, that kind of way. Yes.
And the solidity of Ruth is great. Oh my goodness. I just really love this. And the glasses are so charming. I like the little bit of fur breakup at her cheeks.
I like her having, like, a little tie. I don't know, it's charming.
It is charming. Thank you, Niasura.
You understood my vision. Thank you, Niasura.
From Lord Muggins, have a warm-up I took too long on Sam Fatale. Hello.
Let's go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Look at the fabric curling around this to sell the volume of the squish. So good. A great use of lighting on the thighs, the stomach, the breasts. The hat. Oh, great hat work. I love these color choices too, and the shading from the hat, even hitting the fingers, really nice. The underarms. I would have totally forgotten about the underarms.
Yeah. And another great example of, like, I'm always saying, people drawing Sam and Max with, like, different gender interpretations. I just can never be against Sam looking cute in a dress, you know? I think it's good. I think it looks cute.
Such a great mastery of volume. I just really love this. Oh, and the little bead of light on Sam's nose is so good.
And really pulling it again, like the Steve Purcell Steve Purcell loves drawing these two with, like, haunted little, like, beady-eyed expressions that, like, don't technically have a lot of emotion, but also you wind up reading a lot of emotion out of it, and I think this really hits that feeling of, like, I don't know, it's very pretty. Can see Sam thinking.
Big agree. Yes. And I love this hat. I keep looking back at the hat.
Yeah,
I really love the hat.
Really.
The little bit of, like, darkness here, the little spot of light. Great. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you.
From the hand Wixard, I like them. I like
Yay.
them too. I like this
baby
Sam.
Salmon Max.
Yeah, great shape work going on here. Sam's like almost like a triangle. This is so cool. The scrunched up bits together. This is such real kid pose type shit.
Yeah, the weird, like, the way a kid sits where, like, you walk by them and you're like, is that really comfortable?
Yeah. This little Max. This little Max. Short little ears.
And his short little legs.
Yeah, and I like the, like, thin little, the way you've done the pupils on them is a very cute little nose. This Max in motion here with the knees, the ankles, really good. I like you even got the elbows in here. His mouth being
he
open
does really
like that.
have, like, Max does have very knobbly knees and elbows, like, to such a degree that, like, we were talking about how when they updated the models for the remaster, that felt like a lot of what Steve Purcell's draw over focused on was, like, more knees.
Well, and Max is so hard to draw in silhouette. This is, like, stunt work. This is great.
Yeah, and you even got, like, his mouth open with, like, his fangs hinged open.
So
That's,
good.
like, a weirder swing to hit than it looks like it is when a character has teeth in that, like, cartoon semicircle kind of way.
No, exactly.
And I love the way you have Sam and Max as little kids just, like, scrunched up together, like, so close, that kind of, like, 2 inches away.
Like, there's so much, you can tell that Max is telling Sam something very excitedly, and Sam is just so happy to hear it.
And it's a small thing, but I love the way you hit Sam's, like, 2 little hairs that are always at the top of his head.
Those are so cute. And I love how big and floppy his ears are. It's so cute.
Yes. Lovely gestural lines here.
Yeah.
There's so much confidence that goes into, like, just, like, slamming down these, like, lines of motion with, like, the foot going back, the way the ears are shaped, the way that, like, motion comes forward, the way Max's hand, like, the one curling back and his walk there looks.
Yes.
That's the kind of thing that, like, getting able to just, like, have that come out of your pencil and just kind of move on and hit the rest of it takes a lot of talent, like, work, honestly. A lot of time and work.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful. I do get sad sometimes thinking about how, like, for Sam and Max, there used to be a time where it was really easy for them to, like, talk face to face, and then it literally got physically harder over time.
Yeah, I mean, when Max is in his POV, you only really see the bottom of Sam's face. Ugh.
Yeah, beautiful.
From Nusura, late night tired doodle. Oh. No, he looks fine to me. He looks good. He does not look like that dog that was trained on that fucking reality TV show to not take a cupcake. The bags under his eyes, the noise.
I love this, like, exaggerated, like, head shape,
yes,
like leaned all the way down. Like, it gives Sam, like, the same perspective. This is, like, the perspective you, like, actually see a dog at from above when you, like, look down.
I love great work tilting the hat. That hat is so fucking hard to rotate.
Bugs has put so much work into being able to slam
I
out
lost
that
the
hat
hat for my Sam action figure. I have to keep looking up at this picture I have on my wall of Sam and Max, and even then.
I love, too, how, like, big his shoulders and coat are, like, around him, and, like, the shine of his nose. It really adds something. Ooh.
Oh. Trying to draw Sam led to this. Oh. Oh, beautiful bubblegum eyes.
It even looks to me
Max.
this even looks to me like it's like a 3 bubblegum situation. Like there's a big black one that's like the nose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the hat. Oh, the melting. Oh.
Yes. You've got perfectly the slop feel of these types of ice cream.
Yeah.
I'm just in love with this Max. This expression is perfect. The teeth, the beady little eyes like a doll's eyes.
Like a doll's eyes.
the curve of the chest here even, and the like mitten-like quality of his hands. It's like, look, even the way his arms like taper. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so fucking good.
Good night, sweet steel dreams. I especially love like the thought you put to like where his ears are with like his head being rotated, which is tricky to do with his giant fucking head and his weird ear positioning.
Thank you very much.
Thinking about where they're connected in space. Yeah, always lovely to see. Just fucking... Oh, this is something about this Sam is just like so much emotion to it.
He looks like one of the country bears. This is great on the ice cream.
Oh,
I love it. I think they called him liver lips. On the saddle. Blood all
Sam
around.
starts... Sam starts like singing that like he needs to be taken for a walk or something.
Blood on the ground. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. From Junkyard Wizardry. Well, golly gosh darned, at least to look familiar. I guess some kind of fucking creep stole my pens, pencils, sketchbook, and arms and left me this to discover. Well, might as well share. It seems oddly relevant. Due to some very sound wisdom for some very sage critics, connoisseur, I decided to expand my take on stinky and salad to something new, so behold.
Yay!
Captain Shake and First Mate Mac. NYC Sewer Coast Guard. Captions available in the following post. We won't read these out loud because there's a lot of them, but I love the artwork.
There's a lot of them, but I love that you're running with this. Fucking congrats! I'm really glad that you decided to actually go for it.
Look at how beefy. Let's see, this is Shank.
Yes.
Really good. Really fun. Really love the texture breakup on the hair, the pen work. Let's see. Oh,
this is
wait,
so fun. I love that there's even
cockroach.
like...
That's cute.
Yeah, the little cockroach like commenting on the ink work bleeding through. That's like so true to the spirit of like Sam and Max to me. Like, you know there's like a comic from when Steve Purcell is little where he totally draws on the bleed through page. Like,
yes. I really like the thick inks you got going on here. This is really fun. I like the grabbing and strangling here. Very cute.
I love this like evil little gingerbread cookie.
Very fun.
This is so fun. I'm so glad. Like, nothing could be better than folks like starting to do their own thing, and I really do think like the designs you've hit on here. Yeah. The designs you've like hit on here. The world really needs so many more chunky gremlin little like women, you know?
Yeah, for
it's
real.
needed badly.
Thank you very much, Junkyard Wizardry.
Beautiful.
This is cool.
Yeah, then from
MLM Lemon. Only managed to get in the stream really late. I figured I'd doodle the awesome alternative timeline in my mind where Noir and Normax have to work as a team, plus a Sam mid first take.
Okay.
Wow.
I love this.
Oh, wow.
Shit.
Wow.
Okay, hear me out though. This could happen in the timeline as is if something happened to Sybil.
You're right. Oh.
This we could have it all. Life could be dream. Life could be dream.
Oh, the curl.
Wow, this is so fun though.
It's either something happens to Sybil or something happens to one of the puppies.
Oh, you're so right. Or Sybil's kid.
Oh, the claws, the paw pads. Oh,
there's something about like they're posing together that feels like it fits together so neatly. Like something about like Max being like stanced and hunched forward with like Sam like drawn all the way up with his fur spiked out.
I like the ears sticking up like this. That's really interesting.
Yeah, they're like back in like the animal in like a rabbit aggressive way, but they're still popping up into the silhouette so it's visible.
Yes.
And I love, like, the hitting the drool on Sam with, like, white.
Yes.
Really gives it that, like, oh, this is that, like, foaming spittle kind of effect going on.
Teeth. Oh my god.
And I love how you realized, like, okay, if Max picks up his hat and jacket, they can both do this at the same time.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun. And this take
Also,
on Id. Hello.
Yes.
His tooth pattern shirt.
Holy
You're a
shit.
genius. You're a genius. You're a genius.
You're so smart.
Oh,
Hair
the
resembles
single
long
eye.
ears.
Yes. Oh, the cigar smoke.
Oh, I love, like, the idea of including in, like, the silhouette of Sam is such a fun idea to me. I love that. Like,
wow.
The ears are there, the houndstooth pattern is there, and even, like, the smoky edges on the trench coat are
Yes,
so
which you're
fun.
working in from Super Ego's design. Look at that. That's so smart. Oh my god.
Love the detail of him, like, wearing gloves. That's really
Yes.
fun to me, too.
Oh, the shine on the boots is nice.
Yeah,
Wow.
I love, like, the
Wow.
eye only popping in when surprised. I could definitely see, like, you know, some moment when, like,
When
it's
Max opens
almost
the
too
door.
late.
Oh.
Or, like, right at the end when he's, like, waving him off, just, like, the camera showing Max turning away and you see the hat come off for a second. Ooh.
Oh.
This is so
Slump of
pretty.
the shoulder, such a solid figure. The arm hair, hello, hello.
Yeah, hello.
This is a
I
great
really
scam we're running where we get cool art. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is great. It's all we have to do is talk for 700 hours.
It's worth it.
And it works out. It is, actually. But I love this. I really love that you even have, like, the stripe tie is still in there, if that tucked-in effect we were talking about with Cosmion's design.
Yes.
And I can tell you were listening to me talking.
Sam's tie, fuck.
It's Sam's tie.
Oh.
And I love that, like, this is based off of me talking about, like, I like the idea of his id being, like, as hidden as possible to
Yes,
represent, like, that
yes.
repression of it. Just, like, the baggy feeling of the jacket over this, like, big hulking figure. Like, the
Yeah.
sense of restraint going on.
There's one more
belt
drawing
even.
from MLM Lemon just under this.
Ooh.
Bonus funny before I go to bed lighthearted.
You ever have terrifying visions of old men kissing Sam? You crack me up, little buddy. You're right. You're so right.
You're right. You're right.
Psychically, they are doing this.
And it's good. And it's good.
It's good,
And
I
it's good.
think.
It's good.
Oh, we did it. And it's not 3 a.m. yet, just
Thank
barely.
you, Lemon. Thank you, Lemon.
Thank you, Lemon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
It truly can only
Oh.
be, like, a mark of pride that if we, like, can't stream for a week, the main downside is that there's too much beautiful fan art of our
Oh, what a
stream.
curse.
Ooh,
Oh,
how could we
how
live
awful.
like this?
Oh.
Also, Whichway says, this stream was my first real exposure to Sam Max BTW. My so big, oh my god, I get it moment. Thank you for this. Check out our playthrough of Season 3. We've also done Season 1 and 2. Those are technically older because we've done all of these, like, as soon as things come out. They're so old, I've broken up with a person you will hear me talking to during those, but it be dill. It is what it is. Time passes. Thank you all. Please look forward to, again, hopefully the next time we're streaming, the plan is that will be us checking in on the channel Minecraft server and doing trick-or-treating, which will work the same as last time, where for a small money or a point redeem, we will have a very affordable point redeem because it's meant to be for fun. You can get candy from Funny Bag of Candy. Bugs has only seen, like, 2 things I've put in this motherfucker. There are 216 JPEGs of various treats.
It's
and
fine. It's good.
maybe a few scares, maybe just a few little scares are hidden in the old candy bowl. There's a couple of things.
But
Some
for now-
JPEGs.
For now,
For
I'm
now.
sending you to Taffy Wappet, who's playing Cadence of Hyrule and has a very cute talk sprite for this game.
Yes. Yeah. But thank you all so much for coming by.
Thank you.
We really do appreciate that we have inexplicably gained ourselves a streaming career where we can just talk about these, like, cartoon men we've been obsessed with for, like, a decade or more of our lives. And see people go like, ooh, oh. It's good. It's good. We will finish the rest of my notes eventually.
Yes.
For now. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you so much for your generous tips to draw the cartoon men.
Thank you.
We truly do appreciate it. If we don't stream before Halloween, happy Halloween! We're gonna try to anyways, and it's okay because legally next month is October 2. November isn't real. Go back to bed.
Uh-huh.
And it is time. I have to be so careful. Last time I broke my nails opening the jar. It was sad.
Get in the jar.
Figure it out. There's some spare seats.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that last sentence you said? I forgot to set up
Nope.
audio on this page. Okay.
Hell no. Gone forever.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody. Be good. See you later. Good night.